Very good morning to you and welcome to Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol as we finally get this last home game for Gloucestershire underway in the County Championship as Gloucestershire take on Northamptonshire, and it is, I'm very pleased to say, sunny, and the weather looks to be set fair for day two of this game. Day one completely called off due to understandable concerns about, firstly, the run-ups at the far end, which seemed to be okay this morning, and the excessively strong winds, as was described on some of the online scoring systems. And if you think, well, what was all that about? Well, never mind the ground staff actually trying to take the sheets off. The sight screen at the far end, which is now back intact, the wind was so strong that half of that ended up on the floor, and several of the little strips that make up the sight screen were blowing about and ended up in the middle of the field. So it wouldn't have been a great outcome if they'd been playing cricket and that had happened. So I think a wise decision really to abandon day one, as disappointing as it is for not only those who would have been hoping to come to this last home game, but also in terms of Gloucestershire's slim, and they are slim, promotion hopes as they try and make up this 34-point deficit on Glamorgan in second place. Really only 2 wins and then some help from elsewhere would do it for Gloucestershire. But I can tell you that as we do start this match, 104 overs today, Gloucestershire having won the toss and bowled first, they've named an unchanged side, and it looks as though Matt Taylor will have ball in hand from the Ashley Down Road end. My name is Ed Seaborn, and alongside me, delighted to say, it's Andrew Radd from BBC Radio Northampton. Radders, there seems to be this unfortunate precedent in Gloucestershire Northamptonshire fixtures that we do, that either they're absolute thrillers that come down to the last ball, or we only have play on one day.
Well,
let's hope
it's not
the latter.
Yes, I mean, yes. Last year, of course, it was we only basically had 2 sessions, so hopefully we're going to be a bit better this time. Taylor, it's going to be Matt Taylor to bowl from the Ashley Down Road end, as I've mentioned. 3 slips in place, bowling to Luke Proctor, Northampton's captain, to face the first ball, and he's clipped that away down to fine leg. I think there's bat on it. Yes, there is, for 4 runs. Well, just the start that Luke Proctor and Northamptonshire would have been hoping for. Proctor is opening with Lewis McManus. Now, McManus has opened this year in Championship cricket. He did so when he was captain in Luke Proctor's absence. The game against Middlesex at Merchant Taylor's School back in July. Clearly, Ricardo Vasconcelos, confirmed from the Northamptonshire camp, has been left out. They want to obviously have a look at a few of the younger players on a pitch that is likely to do a little bit, you would think, having been under covers for 3 days. Pushed out into the offside by Proctor, full length ball, and goes out square on the wicket on the offside. Plenty of cloud around still, but it's fairly high, fluffy cloud over the flats at the far end of the ground. The forecast is okay for today. Possibility of some cloud building later on in the day, which might have an issue with light, as Ed was saying. We've got to try and get 104 overs in. Forecast for tomorrow, less promising. Here's Taylor in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor. Just a little bit of late movement through the air, almost after it had passed Proctor's uplifted bat before it went into the gloves of James Bracey. Northamptonshire, they're making 2 changes from the side from the previous Championship match against Glamorgan. It seems as though a lot's happened since then for Northamptonshire, with a finals day and so on. But Ben Sanderson comes into the side, as does Rob Keogh, so 2 of the most experienced players on the staff are back in. Here's Taylor in and bowls to Proctor, clips it away just behind square on the leg side. It's running out towards the boundary on the scoreboard side. It won't get there, but they will come back for a couple. 2 more to Proctor. He goes to 6, and Northamptonshire to 6 for no wicket. And they come into the side in place of Ricardo Vasconcelos, as I mentioned. Has had a difficult sort of in and out sort of season in the Championship, but Darren Lehman keen to have a look at 1 or 2 of the younger players, particularly Adi Sharma with the bat, Nevin Ramesh, Ben Whitehouse with the ball, so he makes way, and Liam Guthrie is also left out for this one. Taylor running in towards us, bowls outside the off stump again, left alone by Proctor. I have to say we've got a very, very good view, but we have no excuse for getting things wrong.
Yes, I moved the commentary box specially for you.
Very, very sweet of you. But we are pretty much behind the line. Yes, Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire have had a couple of interesting mini contests here. 2020. Game was abandoned at lunchtime on the first day because of a positive COVID test in the Northamptonshire camp, with Gloucestershire 6 down for not many. Taylor bowls, and there's an inside edge onto pad as Proctor was looking to clip that away through the onside. No appeal as a result. End of the first over. 6 for no wicket. All 6 of those runs to Luke Proctor. And then, of course, last year the match was abandoned just after tea on the first day because the pitch was deemed dangerous.
Yeah, I was going to say Northamptonshire supporters and Gloucestershire supporters would be delighted to know there's not an artificial blade in sight. Only the finest Bristolian grass has been used for this. 22 yards. And then also we had the game, not that I was doing it, but there was the game or pretty much non-game in 2019 when both sides went up here, where I think they only played on one day.
Yes.
So there just seems to be this precedent for this.
I think that was Emilio Gay's, if it wasn't his debut, it was one of his very early games. And the 2020 one was Harry Gouldstone's debut. Took his first catch in the morning and did very little else.
Ajit Singh Dale, new ball in hand from the pavilion end, bowls, and that's a good start. A little bit of movement there off the surface, I think. Angling into the right-handed McManus, facing his first ball, squares him up and beats him on the outside edge. So Matt Taylor and Singh Dale, the two bowlers that really did the damage for Gloucestershire at Grace Road, when from absolutely nowhere they brought about a major collapse from Leicestershire and just about avoided the follow-on. Singh Dale bowls, good delivery, pacey offering from Singh Dale, but it's blocked straight back by McManus. Footballing skills leave a little bit to be desired from Ajit Singh Dale.
I still wonder, Ed, that game last year, whether it would have lasted even less time had Gloucestershire bowled first, with the extra pace of Ajit Singh Dale and Zaman Akhtar, if they were worried about, started to get a bit nervous about what Proctor and Broad were doing on it.
3 slips go down. Singh Dale bowls, over pitches, it's clipped away on the bounce and plucked out of the air at mid-wicket by Zaman Akhtar. McManus certainly got the middle of the bat on that one, but it was not even a yard either side. That would have been 4 a foot either side, but straight into Akhtar. And it's that sort of September feel where I'd imagine if you're fielding anywhere and the ball comes at you, it just seems to hit those hands that little bit harder. We do still have a bit of a breeze, but nothing like it was yesterday. Singh Dale bowls and McManus gets turned round by that one. It was heading towards the leg side, so whether, if he hadn't got that leading edge there, would have been a convincing appeal. Not sure, but looped away out into the offside and there's no run. So backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and then both a fine leg and a deep third on the boundary for Gloucestershire, so they're allowing McManus the drive but not the thick edge. Singh Dale bowls, another testing delivery, but McManus equal to it, defends carefully back up the pitch, and there's no run. 5 wickets for Matt Taylor in the game against Leicestershire. Well, 5 wickets in the first innings. There wasn't much of the second innings in the end, but Singh Dale taking the last 4 wickets. I think it was in that match, ending up with 3 for and then 1 for at the end. Completing his first over of the morning, in and bowls, and that's turned away to wide mid-on. Van Buren will be taken on here. He won't be able to resist the shot at the stumps, but there's no chance of a run out, and he knows that, which is why he's aimed it at the striker's end. Plenty of fielders there to back up, so it spoils the maiden over, but a good start from Singh Dale, and McManus with a single to keep the strike at the end of the second over. 7 without loss. Not exactly an enormous crowd this morning, but I'm sure we'll have a few more people making it in now that they know that there's going to be a start. Any time that you've got a day washed out, there's probably a few people who are a little bit apprehensive as to whether we'll start on time on the second day.
Yes.
We might get a few more people in. It's your last chance.
I've had 1 or 2 messages from Northamptonshire supporters up saying, is it worth the trip? Well, I think certainly a couple of sessions worth it. So the back end of the day, they're suggesting it's going to cloud over again, maybe chance of some rain coming in, but hopefully we'll get a good chunk of play today. Still 3 slips as Taylor, the left armour, continues from the Ashley Down road end and beats McManus outside the off stump through to James Bracey. So captain and vice captain out there for Northamptonshire. The one occasion McManus opened in Championship cricket this year, a game against Middlesex Merchant Taylor School when he was captain, and he was out for 39 and 30 against Toby Rowland Jones and co, which in the context of a pretty disappointing Northamptonshire batting performance wasn't too bad. Taylor in again, bowls to McManus, who's on the back foot, plays it back down the pitch. Taylor fields off his own bowling. Gloucestershire on 146 points, as Ed mentioned, 34 behind Glamorgan in second. Northamptonshire 7th place on 137. Just want to make sure clearly they don't finish bottom. Kent 28 points adrift at the bottom of the table. Northamptonshire finish off against Leicestershire at Wantage Road next week. The old enemy coming to town. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to McManus, short and paddled away down to long leg. They're going to come through for a single. McManus, I think he was aiming probably to hit that a bit squarer and maybe just went off the glove, bit of bat down to long leg, safely enough for a single. He goes to 2, 8 for no wicket. Northamptonshire looking for their first championship win here at Bristol since 2013, promotion year. And Stephen Peters as captain, David Ripley as coach. Here's Taylor in, bowls and clipped away by Proctor out to the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, and mid-on goes round to his left to field, and as a result they're able to come through for another easy single. Proctor to 7, 9 for no wicket. Proctor pushing 800 championship runs this year, averaging 45, opening the batting, opening the bowling. Simon Kerrigan, his old mate, says he's the pro this year, does both. The old Northern Leagues, where professionals expected to do everything.
Captain's mate, although actually
yes, well,
this time
in this end the captain.
yes.
Yeah. Here's Taylor in again to bowl to McManus, and McManus is forward, playing it back down the pitch. Taylor fields, and there is no run. Yes, I was sitting downstairs when the sight screen blew over yesterday. I've seen it in a club ground every now and again, usually in April, but don't often see it happen to a sort of industrial-sized county sight screen. It did make the most awful crash, and so they had to get some of the strips out on the other sight screens to prevent them going as well. Taylor in again, bowling to McManus, turns it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run, and that's the end of the third over. So far so good for the visitors, put into bat, 9 for no wicket.
As I mentioned, Gloucestershire unchanged. Joe Phillips and Ben Charlesworth, when and if the time comes, will open the batting for Gloucestershire. Ollie Price, Miles Hammond, James Bracey, who is captaining and keeping wicket, and will do so for the final game of the season, all being well, as Cameron Bancroft is back in Australia. They've already started. The Australian season seems to be starting earlier and earlier. They've already started the one-day cup competition, I noticed, in Australia. So there's plenty of cricket that's already happened, because I think there was there was that South Africa ODI series that they had in the north of the country. Extraordinary. Cricket just becomes all year round, basically. Singdale into Proctor for the first time, who pushes forward pleasantly but won't get a run up to mid-on.
I'd like to see him trying to use Wantage Road in November. That'd be fun.
I'm sure there are those that would like
I'd be
see
there.
it tried.
I'd be there, but with a few layers.
Could have those little heater things that you get in beer gardens up in the stands. That would be quite fun. That would work quite well with the picnic tables down there.
Probably
I
would,
think,
yeah.
Once the Thatcher's bar. Let's market it. Speaking of those people down there, I think one of them might just be sitting or standing in an area that they shouldn't be. Oh, security guards off now. Somebody, I think, has just walked up the stairs, have they? Up onto that terrace, or is it somebody on the terrace down to our left? Because that is pretty close, actually, with the pitch being a little bit over towards the car park side of the ground.
There's a lot of pointing going on.
I think it must be somebody that... Oh, it's Matthew Lee that caused it. It's not him that's caused the problem, I hasten to add. I think he's gone to... He sprinted up the stairs onto the terrace to point out to whoever it was that they shouldn't be standing there, and hence everybody on the field, knowing Mr. Lee rather well, smiling and pointing and saying thank you. Singdale, as we resume after that little interlude, and he dangles one well wide of the off stump, and Proctor won't play a shot at that.
There's a lot of j'accuse going on down there, wasn't there? People pointing vehemently.
Yes. Anyway, I got about halfway through the Gloucestershire side,
Yes.
so I'll finish it off. Graham van Buren, Jack Taylor, who's making his second first-class appearance since the middle of 2023, then an unchanged seam attack, including Singdale, who's in and bowls and straying down the leg side, flicked away for 4 by Proctor, through backward square. You can't bowl there to Luke Proctor, as Gloucestershire will know, as everybody knows, but it still happens, and Proctor's already on to 11 with, I think, all 11 coming through that leg side. It's 13 without loss.
Yes, I think if they were doing the old wagon wheel for Luke Proctor, obviously a lot of runs through there. Also likes the area through backward point, a little punch away through there. It's a very, very Proctor shot.
Well, it's a very handy couple of places to score your runs at Bristol. You don't tend to get a huge amount of straight drives for the highlight reel. You have to work hard for your runs, and deflections and the like tend to be the way. Third slip comes out and goes into mid-wicket. Singdale continues to try and target Proctor's pads, but this time just a defensive shot comes in front of those pads to intercept, and it's played straight to that fielder at short mid-wicket.
The honesty of Darren Lehman as Northampton's head coach has been very refreshing this year, and on occasion more so than this morning when I said, well, what do you reckon about the pitch? And he said, we don't know. He said, we think it'll seem a bit, we'll say you won't get under covers for 3 days, but we don't really know.
No, pitches here tend to play pretty much the way that they play. Singdale bowls forward Proctor, blocking into the offside just about as time as it's picked up at mid-off. And we did have that game in the conference year in 2021 where the ball went all over the place. You just never know, but the one thing that you would say is that noticeably the pitches have got a little bit quicker here this year, and that the biggest evidence for that is in the increase in white ball runs that we've had. Singdale bowls well left by Proctor. It was a good line from Singdale, but Proctor judging that he doesn't have to play. So 4 overs gone, 13 without loss. So a record chase from Hampshire in the 50-over competition. The first time that over 300 has been chased down in a 50-over match at Bristol, to Gloucestershire's chagrin. And then we've seen already a couple of games, never mind the international, which do tend to be the internationals very high scoring at Bristol, but a couple of T20 Blast games with well over 400 runs aggregate, which you wouldn't tend to see particularly often. So there's been a lot more runs this year, and the carry has been much better, which is something that Gloucestershire have been after. Actor and Shaw, by the way, the other two seamers that we'll see at some point soon.
And here is Matt Taylor in bowls full to McManus, who drives up to mid-on, and there's no run. Bit of sawdust has gone down at the far end, from which, the Ashley Down road end, from which Matt Taylor is bowling. It's ordinary sawdust au naturel rather than the green sawdust that I think one or two grounds have used. I think
Derby's always the place I see that. Yeah,
I think they might have dabbled with it at Old Trafford as well, but it's proper sawdust here in Bristol. Here's Taylor in again, bowls and once again brings McManus forward. Ball of full length pushed up to mid-off this time by way of variety. Fielded there by Josh Shaw. So the batting to come after these two for Northamptonshire, Calvin Harrison at the end of his 5th 2-match loan spell. Whether he will be around for next week's final game against Leicestershire is to be confirmed. Then James Sales, safe Zabe, very much the man in form, Justin Broad. Taylor in bowls and turned away off his hip by McManus. Certainly one. Will they risk a second? Yes, they will. They'll come back for 2 and make it pretty comfortably down to long leg. So McManus goes to 4 and Northamptonshire to 15 for no wicket. Then Rob Keogh closing in on 10,000 all format runs for Northamptonshire, which will put him in the elite of Northamptonshire history, really. There's only 30-odd players that have done it, and only 2 previously who made their debuts in the 21st century that have done it. So he will be in elite company if he manages to get there. Then young Addy Sharma will be batting, I would imagine, down at 7. Here's Taylor switching to round the wicket to McManus, and McManus tries to pull. It goes, I think, pretty much over the top of leg stump and through to James Bracey. McManus not hanging back. There is a mid-wicket, a mid-on, long leg on the boundary, but there is a very inviting gap away through square leg, and I think that was what McManus was aiming for. So in fact Sharma may end up batting at 8 as a specialist batter, and then Ben Sanderson, who wasn't originally in Northamptonshire's squad for this game but who has been drafted in. Round the wicket comes Taylor on the back foot this time, but McManus turns it out to mid-wicket and there is no run. I had a word with him yesterday. He hasn't played much championship cricket this year, only 4 games. This is his 5th, Ben Sanderson. And then the 2 youngsters who both made their debuts last time out, Ben Whitehouse, 23-year-old seam bowler from Lincolnshire.
Hey.
And, I know, yes. And Nirvan Ramesh, the 17-year-old off-spinner, very highly rated. Northamptonshire's 3rd youngest championship player since the war. In comes Taylor again and hangs that outside off stump. McManus drawn into playing at it. May just have pulled the bat inside the line, but I suspect it had probably gone past before he did so. End of the over, 15 for no wicket. Proctor has made 11 of those, and McManus has made 4.
Yes, so underway in all but 2 of the championship matches now. Bizarre yesterday. I mean, the one game that they got, not quite a full day's play, but certainly an awful lot of cricket, being the potential Division 1 title decider. I think it won't mathematically be that unless Surrey win with maximum points and Nottinghamshire don't get anything. So it's not quite the decider, but I think we can pretty safely say if Surrey especially were to win that, then the title would be basically wrapped up. Singdale over the wicket bowls very wide and let go by Proctor. And in terms of the 2nd division, they're underway between Leicestershire and Kent. They've had a toss at Derby, but there doesn't seem to be a start there. And the only place where they haven't had a toss, oh dear, it's Old Trafford. Mind you,
it's feeding into all sorts of stereotypes.
Yes, I was going to say, but I mean, after the recent international series between England and South Africa, I'm not sure that anybody's got a leg to stand on when it comes to Old Trafford and weather. I've still never seen it rain there. Singdale bowls, that's pushed up in the air, and it's going to fall well short and wide in the end of mid-off. That was a strange shot from Proctor, sort of spooned up off maybe the toe end of the bat, looking to drive. And to start with, I thought that was heading over mid-off. Then I thought it was heading straight to him. And then it was well short and wide of him.
Now quick touch of the gardener's world.
Yes. It's always, yes.
Adam Frost and Monty.
Spot in the pitch.
Adam Frost and Monty Don in the middle, those two there, aren't they?
He's still got those 2 slips and the short mid-wicket. Singdale bowls left by Proctor. It gets through nicely to James Bracey, and I know it's only the 6th over, it's still a new hard ball, and Singdale is quick, but I think we've probably covered many a game at Bristol in the past where even after 5 or 6 overs you're seeing the ball limping through behind the stumps, and you're thinking, oh,
yes,
gosh,
you know what's coming.
Who's getting a result on this? But sadly, it's more so because of the weather this time. Singdale goes in and bowls, and turned away by Proctor. Really just turn his entire body there as he works it away, but can't get it past square leg.
It's interesting, that game you mentioned there in 2021 here, Ed, because that was an extraordinary game of cricket. The first 3 days were played under battleship grey skies. The lights were on each of the first 3 days at midday. It was dark, it was cold. Bowlers obviously held sway. And then the sun came out on the 4th day.
Yes,
and,
as Gloucestershire were trying to chase those runs down.
And Miles Hammond, Graham Van Buren and Tim Lace, wasn't it?
Tom Lace
all played really well.
Singdale in, and they've pushed deep square back now, and that allows a comfortable single. I'm not sure whether that was the bluff for the shorter delivery, but they've ended up giving away an extra run. Northamptonshire to 16 for no wicket, Proctor to 12. It was a terrific chase, and whilst Gloucestershire clearly had the best of the conditions in terms of batting on the final day, Ben Sanderson bowled as magnificently as he always does seem to against Gloucestershire, was seaming the ball past Miles Hammond's edge over and over again, and although he didn't get to 100, the innings was worth about 150. Full delivery and over-pitched, clipped through wide mid-wicket by McManus. The ball's going out towards the boundary. Graham Van Buren, oh, he does just get there. Didn't think he had a chance of that. Long boundary, and he just launched himself last second and tipped the ball back in with a centimetre or so to go. Zaman Akhtar with the relay fielding, and all that saves is 1 run as McManus takes 3. So 19 without loss. Northamptonshire after 6 overs. No great demons so far, not a huge amount of swing, although Matt Taylor and Ajit Singdale probably not the 2 bowlers in terms of swing that might be likeliest to get the most out of the 2 lineups. And I think one of the other reasons why Taylor's switched to around the wicket, because I think he does feel that he does get more movement when he bowls around, but it doesn't look as though there's too much untoward happening, despite it being undercover yesterday.
Down 2 slips as Taylor does come round the wicket from the Ashley Down Road end and bowls to McManus, who steers it down to backward point. And there is no run. Yeah, that innings of Miles Hammond here was an absolute gem. He soaked up so much pressure and, as you say, was beaten countless times. And it looked at tea, I must admit, as though it was just petering out to a draw. And in the end, a game that I think Northamptonshire felt they got won pretty much when they set Gloucestershire quite a stiff target on the 4th innings.
Because they only just avoided the follow-on
that's right.
in the first innings.
Yeah.
It was Matt Taylor who was out there batting and helped Gloucestershire to avoid that follow-on. But they just had that season's Gloucestershire side had that way of doing that.
Around the wicket again comes Taylor, bowls short, and McManus trying to whip it away on the leg side, just hits him on the pad and rolls a few yards down the pitch. Well, if the memory serves, they'd beaten Surrey here that season, Gloucestershire,
first game
on the same pitch. I seem to remember that was the word that came back, that it was actually the same strip that was used. And Adam Rossington played one of his magnificent counter-attacking innings after the Northamptonshire's top order had been blown away, and as you say, Northamptonshire for most of that game looked on top, but in the end Gloucestershire won it in lovely sunshine on the last day. Here's Taylor with the flats behind him, in and bowls, and it was short outside the off stump, and the way McManus set up, I thought he was going to square cut it. In the end, he just paddles it into the leg side. for a single, which maybe suggests that whatever movement is available, there's not a huge amount of pace in this particular surface. But again, that's not a huge surprise given that it's been undercover for 3 days. One more to McManus, he goes to 8, 20 for no wicket, Northamptonshire. And more running repairs, I think, to the bowling crease at the far end. More sawdust this time for where Taylor lands when he's bowling round the wicket. But now, of course, Proctor is on strike.
Yeah, I don't
he's going to be bowling over the wicket.
Yeah, he certainly, that last delivery did not have the air of a deliberate bouncer.
No,
it
just stood
especially
up.
the way that it just went into the middle of the pitch and then sat up.
And it was good adjustment from Lewis McManus, who's averaging 31 in the Championship this year. Hasn't got 100 yet. Got 95 very early on in the season at Old Trafford. Short and pulled away by Proctor. Doesn't really time it. He's going to get a couple as it goes just in front of square on the leg side. And they come back for 2. Proctor goes to 14. Northamptonshire to 22 for no wicket. Put into bat. Proctor narrowly missing out on 1,000 runs 2 of the last 3 seasons. Been very, very consistent since John Sadler, the previous head coach, put him up the order early on in the 2022 season, and it really was, I think, the best thing that happened to him. He scored, as I say, very solidly since then, and this year has gone up to open, with Emilio Gay having left back end of last season. Taylor in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor, goes through to James Bracey, captaining and keeping wicket. As I say, Lewis McManus has had a taste of that this year when Proctor was forced to miss a game back end of July. Northamptonshire's 3rd successive visit to Merchant Taylor's school.
And did I mention Gloucestershire's last game of the season is at Lord's?
Well, tell me what it's like, won't you? There's Taylor in and bowls short, pulled away again by Proctor down towards deep square. 2 fielders down there, and it's Graham Van Buren who gets to it. Sends in his return, and they jog through for a couple of runs. So it's fairly unhurried stuff from these two, and no great alarms or excursions. 24 for no wicket at the end of the over, with Proctor on 16, McManus on 8. And Gloucestershire's win here in 2021, obviously their last win over Northamptonshire here. Game earlier in the season was actually a really good game of cricket again at Wantage Road, and rather reinforces what we often say, that these two sides over the years have produced some cracking games. Opening match of the season, was it in 2022?
Yep.
Which
Gloucestershire's returned to Division 1.
Yeah, all results, and indeed Northamptonshires.
Of course, yes. Both had finally got
that's
that
right,
chance
yes.
after being promoted in 2019.
And they fought out a wonderful match that, going into the last 2 or 3 overs, pretty much all results possible.
Singdale in over the wicket, bowling to right-hander McManus. And there's a sturdy block into the offside.
Well, I have to say, 3 of the best hundreds that you will see in Championship cricket on generally bowler-friendly conditions, all in the same match. James Bracey for Gloucestershire, Rob Keogh for Northamptonshire, and then Ryan Higgins in the second innings. 3 absolutely top-draw knocks on a pitch that wasn't particularly easy mid-April.
It was a wonderful game, just pretty much everything it had. Singdale to McManus and defended into the covers, and probably can tell that because we'll probably still be talking about it in, in a decade's time or something.
But one of the things I remember about that was obviously, Ryan Higgins' wonderful batting performance, but got Gareth Berg out off a no ball, which was absolutely crucial in the context of the match. And he was very hard on himself, I remember, I think when you interviewed him, despite the fact that he got runs and wickets.
Singdale in now and jammed into the onside from McManus. He's taken that from just outside the off stump, and involuntarily the bat face just shuts on him, so he rehearses the bat coming straight down. It doesn't really matter because he's played it away anyway. It's just the technical, I guess, sort of standards that top-class batters set themselves. Everything must look right as well as seem right. Singdale bowls. Oh, that was the tempter, and McManus has driven it away off a thick edge down towards the wide third boundary. He's actually only getting a single for it because it's quite short down there. And Matt Taylor able to pick it up.
I was looking at backward point. I thought he might be in business there, but
I was looking at the slips. It's funny because almost as soon as Singdale released that ball, it looked like the one that McManus might think, oh, I can drive that. And then it just wasn't quite full enough. And he gets away with it, 25 without loss. Over the wicket, Singdale to Proctor, short ball, harmless short ball really. It balloons through to James Bracey, so already doesn't look the easiest surface to bowl short on, and the umpire, who is Paul Baldwin at this end, is already telling Singdale, get off the pitch. He's doing some serious measuring now. Paul Baldwin and James Treadwell, the two umpires. Looks like Treadwell standing at point at the moment, and Paul Baldwin, who's following Gloucestershire about at the moment, seems to have a smile on his face, but it's the smile of a man who's preparing to warn Singdale if he does it again. Oh, that's an uncomfortable shot from Proctor as Singdale gets one just to lift a little bit off the good part of the pitch as far as he's concerned. Proctor takes a hand off the bat, actually ends up deflecting the ball well down into the ground and to safety, but it was an awkward shot or non-shot from Proctor. So Singdale has had moments through his 4 overs for 10 runs, but Gloucestershire still hunting that first breakthrough, having won the toss, decided to bowl, which, given that there's a limited amount of cricket, especially with the point system still being as it is, 250 runs before you get your first batting point. You've got to score 350 in a day to score 3, whereas you can get 3 by bowling a side out, or even taking just 9 wickets.
Yeah.
So in general, that's what sides want to do from that point of view, but also I think it makes a good amount of sense, really. Both sides would have wanted to bowl first, but as it is, Proctor and McManus off to a decent start, and we see our first bowling change.
Josh Shaw is going to be bowling in place of Matt Taylor from the Ashley Down Road end. Tom over the wicket. Shaw 11 championship wickets at 53 so far this season, and the first ball goes past the outside edge of Lewis McManus's bat. Shaw, it's only his 7th championship match, so played roughly half the games, but Shaw, big, tall, strong, quick bowler. 2 slips in, then a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square and a long leg as Shaw is in. Bowls to the right-handed McManus and goes through him with an absolute jaffer. That is a beauty from Josh Shaw, who may be appraising Lewis McManus of the fact that that was a very good ball, and it was a bit too good for you, Sunshine, or words to that effect.
He's been getting a bit chippy the last couple of games, as Josh Shaw. He's having some words with the Leicestershire batters as well.
It was a jaffer.
Heck. This is the thing with Shaw. I mean, he is, in this attack especially, he is the bowler that's most likely to get swing, and he has taken early wickets in his spells for Gloucestershire.
Well, he's in again, bowls to McManus, and this time McManus in behind it, works it out into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket, no run.
He does tend to take an early one, and then it's in those second, third, fourth spells that he has struggled a little bit, as the wickets will show in terms of the tally, and still, as with a lot of sides in Division 2, it is the bowling that's been the thing for Gloucestershire, trying to find a way to take 20 wickets.
Shaw is in again, bowls to McManus, and this time McManus thinks about a single as he angles the bat down towards backward point, but can't get it past the fielder there, and Proctor sends him back.
It is a strange quirk, and I heard them talking about it yesterday for the Surrey-Nottinghamshire game, because it's bizarre, because both Surrey and Nottinghamshire contending for the title, only Warwickshire in 4th place in the table have fewer bowling points than them. And there's a similar thing going on in Division 2 this year.
Shaw in again, bowls to McManus, and he will get a run this time as he clips it out to deep square, and they come through for a single. McManus goes into double figures, 10 to him, and Northamptonshire 26 for no wicket. Field changes over for the left-handed Proctor.
Because Gloucestershire have got the joint most, they're level with Leicestershire and Middlesex, the joint most bowling points this season, and yet they've only won 1 game. Leicestershire have won 6.
The bowling point tally is incredibly even, isn't it?
Yeah.
32, 31, 30, 32, 32, 31, 30. Kent last with 28 and bottom of the table. Shaw into Proctor outside the off stump. Proctor leaves it alone. That's the end of Josh Shaw's first over, featuring, well, a moral victory, let's just say, with a beautiful delivery second ball to McManus that he didn't get a touch on, fortunately for him. 26 for no wicket it is, and Proctor is 16, McManus is 10. The good news is they are now playing at Derby, so everywhere underway except Old Trafford. Between Lancashire and Middlesex.
Doesn't matter.
Well, the lunch will be good there, it always is. Very good here yesterday, though.
There was.
Very nice. Bit of pulled pork.
Barbecue
pulled
sauce
pork
with some rice, which went down a treat.
And we didn't have to rush it as well, which is always nice. You don't have to rush your lunch.
Singdale is going to continue into his 5th over. Bowls now and catches McManus in a very uncomfortable position and place. Yeah, that's going to require gloves off. I think he tried his best just to, as you do, you think, oh, it's not that bad if I just stay there, and then you move the slightest amount, and then down it goes, and then dear.
Well, Luke Proctor's coming down for some helpful comments. Might need a glass of water here, I think. Glass of water for Mr. McManus.
So right about this time last year that Miles Hammond received such a blow at Lords that actually cracked that particular piece of protective equipment. He was down for a good 5 minutes or so, and was then in need of a spare box from the MCC shop. He was seen desperately searching around there for one later on.
We had Josh Bohannon was hit early on, or the physio, it means business, the physio's coming out, Lee Daggett.
Oh, it's that old one. What do you expect the physio to do?
And Ricardo Vasconcelos, who's
take away the take away the pain and leave the swelling.
Well, Vasconcelos, who's not playing in this match, is just trotted out as 12th man with a drink, but not for Lewis McManus. I think a drink for Luke Proctor. But yeah, Lee Daggett's just at least it's not the concussion check, which always seems to take a long time. But
there are some players that just seem to get hit there more than others as well. It's often the ones that try and play that pickup shot off a length, and they think it's short enough to pull. And it's not always when they're pulling, but there are some players. I mean, Livingston comes to mind, especially as somebody that just continually seems to get hit there.
Slightly older listeners and viewers may recall Graham Clinton of Surrey, who also used to seem to get, back in the 80s, seemed to get peppered there. I remember him having to retire when, I'm just trying to think whether it was Neil Mallender or Rupert Spook Hanley, who was Northamptonshire overseas in '84, hit him there at Wantage Road, and he was down for a long time and had to play for Kent as well, and had to leave the field. Painful business.
I've had a couple of delays this morning, nothing to do with rain or wind, thankfully. Ready to go again. Singdale bowls. Pretty good follow-up to having whacked somebody midships. Is bowl a nice full straight one and see whether McManus wants to get forward, which he does. Keeps it out.
I have to say, I mean, I think probably, although cricketers obviously want to play, or we hope they do. Sometimes I was going to say,
given some of the discussions
that's a whole new debate, a whole different debate, isn't it? But I think Northamptonshire, with the fallout from Saturday and the finals day, probably the day off wasn't the worst thing that could have happened.
Singdale in now, and McManus defends it gently into the offside. That certainly would have been wanted and needed after last year with this particular fixture for Gloucestershire, when they took on Sussex, who were pushing for the Division 2 title at that point. And it's fair to say, I think heads were still a little bit sore heading out to the middle to take on the likes of Jada Vonadkat in company, with fairly predictable results as Sussex stomped to victory. And this year, of course, Gloucestershire at Leicestershire's promotion party. They haven't wrapped up the Division 2 title quite yet, but of course happening last round. Singdale in, turned away to mid-on. They had to be fairly quick here, but plenty quick enough. Van Buren again deciding not to shy at the stumps at the near end and just hurl it into the gloves of Bracey. So a single is added, 27 without loss.
Well, speaking as a born and bred Northamptonian, if Northamptonshire could deny Leicestershire the title, I wouldn't be hugely disappointed about that, really, as they come to Wantage Road next week.
Well, I did wonder whether Gloucestershire might be destroying Middlesex's promotion chances again, as they did last year. I don't think so. Singdale bowls on push from Proctor. It's stopped in committed fashion by Singdale down to his left in his follow through. Not that I think he needed to bother, because mid-on would have got there.
I have to say, it is an awful business when you are playing a side who have, clinched promotion or division or whatever, and you're the sort of there playing very, very much the role of the guest at the party that hasn't been invited.
Yeah. Especially when Gloucestershire outplayed Leicestershire in the last game. Oh, that's another tasty delivery from Singdale. Squares Proctor up. I think he might have got hit on the glove there as it looped out again, well short of anybody on the offside. So he's causing problems, Singdale, but still no breakthrough for Gloucestershire through 10 overs. Another awkward delivery as Proctor was on the move a little bit and turned round. 27 for no wicket, but they did outplay Leicestershire in the last round, and a lot of time lost, unfortunately, from a Gloucestershire point of view, meaning they had to set the game up more aggressively than they could have done, and then rain on the final day, destroying any chances they had of bowling Leicestershire out. But then the other side are celebrating when you actually feel, we played the better cricket here.
Here's Shaw continuing from the Ashley Down Road end, and this time an attempted drive through the offside by McManus gets a thick inside edge down to fine leg for a single. Takes McManus to 12 and Northamptonshire to 28 for no wicket. Well, yes, you think about that, the recent ODI when England absolutely pummeled South Africa, and then South Africa, the T20, and South Africa then had to go and accept the trophy for winning the series after being demolished by 300 and whatever it was runs. But no, I was thinking of last year at Headingley. Shaw is in, bowls outside the off stump, just shaped back in towards the stumps, but Proctor's leave a good one. Goes through to James Bracey. When Northamptonshire were playing the last game of the season at Headingley last year, and Yorkshire clinched promotion, and it's a big thing for them, and absolutely celebrate it. But I think probably the Northamptonshire players did feel a bit like spare parts. You felt that you were slightly surplus to requirements, and you really, certainly from the players' point of view, they just to achieve the necessary statistics rather than playing a game of cricket. Outside the off stump goes Shaw, left alone by Proctor. Heard that wonderful innings from James Wharton, who batted a very, very long time. Game was always going to be drawn anyway, but
the knuckle dragger, as they call him. James Wharton on commentary is a great character. Is James Wharton, but yeah, they do seem to call him that for the way that he walks.
Well, he batted.
It's always about walks, isn't it?
Yeah,
Josh Shaw,
yeah.
who's bowling now. It's the same with him.
Shaw in bowls to Proctor, who on drives but can't get it past mid-on. Timed that nicely, but couldn't get it past the fielder there, and there is no run. Proctor 16 off 28, McManus 12 off 35. So we've had nearly 50 minutes play, and so far Northamptonshire opening pair, which is a new one, these two haven't opened together, doing okay. Here's Shaw in again, bowls outside the off stump and left alone with just a little hint of the Jack Russells about that, getting everything out of harm's way.
He does leave a bit like him, doesn't he? Yeah.
Well, one of the great men of Gloucestershire cricket, one of the great men of English cricket. In fact, just one of the great men of cricket, Jack Russell.
Yeah. Well, if he might be listening. You never know. He does listen.
And
we were talking about Singdale leaving like Courtney Walsh last round.
Oh yes,
so, at Leicestershire. So if we get the chance to see that,
that was always a sight to see, wasn't it? Here's Shaw in again, bowls outside the off stump to Proctor, who leaves it alone, taken by Bracey coming across in front of first slip, and that's the end of another over. 28 for no wicket. Proctor is 16, McManus is 12. Shaw's bowled 2 overs for 2, but, well, came very, very close to dismissing Lewis McManus in his previous over, and indeed finding the inside edge of his bat during that over. But at least the sun is doing its best to stay with us. I must admit, I was talking to Northamptonshire officials last night, and they were wondering whether we'd even get any play today. So absolutely full credit to the ground staff here at Bristol for doing a terrific job and getting conditions playable first thing.
Singdale continues and bowls and squeezed away to backward point by McManus off a full length. Yeah, it's a job that, you know, you're seldom praised. It's a bit like umpiring, I guess. You're seldom praised when you're doing a good job, and come in for a heck of a lot of criticism on the occasions you get it slightly wrong. There's no margin for getting it wrong at all, as we've seen from 1 points deduction already this season. Hampshire have been docked 8 points. Full delivery from Singdale, targeting off stump. McManus defends into the covers. Hampshire have been docked 8. There are thoughts that Somerset might be docked even more than that for that.
The Durham pitch.
Well, I say the pitch they prepared for the Durham game. I'm not entirely sure a great deal of preparation went into it.
It does remind me of, it was 1998, wasn't it? Northamptonshire played Sussex on a pitch that had been marked down. Do we have a broken bat, I think? So we're going to have a little bit of a delay.
We've had 11.2 overs in 40 minutes. Yeah.
And yeah, the bat has broken, so the 12th man will have to have a rummage. In the meantime, the drinks come out for the Gloucestershire players. So yes, 1998, Northamptonshire played Sussex, needing, I think Northamptonshire it had a poor year. Kevin Cohen was captain, the late and much missed. John Embry was coach, and they were both under a bit of pressure, and they wanted to try and get a result. And they played Sussex on a pitch that had been used for a John Player League game, Sunday League game, and marked down. And they basically did nothing to it apart from repaint the white lines on it, and it absolutely ragged square. Northamptonshire had Graham Swan, Jason Brown, and Michael Davis, I think, was playing. Dickie Davis, the left armour, and the points deduction was just so predictable. But the thing that surprised me, Ed, and you may know more about the procedures here, how long it's taken that to go through the system.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
The twice in my working time when Northamptonshire got docked points, it was done on that day, the last day of the match.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it takes so long. I think sometimes there's the cynic in you that thinks they're just hoping this doesn't matter.
Yes.
Singdale bowls now, and attempted chop to start with from McManus, but then he just checks his shot and plonks it down into the covers, and there's no run. But I think that was almost the case with Essex last year, was it not? Essex had that points deduction over, was that over Feroz Koushi's bat? Was it that
right,
one?
yes.
I think it was, wasn't it? There was the thoughts of points deductions for other reasons, but I think it was the bat gauge incident that caused them to be deducted points, and that seemed to happen at the end of the season when, oh, hang on, yeah, it doesn't matter, we'll just dock the points now.
You old cynic.
Singdale bowls clipped away down to fine leg by McManus. That should just be the one collected by Shaw down there. It's just the 129 without loss, whereas with Somerset still mathematically, but I think realistically probably not in with a chance of winning the championship. Can you imagine the ECB conspiracy that would be called on there if a points deduction denied Somerset the county championship title?
Crumbs.
So we may just wait on that until the end of the season. There were reports that there might even be as many as 20 points deducted. Forward defence from Proctor goes back to Singdale, who Ken seems to be determined to try and kick the ball off in various directions after the ball travels along the ground.
But again, I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying that it used to be just a fixed penalty. If it was deemed unfit, then you lost however many points it was, 25 or whatever.
Yeah.
I remember that Sussex one very well for reasons I'll explain after this ball.
Right, Singdale is the last ball of the 12th over the wicket, bowls and strays into the pads of Proctor, and just content to clip it out to deep square for one. And that may be the end of what was a good opening spell from Singdale, but a rewardless one, as I'm afraid so many of his good spells seem to be, as we talk about so often. 6 overs for 13, and Northamptonshire 30 without loss.
I remember it was Alan Fordham, I think, had just started work for ECB, retired I think the previous year from first class cricket with Northamptonshire, and was still working for ECB on the cricket operations side, and I was delegated by my press colleagues to ring, because we had to sort of ring them to find out, and he said, Radis, what do you think the decision is? I think it's a 25 point. You're absolutely right. So it was a DIY judgment, but no, it was a...
Well, obviously an easier task than he has now, the man with the toughest job in cricket, trying to make an unworkable schedule work.
Fit a quart into a pint pot, as my gran used to say. Here is Josh Shaw to continue from the Ashley Down Road end. Bowls outside the off stump to Luke Proctor, who doesn't consider playing a stroke at that one. It goes through to the keeper. Yes, and he was on duty on Saturday as well at Edgbaston as a member of the technical committee, which basically sorts out if there's rain, as there was, trying to equalise the time lost, so you make sure you get the sort of the integrity of the final, but you still are able to play as many overs. And to be fair, I think they did a pretty good job on a showery day at Edgbaston. Here's Shaw in again, bowls to Proctor, who drops a bat on it, and it rolls back towards the slip cordon. And it's Ben Charlesworth who... No, it's not Ben Charlesworth. Charlesworth is at the first slip.
Ollie Price
at second, who trots up to retrieve, and Price doing a bit of bending and stretching.
Yes, my thanks to Ollie Price for one of the... Well, I shouldn't say this, actually, because it's not pointless. It went... I must have gone on to the breakfast bulletin, so it was a vital interview yesterday, but from a player's point of view, getting the short straw of, oh, you're about, I'm going to talk to you for a minute and a half about nothing.
Here comes Shaw, in and bowls outside the off-stump. Tight leave from Proctor. Didn't miss the off-stump by much, but good judgment from Luke Proctor. Oh yes, that really is the shortest of short straws, but I'm sure he did it with...
he did, yes.
Good grace.
He did, and certainly expanded more than some would in that situation.
Well, we do thankfully have some cricket to talk about today, for which we are very grateful. And here is Josh Shaw running into bowl to Luke Proctor, who, that's a very Proctor shot, just leans back and steers it wide of Ollie Price at second slip. There is no third man, and it runs away for 4. Possibly went a little bit closer to Price at second slip than Proctor would ideally have liked, but it's a shot he plays quite deliberately and plays very productively, as on that occasion. And it brings him another 4 runs. He goes to 21, Northamptonshire to 34 for no wicket. Proctor also closing in on 6,000 runs for Northamptonshire across all formats. Went past 5,000 first-class runs a couple of games ago. And that ball from Shaw homes in on the stumps, and Proctor, coming right across his stumps, pushes it out into the onside. And there is no run, fielded there by Jack Taylor.
Just having a brief off-air chat with Harvey Machin, who's our stream operator today, if you're watching the picture feed, because I noticed Tommy Borman walking down below us, one of the extras for Gloucestershire, with something that looked like one of those tiny miniature cricket bats in his right hand.
He's Shaw in, around the wicket again, bowls outside the off stump to Proctor, leaves it alone. End of the over, 34 for no wicket, Proctor 21, McManus 13.
So I thought, oh, is he some batters like to practice with a thin bat or something just to, get their eye in. Perhaps he was going off with one of those tiny toy bats to go and have a net. No, it was nothing to do with that. And he's now demonstrating down to our right what the thing is for.
Oh, it's cleaning.
It's a little stud cleaner thing.
Oh, yes.
Because you've got nowadays on the modern cricket boots, you've got the stud, and then you've got those little bobbly bits which still help to grip around the stud, and they're for getting in between those. Never seen that before, but he was marching along with it in his right hand as though we're heading off to the indoor school to have a net with it. But he's now, I don't know whether this is a new toy that they've just got, because I can't imagine his studs can have got too dirty from just walking around the outfield. But he decided he's still having a go.
When I used to play, we didn't have bobbly bits. We just had spikes, and you'd hear people smashing their boots on the concrete to get rid of the mud.
Change of ends for Matt Taylor. He bowls round the wicket to McManus, who gets an outer part of the bat on that, but there's no fielder down on the boundary at deep third, but there's not enough force behind the ball to get down there. Joe Phillips sends the throw in over the head of James Bracey, and then the ball almost ends up plunking Proctor, who was trying to get out the way of it. 35 without loss for the single. I think he did actually do some shadow batting with it.
They can't resist it.
Right.
They can't resist it.
No,
can
exactly.
If any batter has,
or usually a golf swing. Actually, that's
yes.
the other thing that happens. Anyway, Tommy Borman not actually in the squad for this game, but he certainly made a very positive early impression in his Gloucestershire career. As he's bowled him. Matt Taylor's got the first wicket. Proctor shouldered arms, and the ball just swinging back into the left-hander from over the wicket. We haven't really seen a ball do that, so I can see why Proctor probably thought that he could leave that alone, but it's just pegged back the top of off stump. That's come back in a good way there. I can understand, actually, especially as we're right behind the bowler's arm, why Proctor's left that. You so often walk off thinking, oh, terrible misjudgment, or we say awful misjudgment as he's left it, and it's either LBW or bowl, but I'm not sure that was a horrible misjudgment. It's just a delivery that Matt Taylor has produced.
Good ball.
Pretty much out of the blue in terms of the amount that has done. It is a great piece of bowling, and Gloucestershire have their first breakthrough. Northamptonshire 35 for 1.
Mind you, it probably won't prevent Northamptonshire's head coach Darren Lehman, as he did famously in the first game of the season against Kent, when 3 Northamptonshire batters were out shouldering arms in the second innings, and pointing out that if you pay 500 quid for a bat, it's as well to use it. Which was one of his one of his many quotable quotes from the season, I have to say. But that was you can see what he was driving at. Calvin Harrison, anyway, coming in at number 3, as we mentioned, his 10th game for Northamptonshire, so 5 times 2 loan agreements. At the moment, my understanding is he's not sort of nailed down for the last game of the season against Leicestershire. I suppose he may still be required by Notts, but he's made a really good positive impression for Northamptonshire with bat and ball, and in the slip cord, and really good catcher, and an extremely pleasant chap as well. So
all round good egg. The report card would
sort we like best
say.
of all.
Back to 3 slips as Taylor goes round the wicket to Harrison, and he can settle in now with 2 right-handers out there, and it's a good start from Taylor, just drawing Harrison forward and able to steer it away just defensively to backward point. There's very pleasing bail action on that bowled from Matt Taylor. The bail was helicoptering off behind, spinning around and around, and landed off somewhere behind the stumps. I suppose, as often happens when the ball just nips the top of off stump, you get a bit of that helicoptering action. Taylor bowls, full delivery, driven off a thick edge by Harrison, well wide of the slip cord and down to the boundary. They've dispensed with that deep third, and Harrison takes advantage of that vacant area, but Taylor will not mind that a great deal. I think if there's one thing, and you do often say it, even that delivery that Shaw bowled that really squared up McManus, even that may be just a little bit on the shorter side. Sometimes you just have to pitch it up that little bit further to get the edges. Taylor bowls, and he's bowled him, has he?
Chopped it
off. He
has.
It's 2 wickets in the over for Matt Taylor, and he tried to defend that one. Harrison defended it too softly down into the ground, and probably if that is in mid-season or even just a couple of weeks ago, the ball's probably bouncing over the top of the stumps, but with the moisture that we've had of late, the ball does not get over the top of the stumps, and just for a moment the bails were completely obscured from my view by the tall figure of Harrison, but the bails are off, and Matt Taylor has 2 wickets in 4 balls, and just like that it goes from looking possibly slightly concerning after the first hour from Gloucestershire, given they did win the toss and decide to bowl first in what they were hoping were bowler-friendly conditions. They hadn't taken a wicket. Well, now they've got 2. 39 for 2 is, we get another look on the stream if you're watching there. It was a ball that was a little further back of a length from Taylor and played straight down into the ground. And so often you just see those loop over the top of the stumps on the hard pitches, but it's not quite as hard as it was. And just having nipped the off bail, I think that one's nipped the leg bail.
Well, by way of variety. James Sales coming out to face a little mini crisis, it's fair to say, after those 2 quick wickets. Sales played every game this year, just coming up to 600 runs, got a very good 100 against Middlesex to help take Northamptonshire to victory. Should have had 100 early on at Old Trafford, got to 92, played really well, and then just slightly lost concentration and chipped a catch to mid-on, trying to go over the top off Tom Hartley's left arm spin, and he was very disappointed because James Sales was telling me afterwards one of his ambitions is to get 100 on a test ground. There's another little sort of thing to tick off, and now 4 slips in.
Does like to go on the attack, does James Bracey. Round the wicket he comes, does Taylor, to Sales, and again it's defended without a great deal of force, but this time in front of him by James Sales, and applause, as you'd imagine, for an over which, whilst it went for 5 runs, It's also gone for 2 wickets, so the change of ends has seemingly suited Matt Taylor. And it's 39 for 2. I'm trying to think, actually. Singh Dale does bowl a lot of his overs from the Ashley Down Road, and there must be some reason, maybe it's the wind or something, that they've decided maybe to switch them a little bit today. But
Yeah,
Taylor returning to the pavilion end, where I think I would say he has bowled, and this is anecdotally, I haven't got the stats on this, but I would say he probably has bowled some of his most potent spells from this end.
Bowling, I think, just about into the wind is Josh Shaw, with 2 slips in from the Ashley Down Road. And down the leg side, really good take by James Bracey down the leg side, as McManus doesn't get anything on it. Bit of rebuilding required by these two. James Sales, I mentioned, averaging 31. But he has at least been given a really good run in the side this year. Last couple of seasons it was a bit in and out, but Darren Lehman backing him. He's facing Josh Shaw and gets off the mark, drives that one away in the gap between cover and backward points, running down towards the boundary, just holds up. Understandably, the outfield not particularly quick after the amount of rain we've had in the last couple of days here, and they come back for a couple. So Sales is 2, and Northamptonshire are 41 for 2, 42 for 2.
Yeah, it was McManus.
McManus, beg his pardon. It was McManus, wasn't it? So they came back for 3. So we got there in the end. 42 for 2, and now here is Sales actually taking guard. You can tell it's getting towards the end of the season, can't you? Dearie me. And for the new batter, James Bracey again adding an extra slip. Charlesworth at first, Price at second, Hammond at third as Shaw is in bowls and squares James Sales up, and it goes off a thick outside edge just wide of third slip down to the boundary for 4. But that was again a moral victory for Josh Shaw, squared up James Sales. Nevertheless, he is off the mark, and it's 46 for 2 as Northampton's coaching team walk in front of the sight screen at the far end, trotting to make sure they're not actually behind the arm when Josh Shaw is ready to bowl. First lap of many for Darren Lehman, who's a compulsive lapper. Outside the off stump goes Shaw, left alone by James Sales. As he gets it, I'd be very interested to know what his if he's got the app, how many steps he's done this year, because he just loves lapping the boundary. Always has a chat with anyone that wants a chat, but he's there with Greg Smith, the batting coach, and Glenn Chappell, who's acting bowling coach. Shaw in bowls to Sales, who's solidly enough in behind that, pushes it out into the covers for Jack Taylor to field, and there is no run. Sun behind cloud at the moment, but you can see sunshine over in the distance, over to our left. Breeze, well, it's altogether less fierce than yesterday. And as we were saying earlier, sight screens were flying off in all directions. Forward goes Sales this time. The next ball from Shaw plays it out again into the covers. Again, Jack Taylor fields, and that's the end of Josh Shaw's 4th over. 4 overs, no wicket for 12, and Northamptonshire 46 for 2 with Sales on 4, McManus on 17. They've lost Luke Proctor for 21, Calvin Harrison for 4.
Yeah, so Taylor in his second spell, Shaw coming towards the end of his first. You'd imagine Actor will get a go, is having taken those 2 wickets, not thinking immediately about spin, but again overrate is an issue for Gloucestershire. They had to do some scrambling a little bit against Leicestershire to make up a minus a couple, and that will not help because McManus will take 4 more here as he just assists the ball down to a deep third position, which Gloucestershire have again left vacant. So 4 runs to bring up the 50 for Northamptonshire, 50 for 2. McManus on to 21. Nothing wrong with that shot, with Gloucestershire going on the attack, but just a little deliberate run down there. And in fact, yeah, now they are going to change that field. Third slip will go in terms of personnel to backward point, but it's a third slip to a deep third. Taylor bowls, and he's beaten McManus on the outside edge there. He stepped into that drive. It was nothing like full enough, really, to drive. And that was one of those where you were just almost expecting the outside edge. Kind of missed it by an enormous amount. Really did not only go chasing the length, but the line there. McManus ends up driving at thin air through to James Bracey. Taylor in and bowls, defended into the onside. Always almost a mix-up there. McManus gave Sales the yes-no, but fortunately, from a Northamptonshire perspective, the no came quickly enough that Sales was able to jam on the brakes quite aggressively. The emergency brake came out there.
It's raining in Taunton.
Again, you shock me.
Oh, there you go.
Game between Somerset and Hampshire. Somerset 35 for 2 in the early going. Keith Barker, well, he made his return to professional cricket here in that game I was referencing, the 50 over competition here. Taylor bowls, there's the in swinger. This ball is starting to swing now these last few overs. It's taken a little while seemingly for the lacquer to come off it, but now that it has, the ball is actually doing a bit through the air. McManus had to watch that one. So that one was the one that targeted the stumps after Taylor bowled him. I think either the one that just held or even maybe slightly moved away from him that he had a drive at. So he's showing all his skills in this couple of overs is Matt Taylor. Here he comes and bowls back of a length, and that allows McManus just to trust the line and the length of the ball, turns it into the onside, out to the sweeper coming in from deep square, who is Daz Ahmed. He was part of the squad for this game, but still awaiting a first championship appearance, but was an integral part of Gloucestershire's one-day cup campaign and did well up at Lancashire in the second 11 game. Got runs and wickets. He was the captain of the twos in that game. One game left. He could make his first class debut at Lords, as Archie Bailey did last year. Taylor in, and there's a defensive shot from Sales, which completes another Taylor over that has gone for 5 runs, but 51 for 2 after 16 overs. Northamptonshire, they do seem to be back out now at Taunton. No sooner said than done. But that's an interesting game to watch, with Hampshire having signed Washington Sundar, the Indian off-spinning all-rounder, for the last couple of games, and in serious relegation trouble because those 8 points have put them now only 1 spot above Durham, and Durham are hosting bottom side Worcestershire in this round of matches. They'll be desperate to get a good amount of cricket up there, given that really looks to be Durham's opportunity to save themselves.
Yep.
And then any number of sides could still get dragged into the relegation zone.
Jeopardy, which apparently is what we want. Here is Shaw from the Ashley Down Road end, in and bowls, and squares McManus up, pushes it out into the offside for Jack Taylor to field, and there is no run in that game up at Chesterley Street. Worcestershire are 49 for 2 against Durham. Somerset, as Ed mentioned, 35 for 2 against Hampshire. Both wickets for Keith Barker. Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Tom Lambie both out. At the Oval, Surrey 103 for 3, replying to Nottinghamshire's 231 all out. Here's Shaw in and bowls to McManus on the back foot, runs it down to backward point where Miles Hammond fields, and there's no run. Down at Hove, Sussex against Yorkshire. Yorkshire 46 for no wicket. At Edgbaston, Essex 62 for 1 against Warwickshire. Then in Division 2, well, they were still a little bit late starting this morning. Derbyshire against Glamorgan. Glamorgan 33 for 2. Zain Al Hassan and Asa Tribe for once. Both dismissed cheaply. Here's Shaw in, bowls and turned away by McManus down to deep fine leg where Matt Taylor fields a few yards in from the rope, and it's another run to Lewis McManus. He goes to 23 and Northamptonshire to 52 for 2. They have now tossed up at Old Trafford. Lancashire have won the toss and will bowl first against Middlesex. They haven't quite started yet, and a solid start by Leicestershire against Kent at Grace Road. Leicestershire 99 for 1. Sol Budinger, the man out, caught by Corrie Flintoff off the bowling of Joey Everson. Here's Shaw in again, bowls to Sales, who gets right back on his stumps, turns it down to deep fine leg. More work for Matt Taylor to do, which he does very well, making ground to his right and cutting that one off a yard or so inside the rope. Takes Sales to 5, Northamptonshire to 53 for 2, put into bat by James Bracey first thing. Breezy morning here in Bristol, but fine. Decent forecast for most of the day if you're organising your eating arrangements around the cricket, as I'm sure everybody does. Bearing in mind lunch will be a bit later today. Here's Shaw in, bowls and forces McManus onto the defensive, plays it back down the pitch. There is no run. Ball that just perhaps nipped in to the right-hander a touch.
Yes, let's think it's 12:40 lunch.
Yes,
isn't it? And then 3:30 tea.
Oh no, I think it's. Oh no, where are we? 3:20. Don't know. We'll check that up. But tea's movable feast anyway, isn't it? So
3:30, I think it is.
That's it. That sounds entirely plausible. Played back down the pitch by McManus, last ball of the over, and that is the end of the over. 53 for 2, 17 gone. McManus is 23, Sales is 5, but lunch is definitely at 12:40. Yeah. Basically, it means we add on 10 minutes per session, so should be closed play at 5:30. It is now scheduled to close play at 6 o'clock, but whether we're still playing at 6 o'clock, given the fact that there is a forecast for more cloud to build in the latter part of the day, maybe we may see the much debated Bristol floodlights come on, which would be nice.
Well, available at all times. So, Matt Taylor round the wicket he goes and bowls, and that's a full delivery, almost a Yorker from Taylor, just wide of the off stump, and Sales don't really quite know what to do with that, just hangs the bat out towards it and the ball goes past it through behind the stumps. I don't know, there's still something about the floodlights anyway, but they're available for the game. That's the important bit.
I say if they hadn't been available for that game here 4 years ago, the game would have started.
Taylor in now and poked defensively by Sales to mid-off. And again, all the debate about tea time, which I was shown only a few moments ago, but I've now had to work out just about in my head. It won't be then anyway.
No.
Certainly not the rate that we're going. 17 overs in an hour and 20 minutes. Which, okay, we've had maybe about 5 minutes worth of stoppages with wanderings and
broken bat.
Yes, broken bat, of course, we had as well.
Glass of water.
Yes, a bit of magic spray or something. Taylor in now, and he's almost having the same thing done to him there as Sales, a little bit higher up and to his left-hand side. He looks to try and clip it leg side, gets whacked somewhere on his side area.
But it's still slow.
It is very slow. And, you know, again, this is something that you often say with keeper captains as well, that even in white ball cricket especially, I suppose more so than red ball, but there is just a lot on James Bracey's mind. Somebody else really has to be responsible for getting through those overs. This is thudded off the bottom part of the bat from Sales back to Matt Taylor in his follow through. And again, there is no run. So a potent spell this from Matt Taylor, who I think has more had his focus on white ball cricket this season, especially after the year that he had last year in the Blast, as there's a push drive towards wide mid-off. Jack Taylor being taken on, and successfully so, by Sales and McManus. It was a quick one, but it was a well-judged single, 54 for 2. And in terms of, I guess, the follow-up year to Matt Taylor after being the joint second leading wicket taker in the Blast last year, it was one of those things, and we chatted about it at David Payne on during the Cheltenham Festival, talking about the number of years that the number of people for whom last year in the T20 was a career year. You do often see that little bit of a drop-off, but it's been really encouraging these last couple of games for Taylor in the Championship, as forward goes McManus, playing round that front pad a touch, which caused Taylor's left arm to go up in the air again after he'd released the ball, but plenty of bat on that one. And 54 for 2 after 18 overs. But the 5-wicket haul at Grace Road, and then off to a good start here, 2 for 26. It is encouraging to see Matt Taylor back to his red ball best, and not least because Matt Taylor is under contract for next year. We know that Ajit Singh Dale and Zaman Akhtar from this 11 are off to pastures new. The man with ball in hand, Josh Shaw, also strongly rumoured to be on the move as well. So Matt Taylor, in terms of seam bowl, is the only one that we know for sure is back next year.
And here is Shaw, edged and caught, beautifully caught at first slip by Ben Charlesworth. It was a little bit wide, and Sales went after it, gets a thickish edge, and very well caught low by Charlesworth, diving to his right at first slip. And that was a really, really good grab by Charlesworth. It was flying. He almost had to take it behind Ollie Price at second slip. Sales goes for 6. Caught Charlesworth, bowled Shaw, and Northamptonshire in a spot of bother at 54 for 3. Gloucestershire have their first bowling point.
Was that almost swerving on Charlesworth? The way that he caught it made it seem almost as though it was edged, and then, as sometimes happens, it doesn't happen too often off the edge, but it can certainly happen that the seam just happens to stand upright and then the ball does just swerve. But either way, it's an excellent reaction grab. He's wringing out that right hand now, so it may have taken a certain amount of fingertip, but I don't think he's going to care too much now that he's held on to it, because the other thing that could have happened in that situation is if Ollie Price just goes for that, or even if he doesn't get a hand on it, because I don't think moving away to his left, there's a great chance that he'd have held on to that. But even if he just made a slight move for it, then it would have almost certainly, well, it would have been an even better catch, put it that way, because if Charlesworth had maintained his concentration with Price moving to his left at all, then it would have been an extraordinary catch. But Price has done well to leave that, I think, and just hope that Charlesworth could hold on, and so he could.
So, Safe Zabe at the crease. Zabe very much Northamptonshire's form player in Championship cricket this year. 1,192 runs. He scored averaging 66. 6 centuries. First Northamptonshire player to hit 6 Championship centuries since Lance Klusner back in 2006. And the first Northamptonshire player to go past 1,000 Championship runs in a season since Ben Duckett in 2016. And here is Shaw. Bowls to Zabe and almost yorks him first ball. Just jams down on it. And he's going to get a couple of runs, slightly fortuitous runs. He certainly wasn't quite sure where that was going. Down to backward square. Really good ball first up from Shaw to Zabe. But Zabe negotiates it. He goes to 256 for 3 Northamptonshire. Highest score this season, 196 not out. That was at Canterbury against Kent. Northamptonshire declaring when he was 4 shy of a double hundred. So they just wanted to give themselves as much time as possible to bowl Kent out on the last afternoon. Shaw in again, bowls and an inside edge off pad that nearly clips off stump on the way through. And well, a couple of anxious moments already for Safe Zabe, and he's faced 2 balls.
He must be in form, because that's straight onto the stumps if you're not in form.
That's right, it's probably true. Inside edge onto pad.
I don't know how it missed.
And rolled very, very close to off stump. Now, round the wicket. Shaw is going to change his angle of attack. Still 3 slips in. Charlesworth at first, swinging his arms. Price at second, Hammond at third. Here's Shaw round the wicket, bowls to Zabe outside the off stump, and Zabe leaves it alone. Goes through to James Bracey. Will be highly delighted by the way things have gone in this last 10-15 minutes or so. Good start for Northamptonshire, courtesy of Proctor and McManus, but Matt Taylor picking up those 2 wickets in the over. Proctor for 21, Harrison for 4. And then Shaw getting sails driving, good catch at first slip, and suddenly Northamptonshire in a spot of bother. Here's Shaw in again outside the off stump, and again left alone by Safe Zabe. So back to the left hand, right hand combination. Northamptonshire, the record for most centuries in a season has stood since 1921 at 8. Made by Bob Hayward, Robert Allnut Hayward, and by an amazing coincidence, his birthday today, or would have been. Born in 1887. Here's Shaw. Round the wicket, bowls to Zabe, covers up, pushes it up to mid-on. End of the over, success for Josh Shaw in that over. 6 overs, 1 for 17. Northamptonshire 56 for 3. McManus, who opened, battled his way to 23. Safe Zabe, a couple of anxious moments, first 2 balls. He's there on 2. Must be one of the longest standing batting records in county cricket, I would have thought, stood for 104 years. Had a number of 7s, which is obviously next on Safe Zabe's list, but nobody has managed to catch Bob Hayward, alone in his glory with 800s in 1921. That said, this is Safe Zabe's 20th innings of the season, and Hayward got his 8 in 44 innings back in 1921, obviously, when they played a lot more matches.
Yeah, well, that was why I was a little bit surprised to hear that the magic number was 8. I thought that it might be a few more than that.
No, it's been stood at 8 for a long time, and we are now going to see Zaman Akhtar. Not the worst second change, is he, really?
Yes, well, we'll see if he can follow up what Matt Taylor has done from this end. Leaping in now and bowling. A little bit of late in movement there, and McManus pushes it away back towards the bowler. So this will be Akhtar's last home game as a Gloucestershire player. I'm sure I want to finish on a high note. Well, I wonder whether Zaman Akhtar will be back at all next year, moving off to Essex. And he comes now, bowls, and driven away. Didn't want really to go through with that shot in full-blooded fashion, McManus. I think 'cause he's aimed a number of drives so far in this 23, and none of them really have gone exactly as intended. So he's playing that shot with a little more caution than earlier on. But Essex still certainly not mathematically safe, even though they're in 5th place in the Division 1 table. Short ball pulled away in the air and not far off, backward square in the end. It was a leaping effort from Joe Phillips out there on the boundary. He tried to effect a one-handed catch up and to his right, but I think in the end that ball almost had the distance on him as well as just being fine of him, but that was not that far off. McManus takes a boundary, and Northamptonshire 60 for 3, but a short ball nearly paying dividends, and they set the trap with that deep square back there, and he is extremely deep. Joe Phillips to that longer side, to the mound stand. Pretty close Gloucestershire to a 4th wicket. Akhtar bowls, and instead we'll see McManus getting a run down to Graham van Buren, who's fielding on the boundary at deep 3rd, so 61 for 3. Just 14 points in Division 1, separating 5th and 9th. Extremely tight relegation battle. And of course Essex, who would have been due to visit here next year in the T20 Blast. Essex and Surrey are the 2 teams that Gloucestershire alternate with in terms of just playing them once and then home and away. But of course that will not be happening next year unless Essex are the team that Gloucestershire get drawn as the wild card team to come here, as this is defended by Zabe into the offside. As these 2 sides will have the pleasure of 2 games in the T20 right. Blast next year, as well as
be jolly nice.
The County Championship, you would think.
Be a test series, wouldn't it? Very nearly.
we could have a point system, like the women's
like
ashes.
The women's ashes, yeah. No, I'm rather hoping Northamptonshire get Kent as one of the wild cards, because it's the one side that Northamptonshire have never played in T20 cricket.
Gosh, that's a point. I'm trying to think who Gloucestershire haven't played. Any bowls? Akhtar squaring up Zabe a fraction, but he had the measure of that one, defended into the ground. And at the end of 20 overs, Northamptonshire 61 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 opponents that Northamptonshire have had in T20, of course, in the knockouts, the quarter-final against Surrey and the semi-final against Hampshire, they were both teams that Northamptonshire had only played once before this year. The time Northamptonshire had played Surrey was the 2013 final, famously won by Northamptonshire with David Willey's hat-trick finishing it off. And
showing the highlights of that before the before that quarter-final.
And then the against Hampshire, it was the quarter-final at Northampton in 2009 when Hampshire lost their last 4 wickets for no runs. But never ever played Kent. Now we're going to see a change of bowling from the far end, the Ashley Down Road end, and Ben Charlesworth is coming into the attack. So the 5th seamer used this morning by James Bracey. Matt Taylor picking up 2 wickets, Josh Shaw getting 1 as well.
I think there's a couple of sides Gloucestershire haven't played. I'm sure they've not played Yorkshire. Can't remember that. I mean, it's the safe bet it's going to be North Group side, so I'm not really thinking of those. They've certainly played Lancashire, they've played Durham and Derbyshire in ill-fated quarterfinals on this ground, which they were favourites to win.
Here's Charlesworth then with the slip in the gully, bowling to McManus, who clips that away for a single out to deep mid-wicket. McManus battled away really hard this morning, 29 to him off 58 balls. 62 for 3. McManus has played every match in every competition this year for Northamptonshire, so assuming he plays in the championship match against Leicestershire next week, he will have been an ever-present across all competitions for Northamptonshire, and the last wicket keeper to do that for Northamptonshire. Keep you in suspense as Charlesworth comes in and bowls wide outside the off stump, driven by Zabe, just welcoming a little bit of width. Plays it down to Jack Taylor down at deep point. Single takes Zabe to 3, 63 for 3. Northamptonshire was Toby Bailey back in 2002, which was the year before the T20, of course. And my thanks to Martin Wilson, my fellow Northamptonshire Badger, who worked that one out. Only missed one game last year. Lewis McManus is Charlesworth in, nips that one back. Big appeal for LBW. Not out, says umpire Treadwell.
That right hand went twitching a little bit at one point, but I think only to either move the clicker or whatever it is that James Treadwell uses to count the balls.
They probably don't use pebbles anymore, but it may have done a little bit too much. I think it did.
I think so.
Also, Lewis McManus is getting a serious peppering this morning. Already had to take a moment and have a glass of water. It wasn't a glass of water, a bottle of water.
That would have been
after
good.
being hit painfully.
Somebody bring you a glass out to the middle.
Just what you want. Charlesworth in, that's on leg stump. It's clipped away by McManus. There are two men back on the leg side boundary. They're going to take on the throw and do so successfully. Matt Taylor down on the boundary. 2 more runs to Lewis McManus. He goes into the 30s, 31 to him, 65 for 3.
You take a glass out to the middle and then an assiduous security guard comes charging up. Oh, we're not allowed that.
It reminds me of the good old days at the Scarborough Festival, and they used to bring tea on the field, playing china cups. That's back of a length and punched out into the covers by McManus. Can't get it past extra. And there is no run. Yeah, so Lewis McManus has basically missed one match across all formats in 2 seasons, which is pretty good going. Vice captain of the Red Bull side, captain in the 50 over this year. Also awarded his county cap this year in a ceremony at Wantage Road, which Darren Lehman got all his family there. Here's Charlesworth in bowls, and McManus turns it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And he didn't know anything about it, and suddenly saw his other half and little girl and whatnot arriving at the ground and wandering out into the middle. And then they presented him with his county cap. It was nicely done. End of the over, 31 to McManus, 3 to Zabe, 65 for 3. McManus has been just a little bit short of runs in the last few innings. Made 71 first innings against Middlesex at Northampton. Since then, 4 not out. 13, 39 and 30, the two innings which he opened against Middlesex. 17 and 3. Doing a decent job here.
Actor into his second over bowls, and a bit of a way shape, but well left by Safe Zabe. So Yorkshire, Nottinghamshire, and in my first pass in terms of teams I was going through in my head, I missed Leicestershire.
Really, never played Leicestershire.
Never played Leicestershire.
Pleasure in store.
You sort of would have thought, because Gloucestershire made a couple of the earlier finals days, that they might have had a chance of meeting Leicestershire, who was strong early on, but they didn't. Actor bowls, cut away over the top of the slip cordon, and that'll be 4 runs. Just freed the arms there to Safe Zabe. Nothing wrong with that shot, even though it did go straight over the top of Hammond at third slip. But it was short and it was wide. And Safe Zabe flashed hard enough. Almost the only fielder that could be in play with that sort of a shot is the fielder down on the deep third boundary, but he hit it well fine of that particular fielder. 69 for 3. Actor bowls pushed into the offside. They will not take a single there to Van Buren's right at mid-off. So yeah, I don't know that I'm particularly clamouring for any of those.
Grace
In
Road.
particular, well, I suppose Headingley would be good fun for a T20 once you get in there.
Northamptonshire, yes. I mean that's always a bit of an issue, but Northamptonshire started the season at Headingley in the T20, got a very good win there. Justin Broad played a stunning little innings.
Actor to Zabe, and defensive shot goes to wide mid-off.
And I have to say, my wife and other members of the family actually went up to that game, and the ticket prices were extremely reasonable compared to some other clubs that you go to for T20s. At being whether it's test match ground or whatever, but they got the tickets very reasonably, and had a good seat and a very good evening.
Actor up now bowls, bit of bounce, but Zabe able to ride the bounce, nudge it towards square leg, shorter boundary there, so only a single available. 70 for 3. Yeah, a little bit of a revamped blast competition next year, couple fewer games, then back to the old North, South and everybody else group that Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire are part of.
Midlands and West.
Actor in and bowls, and he's just manoeuvred that one, McManus, tight to his body, pretty much allowed the ball just to hit the angled bat and take a single down to deep third, so he'll keep the strike. 71 for 3. Actor has gone for 11 in his first 2 overs. And Gloucestershire are not going to be getting through anywhere near the allocation for the morning in terms of overs. But they have at least got the 3 wickets that's often used as a bit of a, whether rightly or wrongly,
yes,
a bit of a barometer as far as whether you should have inserted.
Here's Charlesworth with a slip and a gully, in and bowls to McManus, who punches that up to mid-off. Off the back foot, and there is no run. Northamptonshire have only played Essex twice in T20. Hampshire twice, of course, most recently the semi-final a few days ago. Middlesex once. That was in the knockout stages, remember that one. Surrey twice, of course, including the quarter-final this year. Sussex twice. So those are the sides that Northamptonshire have not played that often, as Charlesworth is in, bowls and squares McManus up again, as he was just opened up looking to play onside, and it went out into the offside to extra cover. By comparison, Northamptonshire have played Warwickshire 45 times, or Birmingham
of course,
Bears.
because are they the only... Oh no, Worcestershire as well would be the other team that came across into that North group.
And Worcestershire 40 times. Only played Leicestershire 25 times, which is surprising, I suppose. Here's Charlesworth, and again bowls to McManus, head over the ball, nudges it out to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
What was the other game against Hampshire?
The other game against Hampshire was the quarter-final at Northampton 2009, which was the first.
I can remember that one.
It was the first year Northamptonshire got to finals day.
What happened in that game?
It went over into 2 days. Northamptonshire got 134. Hampshire were 121 for 6 and 121 all out. Lost the last 4 wickets for no runs.
Wow.
To Andrew Hall and Johan van der Vath. Here's Charlesworth in. Bowls to McManus, and again, carbon copy of the previous ball, just turns it out to mid-wicket. And there is no run, fielded by Graham Van Buren. Yeah, extraordinary game of cricket. Andrew Hall had a wonderful match. He was, because Northamptonshire were in a lot of bother. He got 39 not out off 24 to give him something to bowl at, and then so he helped pick up the last 4 wickets for no runs as Charlesworth is in. Bowls to McManus, pushes it out into the offside, thinks about a single. Sliding bit of fielding by Joe Phillips. in the covers.
The ground staff won't mind that so much now.
Not at this
Last
stage,
game
no.
of the season, it's fine. You can slide across the square.
Do that in April in their the furrowed brow from the head groundsman. McManus was keen on a single. Zabe sensibly sent him back. Quite sure what Lewis McManus was thinking of there. He's so really good judgment this morning. That perhaps just a weak moment. Next ball, he covers up defensively, plays it back down the pitch to Ben Charlesworth, and that's the end of his second over. It was a maiden, 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4. Northamptonshire 71 for 3. McManus is 32, Zabe is 8. We've got about 20 minutes or so to go until lunch, and we've had 23 overs, so probably looking at 27, 28 maybe.
Whether Gloucestershire might stick the almost obligatory over of spin in, but that's going to help a great deal. I'm not sure. So Actor resumes to McManus, to Zabe even. Had a 50-50 choice and got it wrong. There's a little bit of a, if not a leading edge, again Zabe shaping as if to try and play the ball into the onside and ends up skewing it off into the offside. So we've seen that quite a few times in this morning session, but that hasn't brought any of the wickets.
Surrey in a spot of bother at the Oval, 129 for 6 against Nottinghamshire.
Ooh.
3 wickets for Lyndon James, 2 for Brett Hutton.
That's a collapse. Actor goes in, bowls to Zabe, who will have this one flick off something down to fine leg for 1 run, and it will be a leg by. So 72 for 3. Is that the first extra? It is. Felt like it, and it was.
Yeah, Surrey 101 for 1 to 129 for 6, so they've lost 5 wickets for 28 in 8 overs.
Judging by what normally happens with Surrey, they'll still get to 350 because everybody from 9, 10, 11 will get a 40 or a 50 or something. Worked away down to fine leg, sprinting the first run. McManus wants 2 and will not get it. Placed it between fine leg and deep square, but probably just a little bit too much force behind that to come back for a second. So 73 for 3. Ryan Patel coming in at 7. I think the phrase "typical Surrey" comes to mind.
Well, it caused a certain amount of amusement when Northamptonshire were down there in the quarter final that they were able to leave out internationals.
Yeah.
But it was a pleasing evening, that was.
I'm sure it was. It looked a little bit like, as that's shovelled away by Zabe off the back foot, tried to help it. Well, anywhere on the leg side apart from where he hit it, because Midon's the only fielder saving the single. Picked him out. No run. It did feel like an evening similar to Gloucestershire's at Edgbaston last year in the quarter-final when they played Warwickshire. A large section of Gloucestershire supporters in the Hollies stand, and just that sort of day out that you rightly live on as a club. So he plays that one awkwardly into the offside, rather jabbed at it but kept it down. There's no run to point.
What was more remarkable about that, Ed, was that a lot of the crowd who I think had turned up, spectators I think had turned up to support Surrey, seemed, and David Willey was talking to me about this afterwards, seemed to change their allegiance, I think largely down to Ravi Bopal's innings. And to be fair, it was a very sporting crowd. We were expecting, I think, probably a bit more partisan than that, but it was a good atmosphere.
Actor over the wicket bowls, and hopping into line defending that one is Zabe into the onside, so a couple of runs from the over. 73 for 3. I think that's also the thing with those crowds, though, in that let's say my impression of what happens at Surrey is that there's one person who's massively into cricket, and they bring along about 7 or 8 others who might be into cricket, but they're maybe not even Surrey supporters.
Not as partisan.
So so you get a lot of people who are effectively neutrals. They'll probably get sucked along if the home side are winning, but actually they're there to be performed in front of, and they're almost there for that evening out as much as anything else. And it was you're right to say, because it was pointed out, I think, on other broadcasts as well, and then contrasted somewhat with the atmosphere for some of the other quarterfinals. He says, looking in no particular direction down the M5.
Well, I was going to say it's not what would happen at Taunton.
Dead silence as Alex Davies was hitting boundary after boundary.
It's not what you would get, and not just at Taunton, some other grounds as well.
Exactly.
That we can think of, but that's at
Taunton.
So we have a change of bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. Ajit Singh Dale is back into the attack, bowls to McManus, and McManus clips his first ball out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Fielder out there trots in about 20 yards to field. One more to the adhesive Lewis McManus, who's 34 not out, 74 for 3.
Well, it's been a disappointing morning, speaking of Taunton, for Kyle Abbott. He's only taken 1 wicket against Somerset. Absolute destroyer of Somerset over the years, not least when he took, I think, was it 15 in the match to deny Somerset the title a few years ago.
Destroyed a few teams on his day, Kyle Abbott. Here's Singhdale in bowls and driven beautifully through mid-off by Saib. There is a mid-off, but he's fairly wide, and that's gone between mid-off and the bowler up to the boundary at the Ashley Down Road end for 4. Zabe, best shot he's played so far. He goes to 12, 78 for 3. A few people watching from the balcony of the flats as usual. Named after, I think I'm right in saying, some of the greats of Gloucestershire cricket. There's a Hammond and Jessup.
There's a
Graveney.
Graveney and a Grace.
Seems reasonable. 2 slips and a 4th slip rather than a gully as Singhdale in bowls and forward goes Zabe. Plays it out to Jack Taylor in the covers, and there's no run. So Charlesworth is at first. Ollie Price is at second, and Hammond is more or less a sort of 4th slip or 3.5. Not far round enough to be gully, but there is a gap between Ollie Price and Hammond. Gloucestershire would dearly love to see the back of Zabe before lunch. He's in, bowls, and Zabe drives through extra cover for 4. Full length, little bit of width, and Zabe isn't going to pass up that sort of opportunity, particularly not in the form he's in at the moment. He goes to 16, and Northamptonshire to 82 for 3. Past 1,200 runs in the Championship now with those couple of boundaries. Really has been terrific form, and what I think has been so striking about the way he's played this year is he's just proved himself to be such an adaptable player. Here's Singhdale in bowls, and that's a beauty. What a reply. That's just back of a length, quick ball, and Zabe jerking everything out of the way. Bat, gloves, and then just goes and has a little look where that one pitched. But that was a real effort ball, I think, from Singhdale, and it flew, and he did very well, Zabe, to get everything out of harm's way. You think about his first couple of hundreds. He got one at up at Lancashire when it was a pitch generally favouring the spinners, and it was hard work, and he had to really graft for it. Next match, 100 off 90 balls at Derby, with Northamptonshire looking to set up a declaration. Here's Singhdale in again, pushed by Zabe down to Hammond at backward point, no run. End of first over of Singhdale's latest spell, 7 overs for 22. He's bowled. Northamptonshire 82 for 3. McManus is 34. Zabe is 16. He and Justin Broad shared a terrific partnership to set up the game. Unfortunately, the weather interfered on the last day up there at Derby, but he's really just backed himself this year. I think he's sort of very happy off the field. Got a little girl now, and he said that's helped sort of give him a sense of perspective, and seems to be enjoying his cricket at the moment. And playing very well.
Well, Gloucestershire have James Bracey threatening the 1,000. Not quite there yet, but I'll be hoping for potentially 3 or so innings to have a go at getting over that. Actor bowls a wide delivery, which has been plinked by McManus off towards backward points. He would have thought about whacking that one away to the boundary, but he doesn't time it at all. Fielded by Jack Taylor at point. Actor, maybe his last over. He's not tended to bowl much more than 4 over spells of late. So we may yet see some spin before lunch. Actor bowls and rising delivery outside the off stump, which is left alone through to the aforementioned James Bracey, captain, wicket keeper, leading run scorer. He has affected 41 dismissals this year, so he's going to need to go some to achieve the 1,000-run 50 dismissal double, but he is heading back to Lords, where it, well, not quite all happened obviously, but where a lot of it happened last year for him. Actor bowls, well, that one comes back in late to McManus, who does well just to get some sort of bat on that to start with, but then also angle it away for a single down to that deep third fielder, who's certainly been necessary for McManus. 83 for 3. It has been a battling 35, this from Lewis McManus. He's tried to get away some more fluent shots, and those haven't always worked out, so he's gritted it out, and he's needed to. Actor over the wicket, bowls left alone by Zabe as it continues its passage away from him. Right arm over, angling across. 22 wickets for Saman Actor this year at 43. His best spells, and so often his best spells seem to have been with the England Lions. His best spells are among the best as he goes on in his first-class career. He's in now and bowls and beats Zabe with one that he just thought, I guess, having seen one delivery that Actor got to shake back, he thought maybe that was that one, so he had to cover it up, but he ends up playing slightly away from his body, and that really would ram home the advantage for Gloucestershire, not just to get a 4th wicket, but especially if it could be the run machine save Zabe. But consistency remains the thing for Actor, who's in and bowling, and that's pushed out into the covers off the back foot for no run, just the 1 run off that over. 83 for 3. And you know, in some ways consistency's no longer almost the measuring stick as much as it irritates people, because it does feel as though people are getting picked now for international honours so much just on attributes.
Zach Crawley syndrome.
Yeah, and Shoaib Bashir. And Actor and Singh Dale have both been picked for the England Lions. Actor, in fact, one more time than Singh Dale, despite the fact that it's Singh Dale who's got the better first-class record. So they really like what Actor has in terms of his height and his pace. I'm sure he'll continue to develop.
Singh Dale from the Ashley Down Road end, bowls and driven by Lewis McManus up to mid-off, and there is no run. 10 minutes to go or so until lunch. We're just starting the 27th over. Might squeeze 29 in that case, mightn't we, if we had maybe a bit of twirl. Obligatory pre-lunch twirl. We're talking of England Lions. I think most Northamptonshire supporters would like to think that Save Zabe will be at least looked at after the season he's had. Hits McManus high up on the thigh pad. Does Singh Dale, drops out into the offside. Not really an appeal. Clearly going down the leg side. McManus removing a bit of grass or matter of some description off the playing surface. 2 slips in, Charlesworth at first, Ollie Price at second. 3 saving 1 on the offside. Deep square is out, long leg is out, and the third man in place as well as Singdale comes in. Bowls to McManus, pushes it out towards mid-wicket and scampers through for a quick single. Rotating the strike, McManus goes to 36, 77 balls, and Northamptonshire to 84 for 3. Sabe also doing a bit of casual gardening, and a third slip goes in for him. Miles Hammond comes into the cordon. Well, he was, and now he's going out again, going in at backward point.
His hair seems to be turning grey now, Miles Hammond. It's been many colours over the last couple of months.
Comes to all of us. Here's Singdale in, bowls to Zabe, drops a bat on it, rolls down to the aforementioned Miles Hammond at backward point. And there is no run. Yes, he's sort of channeling his inner David Steele.
That's exactly what Richard Ray said.
Oh, well, Richard and I are of a vintage, I think, so you tend to think of, if you think of a grey-haired cricketer, you think of DS. Afternoon to him if he's listening, which he may well be, back home in Geddington. Now, deep square is dropping back with a couple of balls left in this over.
Of course, he's got his new spectacles as well as Miles Hammond, so yeah, looking the part.
Here's Singdale in bowls, and maybe the double bluff, as the man has gone back potentially for the short ball, but that was good length delivery, pushed up to mid-off by Sabe. Bright sunshine now, but it is that September sunshine, that very clear light. No sort of sign of any slight haziness that we hope to get, and often do get in the middle of the summer. But at least we're playing cricket, which after yesterday is very, very good news. Here's Singdale in bowls to Zabe, just again squares him up a touch, pushes it out into the covers, and there's no run. End of another testing over from Ajit Singdale, cost just a single. 8 overs for 23, 84 for 3. Northamptonshire, McManus 36, Zabe is 16. We have 6 minutes to go, according to the clock I'm looking at, before lunch, so 1, maybe 2 more.
Yeah, no spin yet. Actor will have a 5th over. Getting towards the end of the season as spectators congregate over in the Elaine and Russell stands at the far end, rather than at the picnic tables down below us. Maximum amount of sunshine possible. Actor in and bowls driven, good looking shot, and almost waved past really in the end by Matt Taylor at mid-off. He will catch up to the ball, but not before they've sprinted back for a 3rd run. So 87 for 3. Looked as though he had a thought about launching himself after it, did Taylor. I'm not sure whether he just judged that he couldn't quite get there, or whether it was the effects of a long season, but he did wave the ball past, almost literally, as he stuck out the hand.
And then realised that the outfield's not particularly quick, and he would still have to continue the chase because it wasn't going to go.
Even the enthusiastic Van Buren from mid-off wasn't going to get there ahead of him. Driven away, not off the middle of the bat by Zabe, but there's a big gap out there, and in fact the ball's still going to travel at good pace through the cover point boundary for 4. I think he was looking a little bit straighter than that, but given the fact that Gloucestershire have decided to go with that 3rd slip, he's got the freedom, not quite of the city, but certainly of pretty much the offside in front of square. So 7 runs already off the first 2 balls of this over, and although Gloucestershire have those 3 wickets, Northamptonshire have not scored at a bad rate. It's not disastrous from a Gloucestershire point of view by any means, 3 1/3, but 91 on the board already. Actor bowls at a really good delivery, which actually Zabe, I think in the end does, whilst he inclined his hands well towards it, he did sort of drop his hands on it as well. I'm not sure I mean, it's one of those where he'd done pretty well to nick it, really, as much as that lifted and moved away from him.
I think this might be an official
warning. An official warning now. Well, I didn't see the friendly warning for Actor.
No, he's just had a word with James Bracey, so I think that is an official warning.
Got to be careful. Actor, we saw Josh Hull in the last game removed from the attack, albeit for a different reason. 2 no balls above waist height in the game between Leicestershire and Gloucestershire. Actor bowls short and wide and cut away. That will be at least a couple of runs as there's a slide on the boundary, and it will be kept in down there by Josh Shaw. An expensive over this from Actor. 9 runs off the first 4 balls, and that is the sort of the slight frustration at times in that can produce the absolute magic that we saw 3rd ball of the over, really. Rise, lift movement. As Actor bowls again, it's short and wide enough, so just angling this one for a single down 2 Shaw at deep 3rd, 94 for 3. Bracey's gone with the 5th over from Actor and just lost a little bit of that control, albeit there's only going to be 1 more over before lunch. I don't think any amount of gardening from Northamptonshire will be able to prevent there being an extra over. And well, there's 2 fielders standing behind each other now as Gloucester just want to get this ball, and it's banged in short, a rather wasted delivery. And McManus, oh no, it's wided. It's wided.
James Bracey had already set off to the other end and looked up to see Paul Baldwin with his arms outstretched.
It's 95 for 3. Hammond moved into gully. They've got a fielder at deep 3rd. One is standing directly behind the other, but they just wanted to get that ball in, and an Actor's going to have to come back and bowl again. 95 for 3. Actor bowls down the leg side, flicked away for 4. Actor turns on his heel, and that is the end, thankfully, from a Gloucestershire point of view, for multiple reasons, of that over. It's 99 for 3, and Actor, understandably, tossing about his sunglasses, I think, down there as he marches off to his fielding position, because that was an over that has put a little bit of a blot on what had been a good morning with the ball for Gloucestershire. There'll be 1 over left in it. 99 for 3.
Now, the umpires having a chat about something. I think they may not have appreciated. I was going to say,
no, here we go. We're going to have a change of ball.
Ball change?
Yeah.
Good heavens. So, an Actor going down to the boundary and retrieving the box of balls. Now you can tell this is a moneyed club because they have an executive briefcase with the spare balls in. Other counties have just like a box, cardboard box, but this is the nuclear strike codes like they have at Chelmsford.
Well, there's no Brenda to bring the box out either.
No, that's right.
Sussex, so they have to do it
So
themselves.
Lunch is going to be potentially very late because we're now going through the usual sort of bargain bucket business when they look at one and then decide against it and look at another, and that'll do. Deal or no deal with the briefcase as well.
Do you like the banker's offer? This one's 27 overs old.
Well, we're going to have 29 overs in an hour in 2.25 hours.
I'd like to offer you a 36 over old ball. No, we don't want that. We can do better.
Well, it means we're going to have to get 75 overs in if we're going to get the full allocation for the rest of the day. So good luck with that. 2 slips in. This is the last over of the session. Ajit Singh Dale is going to bowl it, running in from the Ashley Down Road end to the left-handed Safe Zabe, who blocks the first one back down the pitch. Nifty bit of footwork from Singdale, knocks it up into hand.
First time we said that this morning.
Very, very impressive. Zaman Akhtar down below us, I think, is quietly fuming down on the boundary. He's having a quiet fume. But it's a lovely early afternoon now in Bristol. What a contrast from yesterday. Here's Singdale in to bowl to Safe Zabe, who again plays defensively back down the pitch. This time Singdale lets himself down. Previous ball, it was a lovely little knock from boot into hand. This time it goes off the boot out in the general direction of extra cover. Graham Van Buren obligingly tidies up. So Northamptonshire put into bat by James Bracey, losing the wickets of Luke Proctor, bowled by Matt Taylor, not offering a shot. That was 35 for 1, Proctor out for 21. Singdale into bowl to Safe Zabe, who steers that away wide of second slip, all along the floor, down to Matt Taylor on the third man boundary. Brings up the 100 for Northamptonshire. 24 to Safe Zabe, 100 for 3 balls to go in the session. Calvin Harrison then falling in the same over as his captain, playing on to Matt Taylor for 4. 2 wickets in 4 balls for the left armour at that stage, 39 for 2. James Sales driving at one from Josh Shaw, outside edge, really good catch at first slip by Ben Charlesworth. He went for 6, that was 54 for 3. These two have added 46 so far for the 4th wicket, and now for McManus, 3rd slip goes in, Miles Hammond. Singdale in bowls, and McManus on the back foot, plays it out into the covers, where Joe Phillips fields. And there's no run, couple of balls to go. Conversation between James Bracey and Ben Charlesworth. Probably asking if it's the pulled pork again. That was very nice yesterday. Ajit Singdale running in towards us and towards Lewis McManus, and McManus is, I say, beaten outside the off stump. It was back of a length. I think he did pull the bat inside the line. Whether he did so in time, I wouldn't like to put the mortgage on it, but in any case it didn't take the edge and goes through to Bracey.
And once again, I think you'd say Singdale has been maybe second pick,
yeah, after
Matt Taylor, and
Taylor
he's got no wickets again.
Taylor certainly the pick of the bowlers this morning. So last ball of the session, Ajit Singdale into bowl to Lewis McManus, who plays defensively out into the covers. Phillips fields, and that is lunch on the first day, or the second day, first day's actual play here at Bristol. And put into bat, Northamptonshire close the session on 100 for 3 off 29 overs, with Lewis McManus opening the batting, with Ricardo Vasconcelos left out of the side, opening for the second time this season. He's 43 not out, having battled really hard. Safe Zabe, couple of anxious moments early on, but he's still there on 24, having hit 4 fours, 100 for 3 at lunch.
Yeah, and I think you'd have to say a pretty even session, really. Gloucestershire will be pleased enough with the 3 wickets, but as it's 100 for 3, and Northamptonshire will hope that that is the trickiest part of their task in terms of the new ball and 10:30 start, September, etc., etc., pitch that have been undercover for a day. They'll hope that life will get a bit easier for them in the afternoon and evening session. Gloucestershire will have to ensure that it doesn't. Radders and myself will be back in 40 minutes' time. We will go off and enjoy some lunch and be back for the afternoon session.
Just a reminder that you can grab a spot of lunch in the Thatcher's Bar or the Legends Bar behind the Marker Lane stand. They're both open, serving refreshments throughout the day. We've also got a burger unit available on the ground. The maximum order for any alcoholic drinks is 4, and please remember that all catering units are cashless. Alternatively, you can enhance your match day at Gloucestershire versus Northamptonshire this week with our Grace dining experience, which is available across the first 3 days of the game. Enjoy a freshly prepared roast with all the trimmings and a dessert option with veggie, vegan and dietary alternatives available on request. Book your place in the Grace Room of the main pavilion for just £18.95. Just a reminder, in a short while we've got the Pink for Sid check presentation. In June, Gloucestershire Cricket hosted Pink for Sid here at the Sea Unique Stadium. The special event held during our Vitality Blast win against the Hampshire Hawks. The evening was dedicated to honouring David Sid Lawrence, our much-loved former player and president, and to raising awareness and funds for the Motor Neuron Disease Association. The support from members, supporters, and the wider cricket community was incredible, with the stadium turning pink in Sid's honour. Thanks to that generosity, the event raised just under £12,000 for the MND Association. We are delighted to formally present a cheque for £11,905.02 to Helen Mackey, the South Area Manager for the Motor Neuron Disease Association, and making the presentation on behalf of the club is head coach Mark Elaine. The money raised will help the MND Association continue its vital work supporting individuals and families affected by motor neuron disease, the illness that Sid so bravely battled for over a year. A huge thank you goes out to everyone who supported Pink for Sid earlier this season. For more information about the event and the fundraising, please visit the Gloucestershire Cricket website. D&D Association, who continues their vital work supporting individuals and families affected by motor neuron disease. Surrey still trailing that one by 89 runs. Somerset are 83 for 4 in their clash against Hampshire. And moving into Division 2, Middlesex, 13 for 2 against Lancashire. That match currently delayed by rain. Glamorgan are 80 for 3 against Derbyshire. And promoted Leicestershire are 151 for 2 in their battle against Kent. Please welcome back for the afternoon session, Paul Baldwin and James Treadwell. And please welcome back James Bracey and the glorious Gloucestershire team. And for Northamptonshire, Safe Zabe will resume on 24 not out, and Lewis McManus will resume on 43.
Welcome back to a mostly sunny Bristol as the afternoon session is about to get underway as Northamptonshire resume on 100 for 3 with McManus and Zabe having formed a handy partnership before that lunch break just to see Northamptonshire through to lunch 3 down as a flurry of 3 wickets in just under 5 overs saw Northamptonshire slip from 35 without loss to 54 for 3, but Zabe and McManus approaching a half-century stand. McManus approaching an individual half-century as well. Matt Taylor, the pick of the bowlers in the morning session, 2 for 26 from his 7 overs, will take the ball from the pavilion end to start us off in the afternoon session. Josh Shaw with the other wicket to fall, superbly caught by Ben Charlesworth at first slip. A quick reaction away to his left hand side, right hand side it was, sorry, and Sale's gone for 6. Singdale bowled extremely well, 2 9 overs for 24. And for Gloucestershire, they'll hope that the ball continues to nip around a little bit, as we've seen happen more actually in the second hour than the first hour this morning. Taylor, left arm over, bowls to Zabe, the left-hander. That's worked away to short mid-wicket, where Jack Taylor does the fielding. Ed Seaborn and Andrew Radd with you on the Gloucestershire Live stream, BBC Sport website and app, using your smart speaker as well. You can ask BBC Sounds to play Gloucestershire versus Northamptonshire. You don't even need to say the day anymore.
Marvellous. What will they think of next? Well done, the Boffins.
It's worked very hard on that. Taylor shuffling approach in and bowls and striking Zabe on the pad, but going a long way down the leg side. Not even so much as a... well, there might have been one yelp, but nothing much more than that. No run as the ball goes out into the onside. So field-wise, Gloucestershire have had a love-hate relationship with the fielder on the deep third boundary. Been banished off to deep square now, so a deep square and a fine leg for Taylor, and a mid-wicket and a cover, so not allowing easy runs into the offside. Zabe punches this one towards backward point, and Miles Hammond sees the opportunity to get his knees on the ground and stay down there for some considerable amount of time on his haunches, and he's still down there. No, he's just about getting back up. Yeah, there he goes. Any opportunity to spend some time on the floor never passed up by Miles Hammond in the field. Taylor in and bowls a full ball on driven, and now Graham van Buren has to get down and friendly with the grass. At least there is some grass for him to get friendly with, because that could have been a pretty nasty one if things had been as bare as they were earlier in the season. He gets down and stops it. Certainly a greener tinge to the outfield. The grass has regrown in time for the winter. Only 2 more days of cricket left at Bristol this season. I don't think there's even so much as sort of an A international or anything left. Taylor bowls, driven away, and that'll pick out extra cover this time. Zaman Akhtar does the fielding, so no runs off this over. Only the one maiden actually from Gloucestershire in the morning session, and that was bowled by Ben Charlesworth. His second over, which was a good one, was a maiden. Just the 2 overs for 4. Taylor in his 8th over. Singdale bowled 9. Shaw 6 and Akhtar 5. So no overs of spin, which means the over rate on the board is at -2. Taylor bowls and defended into the onside by Zaib, as Taylor continues to look threatening even when he's met by the defensive bat. He looks as if he's bowling it just that little bit fuller and is continuing to find some movement. At the end of the over, Northamptonshire remain 100 for 3 as Taylor completes his first maiden.
Message from John Whiting, who says the Boffins are doing well. They're in San Marlo. We have pictures and your dulcet tones, so well done the Boffins, who've got...
In Marshmallow?
San Marlo.
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
Marshmallow, yeah.
Yes. Very good. Yes, so... So, yes, well, we hope you stay connected out there in foreign parts. So, Josh Shaw was just about to run in to bowl the first ball, and the public address chose just the wrong moment, probably, to have a little word and tell us who it was. Outside the off stump goes Shaw. It goes past the outside edge. That was a lovely little gesture from James Bracey, who turned round and spread palms out wide. What's going on? Anyhow, Josh Shaw it's going to be. Already has the wicket of James Sales in his bag. That catch, as Ed mentioned, an absolute perler at first slip. Possibly a ball that James Sales didn't need to play at. Did so and paid the price. As Shaw in and bowls to McManus, who's inside the line, just working it out into mid-wicket, and there is no run. It's a bit of cloud just starting to bubble up over to our left. Forecast is for it to get progressively cloudier as the day goes on, but it's absolutely fine at the moment. And an interesting little tussle here. Shaw is in, bowls to McManus, who again is right across his stumps, plays it out to mid-wicket. Man in there fairly tight at short mid-wicket, man on the drive and extra cover as well. 2 slips, backward point, and mid-on, deep square, and a long leg. Those 2 have been out pretty much all day with the bowling from this Ashley Down Road end. Here's Shaw. Long straight approach in and bowls to McManus, and once again clips it out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Please can somebody else play. Interesting goings on down at the Oval in that big game in Division 1 between Surrey and Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire 231 all out, the one game to actually get some play yesterday. Surrey in reply 155 for 8. So Notts could be on there for a very handy first innings lead. Here's Shaw. And again bowls to McManus, and this time plays it up to mid-on rather than mid-wicket. And again there's no run. Elsewhere in Division 1 at Chesterley Street, Worcestershire 120 for 2 against Durham, with couple of wickets early on. Well, one apiece for Ben Rain and Matty Potts. Somerset 89 for 4 against Hampshire at Taunton. James Rue out for 30. And last ball of the over, played up to mid-wicket again by Lewis McManus, and that is a maiden for Josh Shaw. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. And Northamptonshire at the end of it, 100 for 3, so a couple of maidens start the afternoon sessions. Northamptonshire still looking for their first run of the afternoon. At Hove, Yorkshire 94 for 2 against Sussex. Adam Lythe out for 47. And at Edgbaston, Essex 96 for 1 against Warwickshire. Dean Elgar is 48 not out. And, well, perhaps Ed can canter through Division 2.
We'll attempt to do so as Taylor in the sunshine running into bowl to Zabe. Zabe drives off the good part of the bat, but picked up by Singdale at wide and pretty deep mid-off in the end. Glamorgan 80 for 3, still at lunch there it seems. A wicket apiece for Aitchison, Rees and Chappell. Ben Aitchison has had a really terrific back half of the season, really. Signed a new contract with Derbyshire. Zabe gets really caught in two minds there. He ends up rehearsing the leave, but he played a strange flat-footed drive, and I think may even have been beaten on the inside edge by that one, or at least was over the top of the ball. Every so often he just has these slightly uncharacteristic moments in what otherwise has been a mostly pretty authoritative 24. Taylor bowls to him and pushed away to cover point for a moment. They thought about sprinting through for a quick single, couldn't do so, so the pressure has been kept up here by Gloucestershire. 15 dot balls, that is, in a row to start this afternoon session. In the game between Middlesex and Lancashire, they've only had 5 overs. It's still lunch there, but I'm not entirely sure as to whether they're actually going to be resuming after lunch, given that lunch was called due to rain. But 13 for 2 in those 5 overs. Middlesex, Robson out for 9 and Holman out without scoring to James Anderson. Short and wide, and that's let the pressure off. Cut away for 4 by Saif Zabe. Ball goes all the way underneath the covers and ricochets off the picket fence in the area between the flats and the mound stand, and that is the 50 partnership between McManus and Zabe. It's still come up in decent time, 81 balls despite the run of dot deliveries to start the session, and Zabe was not going to miss out on that opportunity. Anything that's been that little bit shorter, a couple of times he has gone maybe searching for the ball that's not actually quite short enough to force a way through the offside, but that time certainly short enough and punished. Zabe on to 28. Taylor come up with a riposte, and he comes now and tries one which is in ducking towards the pads. It's on driven up to mid-on, and there is no run. Leicestershire still going great guns against Kent, 167 for 2 in the 35th over. Rishi Patel nearing 100, 92 off 109. It's been the aggressor. Still no Rehan Ahmed for Leicestershire. Entirely sure why. He didn't play in any of the white ball games for England that he was in the squad for. Taylor bowls, straying a little straight, and Zabe picks him off for a single through mid-wicket out to Phillips coming in off the boundary, so 5 runs come from that over. 105 for 3. Lewis Hill keeping Rishi Patel company on 28. And in the game, which is a semi-final in the Women's One Day Cup today, Lancashire taking on the Blaze at Trent Bridge, a remarkable comeback from Lancashire, who were 52 for 4, and they're now 232 for 6 in the penultimate over. A couple of 90s there from the keeper captain Ellie Threlkeld, and Ailsa Lister, 96 off 91. It's had a great year, the Scottish international. So game poised nicely for a spot at the Utilita Bowl, I think it is, on the day after the men's One Day Cup final, that game.
Zabe is on strike to face Josh Shaw, starting his 8th over. 2 slips in. Shaw into bowl to Zabe, who chops it away. Pass backward point for 4. Nice balance from Zabe. It's a shot again he plays very well. It's just a little steer. Pass backward point, perfectly safe. Takes him into the 30s. 33 to him off 49 balls. 109 for 3. Northamptonshire were 54 for 3, so these two have doubled the score in a 4th wicket partnership. For Zabe, 2 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square, and a long leg down the boundary. To our right, here's Shaw in again. Bowls very full and squeezed into the ground by Zabe. Loops up nicely for Ollie Price to field at 2nd slip. Safe Zabe. Well, I suppose he always says that hundreds mean nothing unless you end up winning the game.
Oh, he's not of that school, is he?
Very much
oh,
so.
No,
Very
no,
much so.
It's all about the individual milestones. Come on.
Here's Shaw round the wicket to bowl to Zabe, who drives through the covers for 4. A couple of authentic strokes in this over, and Zabe, after a very anxious start, first couple of balls, either of which could have got him out, just starting to flow a little bit here. 37 to Zabe, 113 for 3. Yes, he's. I said to him, I think, after the last one, this number 6 against Glamorgan, I said, I know what you're going to say, but people are starting to look at Bob Hayward's record of 8, which has stood for 104 years. Here's Shaw in again, bowls to Zabe, and that's steered away. This could be a 3rd boundary. It's running down towards the 3rd man fence, and it crosses the rope now. Ollie Price was in pursuit, but couldn't overhaul it. So a 3rd boundary of the over for Safe Sabre. Goes to 41, 117 for 3. But he said it. Hundreds mean nothing unless they win you games or win you trophies or whatever. So that said, I'm sure he'd still like to get up to there. A couple of games left. Last player to get to 7 championship centuries in the season, Rob Bailey, back in 1990. Zabe, that next ball from short, plays defensively up towards mid-off, and there's no run. 1990, the year of the small seam. Do you remember that when they
I'm afraid I can't say I can ever remember 1990. Would be
for some reason
would be the wrong word anyway. But yes, yeah.
For some reason they decided that the bowlers were having things too much their own way. So
I do remember it
they
happening.
had a smaller seam, and there were a lot of runs scored that year. Not least, of course, Neil Fairbrother got that huge one at the Oval, wasn't it, for Lancashire. Here's Shaw in again, bowls to Zabe, runs it down to backward point, and that's the end of productive over for Northamptonshire and for Safe Zabe, including 3 boundaries, 117 for 3. Zabe is 41, and he's almost caught up Lewis McManus, who is on 43, and McManus has faced 34 more balls. Yes, Rob Bailey made 7 that year. Roy Virgin had a 7 for Northamptonshire in 1974, which I do remember. It was his first full season after moving from Somerset. Jock Livingston got 7 in 1953. Dennis Brooks 7 in both 1946 and 1949. Zabe becoming only the 7th to get to 6. And some decent names there. Klusner, Mike Hussey, Alan Lamb, Mushtaq Mohammed, Raman Subaro. And Fred Bakewell, all Test players. So he's in decent company already.
Very much so. Taylor, left arm round, bowls, left alone by McManus. And some of the players will say, well, actually does. Well, they might not let you know how much it might mean to them, but it will be one thing that I'm sure if you look back on at the end of the career.
Yeah. Oh, he's not. I mean, he's not in any sort of precious way about it. But he just he just says he wants to win things, and he wants hundreds to be a way of winning things rather than being an end in itself, as it were, I suppose.
Taylor bowls clipped away off the thigh from McManus, just the 1-2 deep forward square, 118 for 3.
And I mean, a couple of ones that just spring to mind. We talked earlier about the one at Derby when he went in, and him and Justin Broad set up the game, and I think there's a fair chance Northamptonshire would have won it, but they lost the whole of the last day to rain. There was the game at Canterbury where Say got his 196th not out. Justin Broad again also got 100. And they were within a couple of wickets of bowling Kent out on the last afternoon and winning there. So even if not actually winning games, he's putting Northamptonshire into potential winning positions this year.
Taylor bowls to him, and again able to pick off a single through that leg side. 2 deep mid wicket, 119 for 3. He's charged on to 42 now. Continues to threaten to overtake McManus. You have to say, in terms of the authority of some of the shots he's played, particularly since lunch, I did mention slightly jokingly when that was its second or third ball that he faced just missed leg stump off the drive off the pad. It's the kind of thing that happens to you when you're in form, and he's kicked on. Taylor, high stepping shuffle as he bowls and let go by McManus. He really does kick his heels up almost aggressively, as though, I don't know. I remember one of those really stupid things that the PE teacher said when you were running is that you're trying to get strong arms into your running action. You imagine that you're popping a balloon with each stride. It's almost as though somebody's told Taylor that he can pop a balloon with his spikes. He really does kick his heels up quite violently as he runs in. Quite short steps.
Take your word for that one, Ed.
That's what I was told. Oh, he's bowled him! Taylor's got a third. And McManus's vigil comes to an end on 44. Matt Taylor sneaks one between bat and pad, and wouldn't you know it, top of leg off the inside edge, and now I think that is top of middle that he's just taken, which underlines the fact that Taylor has seemingly found just the right length for this surface. 5-wicket haul at Grace Road, and he's taken 3 of the 4 to fall here. It ends what I did describe earlier as a battling innings from McManus. He never really quite achieved the fluency of Zabe for his 42, but a really valuable knock from McManus because he helped hold that innings together for Northamptonshire in the morning session, but Gloucestershire have got the relatively early breakthrough that they were after post-lunch, 119 for 4.
Justin Broad to the crease to join Save. These two have shared several substantial partnerships this season, not least in that game I mentioned down at Canterbury, when it was one of the Kookaburra games and it was a pretty slow pitch, but between them they shared a long partnership for the, find my notes, for the 7th wicket. He added 298 for the 7th wicket, unbroken, and paving the way for Northamptonshire's 4th highest total in first-class cricket. 722 for 6, Zabe 196 not out off 213, Broad 157 off 137, and Broad becoming the first Northamptonshire batter for some time to get back-to-back 150s in Championship cricket this year. So both these two in decent nick, and of course Broad really the only Northamptonshire batter to make much of an impact on the T20 quarter-final in Edgbaston on Saturday.
Happy memories of this ground. 7 for 22 with the ball in the game that ended up not being last year. Taylor into him, defended into the ground and then onto his pad, so the human barrier was in the way from him having the same fate befall him as Calvin Harrison. Another good over from Taylor, and you just sort of, you got the feeling it's not always going to happen, the wicket isn't always going to come, but the ball just did seem to be leaving his hand as well after lunch as it was before, and he's got that breakthrough. 119 for 4, so 722, fourth highest for Northamptonshire. Well, with Gloucestershire, I was there last year for Gloucestershire's record score of 706 for 6 at Leicestershire, so Northamptonshire have gone higher there.
It was, well, the highest 781 against Nottinghamshire, Wantage Road in 1995. Remember it well. Possibly the most extraordinary Championship game I've ever seen, in that Nottinghamshire were 353 for 1 at the close of the first day and lost by an innings. Meanwhile, back in the present, Shaw is in bowling to Zabe outside the off stump, left alone by Safe Zabe. Just the one slip now for Zabe, having got himself settled after lunch. But yes, it was one of those where I think Northamptonshire almost surprised themselves how quickly they scored at the back end of that innings, and just realised that they had a chance, and in the end Kent crumbled and they had to get to under Mayeye. It had to leave the ground because I think it was his brother had been involved in an accident. They had to get him back to go into bat and save the game. Shaw round the wicket to Zabe, and Zabe is forward, playing it resolutely back down the pitch, and there is no run. But it was, well, the combination of the Kookaburra ball and a very slow pitch in the end probably just about put the kibosh on any chance of a result. But they pressed hard, Northamptonshire, and it was quite an exciting finish. Here's Shaw in again, turned away by Zabe. I'm not sure he got any batter than that. I think that's probably going to be a leg bye as it rolls down towards backward square. And indeed it is signalled as a leg by umpire James Treadwell, former Kent spinner. So one more onto the total, 120 for 4. Yeah, they had a lead of 156. Kent batted again after lunch, and they finished on 160 for 8, just ahead. But they were 104 for 7 and 135 for 8. So it was quite an exciting finish, courtesy of Yossi Chahal and Calvin Harrison, and found a little bit of turn on the last afternoon. 2 slips in for the new batter, Justin Broad, and first ball from Shaw is just dropped down into the onside by Broad. Looked as though he was faintly interested in the possibility of a single, but Safe Zabe clearly wasn't.
No, it would have helped if Justin Broad had known where it
had
gone, because I think if he had, then he would have been going through for his first run.
It was a bit cartoony, wasn't it? Which way did it go? But Broad, he's had if you say last year was his sort of breakthrough season, this has been a really good consolidation season from Justin Broad. Here's, oh my goodness, Shaw, and he tries to force firm-footed off the back foot, doesn't move his feet at all, and it went past the outside edge. But he played beautifully at Edgbaston on Saturday to give Northamptonshire at least a chance. 61 not out off 39 after they were 86 for 6. And in the end, courtesy of Chris Lynn, it wasn't anything like enough, but he had a lot of praise from Darren Lehman for that innings, and indeed for his performances across the season. Here's Shaw in, bowls to Broad, and Broad is defensively pushing it up to mid-on, and that's the end of the over. 120 for 4, 35 overs gone. Zabe is 42. Justin Broad still looking for his first run of the innings. Broad 569 runs at just under 52 in the championship this year, as a couple of 150 pluses, and you add to that his 20 wickets and quite a number of catches as well, and his performances in white ball, and it's a good solid season's work, I think, from Justin Broad, who, interestingly, Ed, I was noticing in one of the other interviews, Darren Lehman was saying he regards Justin Broad as a future leader, not necessarily as a captain, but as one of the sort of leaders within the squad. And for somebody who's really only been playing regular first team cricket for a couple of years, that's not a bad effort.
What is Safe Zabe doing? How have those bails ended up on the floor? All of a sudden, I just looked over and Safe Zabe is repairing the stumps. I'm not sure whether he's doing the bail swap trick or whether he just accidentally stepped back and knocked them over. I missed it, but I don't know idea what went on there. It's not that windy. Surely the bails didn't just blow off. Taylor into him, defends late into the offside.
Might have to get the heavy ones out, the old lignum vitae.
Oh gosh, well, they can't be any worse at coming off than those Zing bails.
Oh yes.
Because not only are the Zing bails really heavy, but they also have this thing that, I mean, a lot of people talk about the fact that they're heavy, but the other thing that is the case with them for me is that the groove. So you see the bail spins in the groove because the whatever material it is, plastic that they're made out of at the side, just spins in the groove of the stumps. Taylor bowls a full ball, inviting the drive. Zabe looks furious with himself, wafting his arms about all over the place as he's driven it to cover. He thought that was one to belt to the boundary. As it is, there's no run. I can tell you that Surrey have been bowled out for 173, which is a 58-run lead for Nottinghamshire. And Josh Tongue living up to his nickname. Was it the Mop they were calling him? Something like that anyway. There was the rabbit stew or rabbit pie motion for him during the Test summer, driven into the ground and plucked out of the air in his left hand by Taylor. Anyway, Josh Tongue has taken, I think, the last three, or was it, no, two of the last, get it right eventually, 3 of the last 4, flipping heck, wickets to fall there. So 3 for Tongue, 3 for James, 2 for Hutton, 2 for Pennington. Well. Taylor bowls and say forward to defend again. Things are happening. At Lords at the Oval. I just can't get anything right at the moment. It's ridiculous.
Long season, Ed. Long season.
It's flipping heck. Where does Surrey play? Lords. Yeah, right. Hope that doesn't make its way to Daniel Norcross. I've just called the Oval Lords.
Oh dear.
Oval mania. 120 for 4. Taylor bowls driving hard to wide mid off. Ball ricochets off Singdale. They're going to come through for a single, and the shot at the stumps misses. Well, that nearly turned from a cheeky run to a bit of a dodgy one. Singdale just about located where the ball was, and him and Zabe might just be exchanging a bit of a wry look or two, because I think Zabe probably would have been home, but it was a bit risky.
It was.
At 120 for 4, with Zabe being the set batter as well, who'd have gone. Broad waiting with an open stance to Taylor, and then he plays an exaggerated, well, if he can play a leave, that's what he did. Does have a lot of shuffling about with the hands and the arms, does Broad, before he selects whatever shot he's chosen. We'll have that one to go through, so it's another over completed. 121 for 4. Here's one for you. How many international games for England did... Well, it's still got a problem with these stumps, by the way. James Treadwell is having a look now. How many games for England did James Treadwell play across formats, would you say?
I'm sort of going, I don't know, 15, 20, something like that.
See, that's I would have I might not have gone masses more than that.
Here's Shaw bowling round the wicket to Zabe. He just plays it out to mid-wicket and there's no run.
64.
Good heavens above. That does surprise me. I'm sure almost all of them white ball or one
Nearly
day.
all, yeah. So 45 ODIs. He says he continues to struggle to read numbers out off a screen. this is horrendous.
Stick at it, Ed. Come on. Stick at it.
45. There's a 1 and a 7, which I think that makes 17
That's very
T20
good.
internationals.
That's
And then
very
I can
good.
do this one. Two
tests.
test matches.
He seemed to be a sort of automatic choice, didn't he, in the white ball stuff? Here's Shaw in again, bowling to Zabe, who's watchful in defence, plays it back down the pitch. Shaw fields off his own bowling. Shaw into his 10th over, 1 for 29. Zabe again going and doing a little bit of gardening, a la Mr. Middleton. Now, if you don't remember the year of the small seam, you wouldn't remember Mr. Middleton. He was the first BBC gardener on the wireless.
Gosh, right.
Here's Shaw, bowls to Zabe, hits him on the thigh pad. Going to come through for a leg bye as it rolls down towards backward square. Bracey tidies up, and 64 times England international James Treadwell lifts a leg to indicate a leg bye. One more onto the total, 122 for 4. The only reason I know about Mr. Middleton is he was from Northamptonshire. He was from Weedon Lewis in the county. Strange the things your mind retains, isn't it, when you can't remember whether it's a green bin or a black bin on any given day. But now we're going to see a reinforcement of the slip cordon for Broad, who hasn't been in there long. He's faced just 5 balls. Still looking for his first run, and so Hammond comes in to third slip. Charlesworth at first, Ollie Price at second, Hammond at third. And here's Shaw in bowls, and that just jumps a little bit on Broad, who was looking to play it away on the onside. Took a hand off the bat, and obligingly, having got permission from Jack Taylor, picks the ball up and lobs it on to him. I can think of a few coaches who would not have been happy to see that.
They're still having lunch, by the way, at Old Trafford, according to this screen. Anyway,
I know that the food at Old Trafford's always very good, but I think that smacks to me of more rain. I think. Here's Shaw in, bowls and forced by Broad off. I think at inside edge. I think a bit of pad involved as well. Rolls down the pitch, and there's no run. Strikes me as this is probably a surface it's not that easy to get in on. And again, given the quality of the seam bowling we've seen so far from the 5 Gloucestershire seamers who've had a go, hence the fact that the over rate is not particularly good. That's short, and it's cut away by Justin Broad, and he is off the mark, and he's off the mark with a boundary. Just a little bit of width on offer there for Broad, and he pounced on it, cut it away just in front of square for 4, so he's up and running. 4 to Broad, 43 to Zabe at the end of that over. 126 for 4 in the sunshine here in Bristol. Who's that on the floor? I was going to say Miles Hammond, but it's not Miles Hammond for once, because he's walking past him. Magic Singdale, is it? He hasn't even chosen a nice bit of grass to lie down on. He's on a rather scrubby looking old pitch. Anyway,
I think that might have been possibly the last 50 over pitch, although it was somewhere over there anyway. Yeah.
Well, presumably he's got himself limbered up now.
I'm guessing the one, a couple, or maybe even 1.5 to the left as we look at it, may have been the under-19s pitch. On drive comes out from Zabe to start the next Taylor M over. There's no run up to mid-on. We actually didn't see Jack Taylor bowl at Grace Road. Van Buren and Ollie Price were the spinners called upon, but they do have plenty of options spin-wise. In fact, we saw a bit of Miles Hammond before we saw any of Jack Taylor. Hammond getting thrown the ball on that last day in the end. As hand off the bat there from Zabe, but rolling the wrists on it and playing it down into the onside. No run.
I'm trying to see where the over rate is on the board.
It's underneath the time. So it was at -2 at lunch, but I can't imagine it's got any better since then.
No.
You do need
It's
a pair of
powerful
binoculars, really.
powerful. Yes, that's
to
a
make
very,
full
very
sense of the
small number.
-2 on there. I think everything else is
Still
mostly
-2.
readable, but that one's
Still -2.
Yeah, we probably haven't updated it though since lunch. Short straight mid-on in place now, so Taylor bowls it wide outside the off stump, and it's punched away to deep point, and a single is added. 127 for 4. I mean, I'm not criticising Matt Taylor at all there, but it is amazing how often when that short straight mid-on goes in, the bowler thinks, well, I don't really want to be on-driven actually, so ends up bowling it wide of off stump. But it wasn't really there for that delivery. I guess it's as much just to put it in the batter's minds that Taylor's going to bowl the in-swinger, and then he's hoping that Zabe pushes out at an away swinger. Glamorgan 93 for 5 at Derby, so great news for Gloucestershire, of course, who need Glamorgan to pick up no points at all. Although they don't really want Derbyshire to pick up any points either, so that's a slightly tricky position to be in. They'll need to declare on 0 for 0 or something, forfeit an innings try for the win. Broad drives. That is a pleasing shot. That's one of the shots of the innings so far. I would suggest a cover drive, and it was timed so beautifully. Barely seemed to hit it. And out through the offside and over the boundary, so it's
Brought the crowd to their feet.
At least the 2 people walking over there, but apart from that,
They're heading for the ice cream van. I think it's a long way away actually. It's right over at the back end of the car park. I'm not sure he's doing exactly.
Almost with just a half stride, and that one definitely didn't leap at all, but it didn't keep massively low either, but just enough maybe.
Here's Shaw in again, bowls wide outside the off stump, hammered by Sabe through the covers for 4. And one of those where everybody stands exactly where they are until somebody, and in this case Miles Hammond, realises that he has to go and retrieve the ball from the boundary. He hit that hard, Sabe, and it was again it was the stroke of somebody who hasn't had an awful lot of width on offer for the last few overs, which is testament to how well Gloucestershire have bowled since lunch. But that was wide, and Zabe punishing it takes him to 48, 135 for 4.
Certainly seems to be in the mood to pounce on anything that's
oh yes, that's the way
of his liking.
The way he's been playing all season. Here's Shaw in again, bowls to Zabe, takes a hand off the bat as he forces it up to extra cover, and there is no run.
I'm not entirely sure about Ajit Singh Dale fielding with that jumper tied around his waist. I think that would get a lot of coaches quite annoyed if they saw that.
I think the late great Brian Reynolds would say that is Colin Clubby or Village. But Colin Clubby was one of his favourite expressions.
If he's going to run back and take a catch now with that thing flapping around his waist.
That's great, isn't it? Here's Shaw. In and bowls, and that's a beauty to say, but goes past the outside edge. Just held its line, just coming in on the angle from round the wicket. And Zabe just playing a little bit inside it. It went past the outside edge, but it's a beauty to end the over from Josh Shaw. 11 overs, 1 for 37. It's 135 for 4. Zabe is 48. Broad is 8. And are we going to see a bit of Ajit Singh Dale? Yes, we are, from this pavilion end.
The flowing locks are unrestrained, at least for now, but the headband will be going on in a moment, and thankfully for all concerned, he won't be running in with a sweater tied around his waist as he tries to bowl, at least. Glamorgan 99 for 6 at Derby.
Crikey.
Kieran Carlson's still there on 38, but
why couldn't they have done that? Why couldn't they have done that last week?
Well, I'm sure Gloucestershire are thinking the same, actually. There's now 6 bowlers used by Derbyshire, and 5 of them have got a wicket. Amrit Basra struck with his first ball to remove Chris Cook for a golden duck.
Northampton boy, Amrit Basra, on the Northamptonshire Academy, born quite close to the county ground, went to Northampton School for Boys, played almost all of his club cricket for Old Northamptonians, and he's now at Derbyshire.
Here comes Singdale. And down the leg side, what's that come off? Just pad, I think. Yes, Bracey dived after it, and despite Singdale's hands going to his head, I didn't think that there was an edge there. So 4 runs onto the total, 139 for 4. Just seemed to be slightly ginger as he was running in there. First ball, Singdale just getting things loose, and it was a little bit of a loosener, straying down that leg side. He's not done it a great deal though. 24 conceded in his 9.1 now overs. Broad not getting a touch, so not going to his figures. Couple of slips and a fairly regulation field really, with a fine leg and a deep third in position for Singdale, because you just never know, might be a chance of a catch down there with his pace. He bowls now to Broad, who dabs that one down into the vacant gully region, but he won't get a run, as be fielded by Ollie Price from second slip. So Gloucestershire still need this game to be moving even quicker than it already is if they're to stand a chance, and they're going to need to take care of some batting points as well. But Glamorgan as yet not going anywhere. Singdale bowls and striking Broad on the thigh pad, and they'll come through for a relatively comfortable leg by again, I'm assuming, or no, it was off his glove then, it must have been. Okay. Run to the total, 140 for 4, so Broad collects his first run that wasn't a boundary. 9 to him. Zabe surveying the field, which is scattered a little bit for him now. There's no deep third, but there is a deep backward point, as well as a deep square going out, and they're going to have a short, straight extra cover in Jack Taylor, and then a more conventional cover, and the deep backward point's just gone a little bit finer. Hedging bets, that position really. Singdale bowls wide of the off stump. Zabe makes almost no inclination whatsoever. He had any inclination to play at that one. Watches it go through behind the stumps. So whether that's going to be the overall plan of attack, there's a little bit more protection, I guess, with that fielder out on the boundary. See if they can tempt Zabe into something outside his off stump, or whether we're still going to see a bit of a mixture. He's able to play this one pretty comfortably really for an easy single to where backward point would have been, and oh dear, that's untidy. There's going to be a second run on the overthrow, as Ben Charlesworth and James Bracey have an animated discussion about what went wrong there. The ball ended up going towards the stumps, and James Bracey wasn't at the stumps because he's saying, well, there was no chance of a run out. So
well, that's his 50.
Anyway, he did come back for a second run, and just like that, on a overthrow, Zabe gets to a half century. Another one, 142 for 4, 77 balls.
11th time past 50 in 20 championship innings this year.
First one he's got to with an overthrow. Singdale bowls to him, and he plays that one down into the ground, just defensively into the off side. So 7 runs in total off that over. Northamptonshire 142 for 4.
Probably, Ed. I can't. But yeah, 11. It's his 11th time past 50. His 20th championship innings, and of course he's gone on, as we mentioned, to convert 6 of those into centuries. Well, I guaranteed last night that he won't win the Cricket Media Club's Championship Player of the Year award because I voted for him. And that usually guarantees that whoever I vote for is the kiss of death. And there is absolutely no chance of them winning it. But anyway, sometimes you just have to do what's right. Now we are going to see some spin, glory be. Graham Van Buren is coming into the attack from the Ashley Down Road end. Bit of slow left arm. 20 wickets he's taken this year at 44. And round the wicket bowls his first ball to Justin Broad, who just turns it out into the onside. Fielded by Ben Charlesworth, who finds himself at mid-wicket. Hammond is the only slip. Van Buren in, bowls to Broad. Turns it away for a single, just behind square. On the leg side, Singdale trots round to field, exchanges a word or two with Paul Baldwin. And that's one more to Justin Broad. Takes him to 10. Northamptonshire to 143 for 4. Zabe on strike against the spinner for the first time. Slip in. Over the wicket. And he swept that. It's gone up in the air. Is it going to drop safe? Oh, it is. Lucky boy. That has dropped between 2 fielders. Converging from opposite directions. It was a sweep from Zabe. It miscued it horribly. It went up in the air. But fortunately for him, it landed safe. And as you said, Ed, this morning, when you're not in form, that goes to hand. As it is, he gets a single. 51, 144 for 4. Next ball turned out to mid-wicket by Broad, and there's no run. Darren Lehman did say this morning, when he was saying, as we touched on earlier on, that he wasn't absolutely sure how it would play. He thought it would seam a bit. He also said, as Broad turns that round the corner, they go through for a sharp single, shy at the stumps. At the non-striker's end to which Broad was running, it was Zabe who called through for the single to Ajit Singdale at backward square. It was a bit tight, but they got there. Zabe, well, quick between the wickets. Broad goes to 11, 145 for 4. Again, Zabe trying the sweep, which he normally plays either orthodox or reverse very well, but he hasn't got hold of that.
I think he's Q-ended it.
Yeah, I think he's just little. He might need some chalk sending out. 145 for 4. The end of Graham Van Buren's first over. 11 to Broad, 51 to Zabe, and just to continue, like Darren Lehman was saying, he thought it would also turn a bit, and Northamptonshire do have plenty of spin options in this game with Calvin Harrison leg spinner, Rob Keogh and Nervan Ramesh off spinners, and Safe Sabe slow left arm. So options should they be required, but just feel the weather might have more to say.
Yeah,
certainly tomorrow.
It's a shame, given that we've got actually quite a gap for these 2 counties between the next 2 championship fixtures. We can't just say, well, let's just make this day 1 and we can just play an extra day.
That'd be nice.
I'd take it. Singdale bowls, and Broad, he's not edged it. His body language suggested he might have done, because he looked so disappointed. It was just disappointment at having been drawn into the shot. I thought it moved away from him as well for a moment. I thought he must have got an edge to it, but no. There's something about the way that he looked back as well. I mean, they always say, no, actually he didn't really look back until later on. I guess it wasn't the immediate look back, but anyway, play and miss at that one as well, although that was more back of a length. Tried to force it through the offside, and that one seemed to die on him and James Bracey a little bit. There's not exaggerated variable bounce, but there's just a little bit of it, and again, it's understandable given the sheer amount of rain that we've had of late. be a bit of unevenness maybe to the surface. Singdale bowls and Broad defends into the offside, make him feel a little bit better, that shot. I was just having a look at some of the headlines on the BBC cricket page, and it's one of these headlines that I've read completely the wrong way the first time. McCullum expecting few shocks in Ashes selection. No, it's McCullum expecting few shocks in Ashes selection. I was thinking, oh gosh, where are we going here?
So,
Singdale bowls and an almost exaggerated leave from Broad, lofting the bat above his head, this time having played and missed it a couple outside the off stump. But when a batter in the form of Saif Zaib isn't always finding life absolutely straightforward, it does show you that it's perhaps not the most straightforward. It's been a curious stay at the crease from Broad so far. He's struck a couple of boundaries and then been tied down for the most part elsewhere. That one comes back into him a fraction. And Broad, who's is lively with his footwork at the crease, just defends it away to the covers. Almost exact opposite of Saif Zaib, who's, until he goes in attacking fashion at a shot, it's pretty much economy of movement elsewhere. With Broad, there's quite a lot of shuffling about of feet and arms. Singdale bowls and played into the onside. There'll be a diving stop by Akhtar at mid-wicket, and that is Singdale's first maiden over. He's only gone for 27 in his 11, so it's not as though he's been at all expensive, but just strung together the odd one or two against him. But a maiden there, 145 for 4.
Joe Phillips back on the field. Just jogging to his fielding position at point as Van Buren continues from the Ashley Down Road end. Miles Hammond in there at slip, and in fact Phillips going all the way out to the point boundary. 3 saving 1 on the offside as reverse sweep comes out. Appeal for a catch behind by James Bracey. Not out. I think the appeal lacked conviction, but passes of the time.
I was hoping the umpire would go, oh, missed reverse sweep. That's
that happens in
that's gone.
See that in club cricket from time to time. That's short and cut away by Zaib out to Joe Phillips on the point boundary. Comes through for another single, 52 to Zaib, 146 for 4. Justin Broad back on strike. Mid on and mid off, both fairly deep. Broad turns it round the corner. Thought for a split second, I think, about a single, but Ben Charlesworth quickly to the ball from mid wicket, and there is no run. So Phillips staying now down on the boundary at deep square. Man on the 45, saving 1, mid wicket, mid off, mid on. Sweep comes out from Broad. Can't get it past Singdale, backward square. Then extra cover is fairly tight on the drive. Deep cover and a backward point as Van Buren is in again. Bowls and carved away down through backward point by Broad. Only a single. As I mentioned, there is a man back there sweeping now on the point boundary. So Broad goes to 12 and Northamptonshire to 147 for 4 after being put into bat, having lost Proctor for 21, Harrison for 4, Sales for 6, McManus for 44. Van Buren in again, and that bounced and I suspect turned a little bit. And Zaib, who was trying to cut, looked somewhat nonplussed. But maybe there is going to be a little bit of turn on offer for the various spin options on offer in both sides. 147 for 4 at the end of the overs. Zaib is 52, Broad is 12. But yeah, just that one just bounced a little bit, didn't it? And a little bit hard to judge turn with the batters back to us, but I suspect it probably did just go a little bit.
Yeah, there's certainly been just that slight variation in the bounce, which I've seen produce a top edge already off the sweep shot from Zabe, but they seem to be pretty determined that Van Buren isn't just going to bowl at them. They seem quite happy, Northamptonshire, to move this along. Singdale to Broad, who slashes at that one, edges and is caught behind. It's a wicket for Singdale, and you have to say, the way that he's bowled, he will be deserving of that wicket. That may have been an inside edge from Justin Broad. I'll have another look at it, but
that was my first thought.
It looked as if it was. He had slashed at a couple wide of that off stump from Singdale. And yeah, I think off the inside edge, straight into the gloves of James Bracey. So that's another dismissal for him. And yeah, just a little almost under edge, I suppose you'd say, rather than inside edge, as that half drive, half cut came out from Justin Broad, and Gloucestershire grab a 5th wicket, 147 for 5.
And Rob Keogh comes to the crease at number 7. Keogh again been in and out of the side a bit this year. 9 matches in the Championship, 384 runs at 32. Got a high score of 125. But probably the innings that I suspect would have pleased him and Northamptonshire supporters the most was his long vigil at Merchant Taylor's School on the last afternoon to try and save the match. 61 not out off 192 balls, proper cricket. And in the end just ran out of partners, but showed a great deal of resilience to try and avoid defeat. One club man, of course. His 15th season of first team cricket for Northamptonshire, and contract is up at the end of the season. Darren Lehman has said he has been offered terms. As far as I know, he hasn't signed anything yet. But well, been a great servant to Northamptonshire cricket, and as I say, closing in on this milestone of 10,000 runs for Northamptonshire across all competitions. 57 runs away.
Well, it's Singdale to Keogh again on this ground. What could possibly go wrong?
If he starts doing the Paso Doble again, as he seemed to do this time last year, then I'll hit the M5.
3rd slip goes in, so no fielder at cover. Singdale in and bowls, and it's clipped away through the onside with a minimum of fuss out towards the boundary. It probably won't quite get there. Again, the slowness of the outfield will see to it that it's 3 rather than 4, but Keogh underway straight away and bringing up the 150 for Northamptonshire. It's 1 for 31 for him from his 12 overs, and Northamptonshire 151 for 5.
As far as the other matches are concerned, keeping an eye obviously on what's happening down at the Oval, that big game in Division 1. Surrey, as Ed mentioned earlier, bowled out for 173, so a lead of 58 for Notts, but Notts have lost an early wicket at the start of their second innings, 14 for 1, with Ben Slater out, bowled by Dan Worrell for 4.
Dan Worrell.
Inevitably. Here's Van Buren starting a fresh over to Zabe, who pushes forward, goes off the inner portion of the bat out into the leg side. Bracey trots round to field.
It was a joy to watch when he bowled here. You can see the difference in the speed that he can run in for Surrey.
He's bowling short, Van Buren, and punched away back past the bowler by Zabe. They'll come through for a single.
You know, pretty much just playing one format. He's the other huge difference is that he's only playing here now. When he was with Gloucestershire, he was an overseas player and hadn't given up playing in the Shield, whereas when he signed that 3-year deal, as was for Surrey, he immediately became a local player and didn't play in Australia.
54 to Zabe, 152 for 5. Keogh on strike, driven Up towards mid-off, but doesn't get anything like that far. Price comes across from extra cover to cut it off. Still just a slip in for Keogh, faces Van Buren, and Keogh is forward. Defensively, playing it back down the pitch. Van Buren, a busy cricketer at all times, but possibly also mindful of the fact they do need to claw back the over rate a bit. Here's Van Buren in again, driven out to extra cover once again by Rob Keogh, fielded by Ollie Price.
He certainly knows his role. It's Graham
yes.
Van Buren. He made 100 at Leicester in the first innings. I said to him, 25 overs tomorrow? He's like, yeah, I know what's coming.
Round the wicket again, bowls to Keogh, who turns it out towards mid-wicket. Thought about a single, but it's not there. And another tidy, and possibly more to the point, rapid over from Graham Van Buren. He's challenging Simon Carrigan's propensity for sub-minute overs, I think, Graham Van Buren. The end of that one, 152 for 5, Zabe is 54, Keogh is 3, and we've had 45 of the day's 104 overs.
Because we were supposed to be having tea in an hour, and the rate that they're going, there's still going to be about 45 overs left. And that's even if Van Buren keeps going at that point. So they really do need to get a bit of a move on. Singdale over the wicket, bowls. He plays that one straight into the ground, and there's no run. There's been quite the collapse at Hove, where Yorkshire are 123 for 7 against Sussex, having been 100 for 2. Hudson Prentice 3 for 16, couple for Unadcat, or Undercat, as somebody not so long ago attempted to call him. No, that's not his name. And a wicket apiece for Robinson and Hunt. Agarwal batting at 3, 12 off 54 balls, and you might need to get a bit of a move on, or he's going to run out of partners. Singdale bowls, and that's turned down to fine leg by Zabe for a single. All valuable points in the bank for Sussex, who are already 3 points ahead of Yorkshire coming into it, and 12 points ahead of Durham in 9th, as we've said, all so tightly bunched in that relegation battle for that second spot to join Worcestershire in what most people seem to be assuming will still be, whether rightly or wrongly, the same setup for next year, as Singdale is in and just tempts Keogh into a little bit of a foray away from his body outside the off stump. He sort of withdrew the bat after it.
I
but
was just thinking,
anyway.
it's this time of the year when normally we're sort of thinking, oh, where are we going to be going next year? And, you know, who might go up, who might come down, you know. And at the moment, although, as you say, there are various assumptions being made, we don't know. And I think it's extremely unsatisfactory that we're here in the penultimate round of matches and still don't really know what's going to happen next year.
I said it's a little bit embarrassing, really, for all concerned, as Keogh comes forward and defends towards mid-off. You know, the fact that we're even hearing at all the sort of rhetoric that we had last year, and oh, there's now not enough time, we'll have to postpone the decision. How is it got to that point? It's deeply frustrating on behalf of all parties, really.
I think initially it got to this stage because people weren't at the centre of the game, were not listening to those at the sharp end.
Singdale bowls a full ball flicked down to mid-on Taylor Fields.
Because it's not as though the opposition of members generally around the country to a reduction in county championship fixtures is something that's come out of the blue in the last few weeks. It's something that's been made crystal clear to anybody who cared to take notice for as long as you like. There's opposition coming down from 16 to 14. There's bound to be opposition if there's proposal to go down even further, especially as we were told at the time, that's it, 14 it will stay. No, it won't.
Singdale bowls a bouncer, and Keogh just about ducks underneath that one. It's fine as far as height, so just the one from the over, 153 for 5. Yeah, I just I couldn't help but guffaw at that statement that came out from the was it the Durham chief executive or chair, one of the two, that business about the supposedly revamped and all singing, all dancing county championship format that totally ignores the bottom 6 counties and doesn't seem to be particularly satisfactory for the top 12 either. But oh, by the way, Durham won't get relegated. Isn't that funny? Anyway.
Van Buren over the wicket, bowling to Zabe, who's setting up outside off stump and has pulled that one away over deep mid wicket for 6. First one of the match. And Safe Zabe, I noticed when he was taking guard actually the other end, it was taking, I think, off stump. And there, that ball from over the wicket, muscled away by Zabe, and it went to the longer boundary over towards the mound stand for 6. Takes Safe Zabe up to 61, and Northamptonshire to 159 for 5. Umpire just has a quick look at the ball to make sure it is none the worse for wear after being thumped onto the concrete. Van Buren again bowls wide outside off stump, cut away by Zabe down to deep backward point for a single. Zabe 62, 160 for 5.
But the other part of that statement was the bit about, you know, this could be set for generations to come. This is going to breathe new life into it. Yeah, right. Until 5 years when we change it again.
Van Buren in again, driven by Keogh. He's going to get certainly one as it goes out to deep point. And all they were thinking about a second, because Zaman Akhtar out there didn't pick it up cleanly, and Keogh was taking a couple of steps down. Come back for the second. Safe Zabe said, nah, stay where you are. Sensibly, I think. 161 for 5. That single takes Rob Keogh to 4. Zabe on strike again, pushes that back down the pitch. Van Buren fields, and there is no run. Van Buren over the wicket to Zabe, who swings that one again away over into the leg side. It drops. It was in the air a long time. He didn't really get hold of it, and it drops safely between 3 fielders, none of whom I think had a realistic chance of getting to it, and they come back for a couple. So the charge is being sounded here, I think, by Safe Zabe. 64 to him, 163 for 5.
Certainly, at the very least, keen not to just let Graham Van Buren bowl and get through some overs.
Over the wicket again comes Van Buren, and Zabe trying to cut.
He's invincible.
And, and that has not missed off stump by very much. It was too close to him, I think, for the shot he was trying to play, and he's now playing probably the shot he should have played, which is just to work it out to the onside. Nevertheless, he survives. 64 to Zabe, 4 to Keogh, 163 for 5. The batters confer, but we still have a lot of cricket left in the day, weather permitting. Another 57 overs. And, well, it's slightly hard to know, apart from, as you say, the idea that Safe Zabe didn't want Van Buren to settle, but that was a real change of attitude from Zabe.
It's nothing if not entertaining. Let's see if we can get some more of it. Anyway, Singdale to Keogh now might be rather different. Oh, gone a long way away from his body there as Keogh jabbing at that one on a length outside the off stump. It leaves him, and Keogh's sort of going through that routine that a lot of batters do after they've just played and missed, and rehearse and rerun, bit of admonishing, and then he wants to completely put it out of his mind, so much so that he's already waiting to face Singdale as he's about halfway back to his mark. 163 for 5. Singdale bowls and defended into the onside, and there's no run. Did we mention Durham and Worcestershire's score? I can't remember what we got to with that. No, we jumped about a bit. No, Worcestershire 168 for 4 at Chestley Street, so not doing too badly. 61 from Rehan Edavalath, who was run out for 61. Top scorer for Worcestershire. Singdale bowls pushed up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Worcestershire, who will be involved in the One Day Cup final against Hampshire. Could Hampshire finish runners-up in both white ball trophies?
And be relegated.
Exactly. It is. I was just about to say. You know, they could have a cracking season, win a trophy, and stay up. Or yeah. Or it could be the night were almost the worst season, really. We were better off not winning not getting to a final than finish runners up, it feels like, although it shouldn't feel that way, really, should it? But somehow it does. Singdale to Keogh, who gets back to ball, but just a check drive to mid-off. Essex 144 for 3 at Edgbaston. A couple of wickets for Nathan Gilchrist, who's presumably now going to be basically settled as a Warwickshire player. There was a period when I think he played for 3 different counties in maybe even 3 games. Played for Middlesex in the One Day Cup. Then he went and played the quarter-final for his still main club Kent, and then on loan to Warwickshire. Short ball from Singdale, with grunt of effort. Keogh gets down underneath it and ducks. Glamorgan recovering a little bit at 122 for 6 as Carlson on 49 has been joined by Tim van der Huchten. Back out at Old Trafford, where Middlesex are now 39 for 2 with De Carys and Deploy trying to rebuild that innings after a couple of early losses. Singdale in now, bowls. Oh, it's a wonderful delivery, full and seemingly straight, and then it leaves Rob Keogh. You can see exactly why he felt he had to play at that one, and Singdale really is causing Keogh some problems in this spell. It's a maiden over, and Northamptonshire 163 for 5. Leicestershire 244 for 4 now against Kent in the other Division 2 fixture. Rishi Patel did reach his 114, but both him and Lewis Hill, who made 54, are out. But Leicestershire are certainly on the charge for batting bonus points, and they will gain, surely, ground on Glamorgan in terms of securing that Division 2 title.
Now let's see what Save Zabe and Graham Van Buren can conjure up in this next over. Some exciting stuff. The previous one, the first ball is just dropped out into the onside by Zabe, fielded by Ollie Price at mid-wicket. Van Buren in again, bowls to Zabe, and Zabe just drops a bat on it, rolls down gently to backward point where Ajit Singdale fields, and there is no run. Still mid-wicket and extra cover fairly tight as Zabe goes for the orthodox sweep this time, goes down to deep square for 1. Northamptonshire to 164 for 5. Zabe 65 off 97 balls. Van Buren switching to round the wicket to Rob Keogh. Miles Hammond in at slip, and Keogh drives pleasantly out to deep extra. Picks up another run. Keogh to 5, 165 for 5.
Of course, I've been out of practice because tea will be at 3:30, because they'll have fixed it, won't they, with the session timings, actually. So we will get a monster
last session. Yeah. Van Buren in, bowls to Zabe, turns it out to Ollie Price in there at mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's going to be a long session, isn't it?
See how many we can get in, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's going to be probably the point. Here's Van Buren, flights that one up again, driven nicely by Zabe. Out to deep point, jogs through for another single, 66 to Zabe, 166 for 5, as another over ticks by, 49 bowled now, so 55 left in the day, so as Ed says, it's going to be well north of 40 to bowl in the last session. 42, 43 at least, I would have thought. But I think we're going to have a change. Yes, we are. I think we're going to have Zaman Akhtar back in the attack.
Yes, Akhtar replacing Singdale. Yeah, 70% Met Office is suggesting in terms of chance of rain at 7 o'clock, so not that we'll be playing then, but it does show you that it's coming, whilst we've got quite a lot of blue sky up above and the sight of a gull seemingly trying to dive bomb a crow.
Well, the rain, just having a look at the radar, it hasn't sort of crossed the coast yet, so it's still a little way away.
Slip in a wide gully for Akhtar, who bowls short and wide, and that's cut away for 4. It doesn't matter really how many fielders you put in that area. You've got a batter in form in Saif Zaib, and the ball is going to find a gap, so 170 for 5. He tightened things up, did Akhtar, in his 3rd and 4th overs. Then the 5th over really didn't finish the morning off on a great note for him, and he was rather cross with himself, as you'd imagine, after that over. And unfortunately, that first delivery was picking up where he'd left off from that over. But everyone's entitled to a loosener. He bowls now. That's short, pulled away, shovelled out through mid-wicket. The ball will drop well short of deep mid-wicket. They'll sprint back for a 2nd run, so runs continue to flow. And it's 172 for 5. Moves Zaib on to 72. There's going to be a lot of rain overnight by the looks of things. Wind getting up as well. Tomorrow, I did wonder whether it had improved at all. It hasn't really. 60-70% for every single hour or worse. Akhtar bowls. That's cut by Zaib in controlled fashion, just for the single to deep backward point where Daz Ahmed fields, and maybe Akhtar will be a little happier bowling to Rob Keogh, because he certainly didn't settle in against Zaib. Especially as Keogh had got that bit of a working over against Singdale. They do not want to let the pressure off, and that's a good delivery from Akhtar, which Keogh gets in line to and defends towards mid-on. Thursday looks actually quite a bit better than it did. There were thoughts in my mind that we might actually not even get a great deal of cricket on Thursday, almost potentially because of the amount of rain that there'd been on Wednesday, but it does look a bit more optimistic during the day for Thursday, possibly even a bit of sunshine. Akhtar bowls and defending Keogh into the ground as the ball trickles up towards Matt Taylor at mid-on. So Gloucestershire, just for the first time, it feels as though they're maybe, even though they haven't taken a wicket that long ago, just searching for a combination, and just wonder, just give this a couple of overs as Akhtar bowls, and that's pushed into the onside by Keogh, and he'll take a single through square leg to keep the strike. 174 for 5. Just wonder whether they might have a look and see what turn there might be from the pavilion end before too long as well.
Well, if I'd known it was going to be that bad tomorrow, I'd have brought the How's That rollers and we could have had a test series. But
oh, pencil cricket.
I've used similar.
I have passed the time on this ground with pencil cricket in the past. I've got my own. I do make it up slightly as I go along, as I actually remember the rules, but because I don't like the outcomes, I like it to be more reflective of actual cricketing outcomes, so I adjust it.
Complicating things. Forward comes Rob Keogh to the first ball of Graham Van Buren's 5th over.
Because you can select your own 11.
Oh yes,
so
well,
you can pit them against each other.
R.A. Rad's 11 played for many years in different forms of the game. Nudged into the onside by Keogh out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Mainly as that role is book cricket was another favourite in the various card games that you could buy. Subbuteo, not so much after sort of the age of about 12. Forward goes Keogh. So that next ball from Van Buren pushes it out into the offside this time as Ollie Price fields, and there's no run. 174 for 5. Van Buren in, fires that one in at Keogh. Keogh is forward, playing it back down the pitch. Keogh, who spent Saturday afternoon in the commentary box with us here at BBC Radio Northampton at finals day, punched by Keogh up to extra cover, and there is no run. Fielded again by the busy Ollie Price. Van Buren in again, driven out to extra cover to the even more busy Ollie Price, and that's the end of the over. A maiden for Van Buren, 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 19. It's 174 for 5. Zabe is 73. Keogh is 6, and 53 overs remaining in the day. About 35 minutes to go until tea.
Well, Leicestershire have won the race to a batting bonus point today. Got to 250 in the 51st over, so good going. And I think there was a couple of things at play when Gloucestershire were their last round. It was, well, we don't want to fall over the line. Actor over the wicket, bowls to Zabe, who tries to turn it into the onside and mistimes it. Ricochets off his body, then he asks, should I pick the ball up? And is told, yes you can. Tosses it to Ben Charlesworth coming in from slip. The other thing was, it's all very well getting promoted, but eek. What's Division 1 actually going to be like if we start struggling at the back end of this season? And whilst they've still undoubtedly been the standard in Division 2 this season, Actor bowls and interline defending Zabe, but they did win, was it 4 of their first 5? Was it 5 of 6 actually in the end, wasn't it? So they've actually only won 1 game since the mid part of the campaign, and I think that was always my wondering about Leicestershire. Would they be able to pass the test of the Kookaburra rounds, and then what would things look like? But they built up such a huge lead by that point, because their attack, with the exception of Josh Hull when he plays, there's quite a lot of right arm medium in there. Actor in and bowls, driving is Zabe fluently, but only for a single out to Ahmed on the deep cover boundary. 1 run added.
Well, Northamptonshire played them in that early part of the season at Grace Road, beginning of May. It was quite a low-scoring game, and Leicestershire won it bowled really well in the second innings. Josh Hull, a big sort of impact player role, with knocking over Vasconcelos, Proctor and Sales in quick succession, all of them bowled. But their batting was a little fragile.
Actor bowls a full ball, which Keogh drives. Won't get a run to mid-on.
Relied so heavily on the 100 for Patel in the first innings. They're 105 out of 304 all out. And Darren Lehman was saying at the time he thought it was more, considerably more than they should have got. Patel was dropped early on. But their seam bowling in those sort of conditions, and we're talking, as I say, early May, looked pretty good. Ben Green was superb. Now, I mean, he's been recalled, hasn't he, by Somerset?
Yes. I didn't actually see whether he was playing
I just wondered if
this
back
game
again. You're not missing any cricket because the ball is again out of shape, it would seem. So, once again, the executive briefcase has been fetched out of the pavilion.
Yeah, he is as well. Both Green and Aldridge are playing in
okay.
that game against Hampshire. It is interesting, really, because I suppose Somerset have still got a mathematical chance of the title, so they're just picking their best 11. And I think, let's see, now Gregory's playing as well. So it actually does show you a little bit that Somerset will be losing a few players next year, so they'll be curious to see how they replace some of the players who are leaving in the same way as Gloucestershire. Both West Country setups are losing quite a few of their seam bowlers, and where they get those from is intriguing. I suppose there are a few more on Somerset's books already. I mean, it's a bowler like Alfie Ogborn, as we've seen already from the likes of Sonny Baker. If those sorts of bowlers aren't getting cricket, then they'll just go.
Yeah.
As Green has, because he's not got red ball opportunities, and it's a bit too little, too late, really, for Somerset as far as keeping him red ball wise. But it's it's in a way it's a nice problem to have when you're producing so many cricketers, but also when you've got established names like a Gregory and a Craig Overton who aren't going anywhere, then almost what do? You can't keep hold of everyone. So we've completed another ball change, although just as that's happened, somebody's moved around down below us, which means that they're going to have to restart.
Doesn't do the over rate any good, does it, really?
No, it doesn't help. Must be a Northamptonshire fan. No. It was a very, speaking of Leicestershire again, it was a very close game between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire here. Just a 2-wicket win for Leicestershire as Actabol strikes Keogh on the pad and not out, despite the imploring nature of the appeal. It certainly looked a good shout, but not out, says umpire Baldwin. And then, I don't know, did that ball carry to second slip? Were they having a bit of a go at both to see whether there was an inside edge on it? I think it was mostly the LBW that they were appealing for. I mean, it has... The first thought was, maybe has it gone down?
I was worried it was sliding down.
It looked as if it had straightened. It's just a question of how much it's straightened. It's reached that stage in the day where I can't really see the ball on the monitor, so I'm not going to comment. Gloucestershire certainly fancied it.
Good decision.
Actor bowls to Keogh, and that's defended into the ground back to the bowler. There's only one run off the over.
I couldn't see it either, but it's a good decision.
Yeah. 75 for 5. No, but anyway, going back to Leicestershire, it was Ben Green in the first innings, 5 for 63, who got Gloucestershire all out there. It was a pretty even game on first innings. Dom Goodman had his only match for Gloucestershire this season, and sadly it will be his last match for Gloucestershire as he departs for Sussex. But 5 wickets in the first innings, 4 in the second, and you just thought, wow, this if he can really kick on from there. And I think a lot of Gloucestershire fans will know that bowler is in there, and he's an extremely tall but still pretty, he's very accurate. His best, moves the ball about a bit, but it
very similar.
Sadly got injured.
Yeah,
again.
Very similar route up through the game to Rafi Weatherall, same school, I think. Short of a length, turned away by safe save. First ball of Van Buren's over. Zabe picks up another single, 75 to him, 176 for 5. I have to say, Ben Green in the first innings at Grace Road was more or less unplayable.
Well, Holland in particular was here. There was an entire over that he bowled to Cameron Bancroft, which were all plays and misses.
Yeah.
It's not an easy thing to do.
Van Buren round the wicket, bowls to Keogh. Forward he goes, plays it back down the pitch. And I have to say, Logan Van Beek, I think, has also been a very good signing.
They're not retaining Van
which
Beek.
is really surprising, because I think he's been an outstanding cricketer this year in all formats. Beaten is Keogh from that ball from Van Buren again that maybe just held its line, possibly just turned a touch. Keogh was on the drive, taken by James Bracey, who nipped the bails off. Van Buren in again, bowls and turned by Keogh out to mid-wicket, no run.
I thought he would make a particularly I mean, I don't know, second division maybe, but somebody who's available for a start, and something like 300 runs, 33 wickets combo.
Van Buren in again, bowls to Keogh, drives up to mid-off, taking on the arm, and they're going through for the single throw. It misses the stumps anyway at the non-striker's end. It was a tight single from Keogh, but he made it. He goes to 7, 177 for 5. I think Northamptonshire certainly, talking to Darren Lehman, will be looking to announce a signing or two in the not too distant future. Hopefully some of the young players as well who've emerged this year will have plenty to look forward to next year. Now that's chipped by Zabe, dangerously close to mid-wicket. It was in the air for a while. Fortunately for him, it just cleared mid-wicket. And he picks up another run. And I think, yes, it was last ball of the over, so he keeps the bowling as well. 76 to Zabe, 7 to Keogh, 178 for 5. Ricardo Vasconcelos, who's not involved in this game, having a little wander around the boundary in company with Luke Proctor, I think, who's got his hood up against the cold. But I can reveal there's 2 people now buying ice cream, so well done then. That's what made this country great. Buying ice cream when it's 15 degrees or something. Excellent, good job.
We're just heading over to the stall next door to pick up some coffee to go with it. A test for the teeth.
Affogato.
Yes.
Very nice.
Test for sensitive teeth. In comes Actor and bowls, and a flamingo-style flick from Zabe as the back leg is raised, but he doesn't get a run for it as it picks out mid-on.
I do remember that game here 4 years ago that we were talking about earlier, with the first 3 days under leaden skies, and it was cold.
Was it you and Lammy doing that one on the
I think
BBC?
it was. Well have been.
Stephen Lamb.
And there was the only person that I saw buying ice cream the first 3 days was David Ripley, Northampton's then head coach, who's not averse to a cone.
Actor bowls and turned away to mid-on once more by Zabe, so twice in a row he's picked out the only fielder saving one on the onside. That Luke Proctor jogging with Vasconcelos to make sure that they get across the sight screen and don't hold up proceedings. But yeah, I think looking back on Gloucestershire's season as a whole, I think that game against Leicestershire here will be one of the games that they really look back on and think, that really was a great opportunity to turn a defeat into a win, as that's dropped down into the offside by Zabe for no run. Because Gloucestershire are going to have to find a way to convert more draws and the occasional defeat into wins next season, even if they, well, let's face it, they won't almost certainly get promoted even with 3 wins this season. The only thing that's really keeping them in, which shouldn't be discounted, but the fact that they've taken so many more batting points than all of the other sides around them. They have done much better on first innings, as say on drives. Again, there's no run to mid-on. It's Graham Van Buren who seemingly is being tormented by Safe Zabe when he bowls at him, when it comes to balls just looping around in various places, and Zabe's irritating him further by forcing him to field every ball when he's not bowling. But, you know, you don't... I suppose you look at a couple of games, you think maybe could they have declared a little bit sooner at Canterbury, given the fact that they reduced Kent in the overs that were bowled. Oh, there's a good ball from Actor, and he's got the wicket. Zabe departs for 76, and Actor, coming close to removing Keogh in the previous over, bowls a beautiful ball to Safe Zabe just outside the off stump. I think you'd have to say he's right to feel that he probably did have to play at that one. It's just the perfect line and length, and noticeable edge through to Bracey. So Actor has maybe the prize wicket, really, given his form. Zabe departs for 76. Northamptonshire 178 for 6.
Yeah, I think he did have to play at that, to be honest. I think it was just a good bit of bowling from Zaman Akhtar, so no 7th century of the season for Safe Sabe, who's channeling his inner Ricardo Vasconcelos at the moment by walking off extremely slowly. Disappointed clearly, I think, to have missed out on the chance of another 100, having got in 178 for 6. But Northampton's batting lineup in this match means that they have a specialist batter coming in at number 8, Adi Sharma, 19-year-old from Buckinghamshire, Stowe School, joining Rob Keogh. But I suppose, well, obviously that's another bowling point for Gloucestershire, so it's a question now, I suppose, of how Northamptonshire go about this for the remainder of the innings. It's sort of slightly cricket in a vacuum, isn't it, here, because everybody knows that the chances are we're not going to get much, if any, cricket tomorrow, unless the forecast, we hope it is wrong, but it's going to have to be very wrong. I suppose Northamptonshire's point of view, they'd probably like to get up to 250, at least get a batting point out of it. That said, I'm sure Ben Sanderson is itching to get out there and have a little bowl, because I think he might quite enjoy a roll on this. But Zabe goes for 76, gives him now 1,268 championship runs. He's about 70 behind Duckett's figure 9 years ago. If he can get past that either in this game or in the next one, then it'll be the most championship runs for Northamptonshire for 20 years.
Greg Van Buren was jogging off there. Akhtar bowls to Adi Sharma, who gets an inside edge. Now they're going to come through for a single as the ball trickles to where a leg gully would be. And hands firmly clasped behind heads all round as Sharma takes one. And that's a really top over from Zaman Akhtar, 1 for 38 from his 8 overs. And Northamptonshire 179 for 6. And Matt Taylor it is who's returning. I can't imagine that can be because Gloucestershire have got the nod that the over rate is back to anything like level, but I think they maybe have just decided, well, let's try and wrap this innings up, and then hopefully there'll be some play later on, and if they have to, they can make the overs up later on. But that's the way they go.
Yeah, it's a big if, isn't it? Well, I suppose it's going to be potentially in their own hands, of course. Yeah, interesting one. Anyhow, it is going to be Matt Taylor back into the attack to bowl to Adi Sharma, who played an extraordinary little innings against Glamorgan. He went in after a delayed start, and Northamptonshire were just thinking about whether to match Glamorgan, maybe declare a little bit early. Here's Taylor. 3 slips in, bowls to Sharma, who's forward, goes off a thick inside edge out to square leg, and there's no run. And Sharma went in, hit 2 sixes in 25 off 19 balls before getting out, and Safe Sabe at the other end cruising on to 145. And I talked to Safe afterwards, and I said, support from different batters in very different styles, and he said, Adi, I was trying to calm him down. He's a little bit giddy maybe, but he's a talented lad. Playing only his 4th championship match. Here is Taylor, in and bowls to him, and he drives through the covers, smooth as silk, running out towards the extra cover boundary, and that's 4 runs. And as I say, he's a very talented lad. He's got lots of shots, and obviously in the course of the early part of his career, he's working out which ones to play. Sometimes he does seem to feel as though he's got a choice, which is a nice position to be in. But made a very good 33, which is his highest championship score so far at Merchant Taylor School in the first innings. Played a couple of sumptuous strokes like that one. Maybe got not the best LBW that anyone's ever seen this season, let's just say. 3 slips, bright sunshine. Taylor from the Ashley Down Road end running into bowl to Adi Sharma, who's playing slightly across his pad. When it goes back down the pitch, Taylor fields. Sharma is 5, Keogh is 7. 183 for 6. We have about 20 minutes to go until tea. There are still 49 overs to go in the day after this one.
I seem to remember him playing a few entertaining shots in the game at Montage Road earlier this season.
No, he did.
24 off 27 in the second innings, 3 fours and a 6.
He's in again, Taylor, and worked into the onside by Sharma, out to square leg. One of the players that, as Darren Lehman was saying this morning when I was talking to him, they just want to have a good look at. They want to see what he's made of in different conditions, different attacks, different match situations. Captained Northamptonshire Seconds a couple of years ago, age 17, in a championship match. Youngest captain of a sort of major professional Northamptonshire team. Covers up Sharma, plays that next ball from Taylor out into the covers, and there is no run. Studying at Loughborough University. Now, dropping back deep square.
It's a good place to combine your cricket and studies. I think I'm right saying James Bracey was in the same year there as Sam Cooke. Something like that. There's a group of them. Aman Rao has gone there as well.
Here's Taylor round the wicket to Sharma, and that's gone down off something to fine leg for 4. Any bat involved? Yes. Little bit of bat, maybe clipped the pad as well on the way through. I think I'm sort of hearing 2 noises. Anyway, it's gone down for 4. So Sharma goes to 8, a couple of boundaries, to 9, beg his pardon. 187 for 6 at the end of the over. Taylor 3 for 47 from 13 overs. And Northamptonshire, having lost today, if you're just joining us, put into bat, lost Luke Proctor for 21, Calvin Harrison for 4, James Sales for 6, Lewis McManus for 44, Justin Broad for 12, and most recently Saif Zabe for 76. 187 for 6 it is. 2 bowling points secured already for Gloucestershire.
Wickets continuing to tumble at the Oval. Nottinghamshire 53 for 5.
Oh, goodness.
Leading by 111. Matthew Fisher, having taken 5 wickets in the first innings, has 4 for 11 in his 4th over. He's having himself a game, which is has to be said, he hasn't done very often against sides other than Gloucestershire. He's loved bowling against them. Actor bowls to Keogh, and that's worked away to wide mid-on. And they'll sprint through for 1, so that'll get Adi Sharma back on strike. 188 for 6. And he had an excellent game here. I think it was in 2022 in Gloucestershire's Division 1 season. Helped bowl Yorkshire to a win there, and then I don't think he played until the sides met at Headingley late on in the season, and that was the game when Gloucestershire won and relegated Yorkshire because of what happened with Liam Norwell the next day, saving Warwickshire with his 9-wicket haul. Actor bowls let go by Sharma through behind the stumps, and then, because he made his test debut against the West Indies, so I think I'm trying to think, it was something like 3 in 5 or 6 games he played Gloucestershire in, because then he didn't play at all for a long time until Yorkshire came down to meet Gloucestershire in Division 2, so he was pretty much a Gloucestershire specialist for a while, was Matthew Fisher. Actor bowls and reaching for that one hard-handedly as Adi Sharma and the cover drive ends up going to wide mid-on. And there's no run. Well, either way, it looks as though, to the frustration, I suspect, of Somerset and Warwickshire below, it does look as though one of Surrey or Nottinghamshire is going to win that game, which, even without bonus points, you'd think would almost kill the title chase, as Andy Sharma leaves that one, outside the off stump. Certainly not completely done, but the message would certainly be sent out to Warwickshire and to Somerset that you've got to win to stay in it, and they're playing sides in Hampshire and Essex that are in absolutely no mood to set something up and risk losing. It would have to be very friendly from their point of view. Anything were to be set up. Actor bowls us a hooping in-swinger, which Adi Sharma does deal with. Works it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Somerset have recovered somewhat against Hampshire, with Tom Abel on 59 and Casey Aldridge on 42. Washington Sundar has his first wicket for Hampshire. Goldsworthy for 22, but Somerset do look as though they are on track to take some batting points, which would close the gap for now on both Surrey and Notts, who didn't get a batting point. 195 for 5. Actor bowls forward defence into the offside, and then eventually they realise there's a pretty comfortable single there, which all of a sudden isn't that comfortable, because it was as though Adi Sharma was holding the pose for the photographers and then suddenly realised actually there's nobody at cover. So what looked as if it was going to be a dot's going to be a single eventually to end the over, so that will be 189 for 6. And Sharma then moving into double figures with that single on 10. Keogh 8 from 36. Glamorgan still 6 down at Derby, 168 for 6. Kieran Carlson 84 not out. Van der Huchten still there on 19. Hard side to put away, Glamorgan, and to be fair, they have been a difficult side to put away even before this year. They've just found a way to turn some of those draws into wins, as Gloucestershire will hope to next season.
Here's Taylor in, starting a fresh over to Sharma, who's reaching forward, playing it out into the covers for Jack Taylor to field, and there is no run. 189 for 6, with skies just getting a little bit cloudier over to our left, over to the west, as the forecast did suggest earlier on. And then, as Ed was saying earlier, sadly the implication is that once we get some rain coming in tonight, it may be with us for a while, but as we say, just fingers crossed that it's wrong. 3 slips waiting as Taylor is in and bowls to Sharma. Again, he's across his stumps with a little jump, plays it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Quite an animated scene over to our left. I think there's a little school, is it a nursery at the back of...
Oh yes, turning out time.
Back of the ground, so it is, yes, turning out time.
School's back. You go for quite a long time at, at the cricket here with it not being term time. And then,
well, I noticed it this morning, just when I came in, there were 1 or 2 starting to drift in. Kids in their lunch boxes and parents. And there's now home time. Taylor is in, bowls, and forward goes Sharma, just dropping it out into the covers, and there's no run.
Straight past the ice cream van.
Always. Looking neither left nor right. There's a helicopter. Wheels overhead, over towards the west. Bit of chat going on in the slip cordon, you can see, with Miles Hammond, unsurprisingly, front and centre. James Sales has just got himself a coffee, I think, and coach is down there as well. There's refreshments being partaken of. Lewis McManus as well, with a with a coffee. Here's Matt Taylor looking for a fourth wicket. In and bowls to Sharma, who pushes just a little bit circumspect fashion out into the covers. There's no run. Sharma 92 runs and 18.4 in the 3 matches he's played this year. He's got a bowl against Glamorgan, only a bit of speculative leg spin as the game drifted to a draw. Did wonder if Arish Bashake might get a game here. He's another one of Northampton's talented youngsters. Was in the squad but not selected. In comes Taylor, and again forward goes Sharma, plays it out to the covers, and there's no run. Uppingham boy Arish Bashake at Durham University. Seems to have, he's had obviously a few times in the squad recently with the One Day Cup as well, but still looking for his first team debut. Now down to 2 slips, but they've reinforced the offside field with a short extra on the drive, and Sharma runs that down between second slip and backward point and is able to come through for a single, called through by Keogh. That was the last ball of the over as well. So Sharma goes to 11, Keogh is 8, 190 for 6. Matt Taylor 14 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 48. Meanwhile, Salman Akhtar is going to bowl the next over, handing over his sweater to Graham Van Buren, who obligingly will take it to umpire Paul Baldwin. Clock showing 3:23. Presumably they will amend the over rate calculation at tea. They often do it just at intervals, don't they? But
a sweepstake.
Well,
-4.
Well, we have seen a bit of Van Buren this afternoon.
Yes, they do tend to allow, we make allowances if you're trying to bowl spin. Akhtar bowls, it's a no ball. I don't think there was an edge there, but it did nip away considerably from Adi Sharma. So the first no ball, as that one passes the outside edge, 192 for 4, that will be with a couple of runs on there. Akhtar is certainly found the spot, particularly against these right-handers, seemingly, although it was the left-handed Zabe that he ended up dismissing in this spell. Bowls now and down the leg side. It's flicked at by Sharma and missed through behind the stumps. But yeah, sort of thinking from a Gloucestershire perspective, of course they need to wrap this innings up quickly, and if, let's say they had, I don't know, they're going to have to hope for a substantial amount of time to bat this evening, and then they're going to have to bat quickly.
Yeah.
And probably their only route to putting Northamptonshire under pressure as Akhtar bowls against Spears it way down the leg side, even further than the last one. Suddenly, kicking away at that crease there. Perhaps that no ball's just suddenly got him thinking about his landing area when, in fact, he seemed to be in rhythm before that. But, what they're going to have to bat. Let's say we only get today and the 4th day in, as the forecast suggests we might. We're certainly going to have to bat for a good portion of the final day, and then presumably hope somehow only to bat once. Short ball mistimed up in the air, and it's just going to clear mid-on. Matt Taylor able to take it on the first bounce as he was running back from quite a close mid-on. Adi Sharma taking that short ball on and not able to keep it down. Gets away with it, 193 for 6. Gets off strike as well, which is always handy in these sorts of situations. Actor to Keogh. There's another one of those big in-swingers that Actor brings out every now and then. So it's defended to mid-on. Did slightly telegraph that one. I'm not saying that it may not still have brought a wicket, but the obvious leap sideways that he made certainly indicated that that one was going to be speared in. He bowls now. There's the slight away mover, but this time it's well negotiated by Keogh out to backward point. His in-swinger does move more than his away swinger does. Actor. It was one really that was just on the ideal line and length that he got Zabe with. Didn't do a huge amount, but he didn't need to. Last ball of this over in now bowls, and this is prodded away by Keogh for no run to backward point. So it sort of shows, I guess, at 193 for 6, there was a while when we thought, well, has there almost been the way that Zabe was batting, particularly against Van Buren, it was almost as though there'd been a actual discussion of, right, let's really get on with this and try and put the charge on. But actually we've seen that since Van Buren's come off, it's not really been the case, although we'll see what happens now because he's coming back.
Well, yeah, it's not an easy surface to sort of force the game on, is it?
No,
I think that's possibly the issue there. Anyway, we are going to see Van Buren for what is going to be his... how many overs has he bowled? This will be his... It'll tick up in a moment.
Fifth or sixth.
Anyway, starting his second spell.
Everything's being incredibly slow, of course.
Round the wicket comes Van Buren, and Sharma playing back, trying to work it into the onside. 8th over.
Okay.
Thank you.
There we go.
193 for 6.
This will be last over before tea as well.
Could well be. Yep, left arm spinner. Round the wicket bowls, and nice stylish looking drive from Adi Sharma. Is very easy on the eye when he's playing well. Gets a single out to deep cover. Goes to 13, 194 for 6. Well, the end of day stories have been read, and yeah, the kids are all filing out of classrooms at the far end of the ground. Forward goes Keogh to that next delivery.
Don't run in the car park.
Well, I hope they've had a bit of Professor Brainstorm. That was always my favourite stories at the end of the day at school. Forward again goes Keogh, nudges it round the corner, thinks about a single, but it's not there. Mind you, it was a bit strange when you're 17 and in the 6th form, isn't it, really? 194 for 6. Start to empathise with Professor Brainstorm with 5 pairs of glasses, including one to look for the others. Forward goes Keogh, pushes it out to the offside. Remember that? 5 pairs of glasses on his forehead, one of which is to look for all the other pairs when he loses them. And you think it's really funny until you get to my age, and then you're doing sort of much the same thing. Van Buren in, bowls driven by Keogh up to mid-off. That is the end of the over, and that is tea. On day 2, although the actual first day's play here at Bristol, and Northamptonshire go in on 194 for 6. So they've added 94 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. In a sense, they're very similar sessions.
Yeah.
100 for 3 at lunch, 194 for 6 in the second session. Wickets to fall this afternoon. McManus for 44, Broad for 12, Zabe for 76, Rob Keogh and Adi Sharma seeing it through to the break. 194 for 6 it is.
100 for 3 in 29 overs and 94 for 3 in 30 overs. So it shows you that it's not exactly been great in terms of over rate from Gloucestershire, but they'll be pretty happy in terms of what they've done with the ball so far. So we'll see what the evening session brings. Certainly looks as if it's going to bring a little bit more cloud cover and Certainly a big question mark as to how many of these 45 overs remaining we're going to get, but we promise that we're going to bring every single one of those overs to you.
Because every ball is an event.
We have to.
Every ball is an event, you know that.
We simply have to. So, Radders and myself will be back in about 20 minutes.
Some scores from around the country. Essex are 180 for 3 in their game against Warwickshire. Worcestershire are 202 for 4 in their game against Durham. Yorkshire are in a spot bother, 175 for 8 in their game against Sussex, having chosen to bat after winning the toss. Nottinghamshire 231, Surrey 173, Nottinghamshire 76 for 5. They lead by 134 runs. Game on. Somerset 208 for 5 in their game against Hampshire. Middlesex 61 for 2 against Lancashire. Glamorgan 171 for 6 in their game against Derbyshire. And finally Leicestershire, promoted last week, they're 288 for 5 in their game against Kent. Just a reminder that the Thatcher's Bar and the Legends Bar, which is situated behind the Marker Lane stand at the Ashley Down Road end of the ground, are both open and will be serving refreshments throughout the match day. Also got a burger unit available here on match days as well. The maximum order any time for alcoholic drinks is 4. And please remember that all catering units are cashless. If you're coming down tomorrow, you can enhance your match day experience this week with dining in the Grace dining rooms, which are available across the first 3 days of the game. Enjoy a freshly prepared roast with all the trimmings and dessert option with veggie, vegan and dietary alternatives available on request. Book your place in the Grace room of the main pavilion for just £18.95. reminder that there's plenty to keep you occupied over the winter, as the Gloucestershire Cricket Lovers Society have got a full programme. On the 13th of October at 7:30 p.m, they've got Dean Wilson coming to speak to them, the author of In Sid's Voice. He's also the current chair of the Cricket Media Club. On the 3rd of November at 4 o'clock, Graham Gooch, 118 test matches for England. 8th of December at 7:30 p.m, Ashley Giles, ex-England and Warwickshire, 54 test matches for England, part of that 2005 series. And Ashley's the current chief executive of Worcestershire. On the 12th of January, Ed Seaborn and Melissa Story, the BBC cricket commentators. Melissa's cricketer for Gloucestershire Women, and both her and Ed won the Christopher Martin Jenkins Cricket Broadcaster of the Year Award in 2024 and 2023 respectively. On the 9th of February, Vikram Banerjee, the former Gloucestershire bowler, and on the 9th of March, Andy Moles, the ex-Warwickshire and international head coach. Membership's just £25 plus a £2 joining fee for 6 meetings. The meetings are held here in the Bristol Pavilion at the Sea Unique Stadium. referee Wayne Noon, and scorers Adrian Ball and Terry Owen. Big round of applause for James Bracey and the Gloucestershire team. And please welcome the two Northamptonshire batters, Adi Sharma and Rob Keogh.
Hello again, welcome back to the evening session, and it's going to be an extended evening session of this Division 2 Rothesay County Championship match between Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire. 194 for 6. Northamptonshire will resume on, and you may just about have caught who's going to open the bowling for the evening session from the Bristol Pavilion end. Here comes Ajit Singh Dale bowling a short ball which has got over the attempted pull shot of Adi Sharma, who's on 13. The ball has gone through behind the stumps, and Ajit Singh Dale is looking disconsolate about something. I think it was signalled as one for the over. Is he just particularly upset that it was signalled as that, or is it where his foot landed? Anyway, he doesn't seem to be happy all of a sudden. He should be fairly happy because he's bowled well again, 1 for 32 in his 15th over now, so that combination of pace and control. Singh Dale, very pleasing bat twirl there from Adi Sharma. Facing up now, Singh Dale bowls to him, and that's a wonderful delivery, which is full and swinging away, passes the outside edge of Adi Sharma behind the stumps. Rob Keogh leaning on his bat very casually at the non-striker's end on 8 in this partnership, looking to take Northamptonshire closer to a first batting bonus point. Gloucestershire need to wrap this innings up as quickly as they can, needless to say. Singh Dale down the leg side and missed by Adi Sharma, but not by James Bracey, leaping away to his left-hand side as the high layer of cloud is mostly obscuring the sun. We've got a little bit of brightness still, but there's a sort of lower layer which we seem to have not really had directly over the ground through most of the day, but it does feel as though maybe the first signs of this front moving in.
Draining in New King.
Right, okay. It's a shame.
No surfing for you, Ed.
Yeah. Well, I think we should still go out in the rain, but there should be some good waves there, I would have thought. Singh Dale bowls, and that's nibbled down to deep third by Adi Sharma for the first run of the evening. 195 for 6. Well, if you fancy a surf at some point, maybe tomorrow, Radis, there's the wave.
The 7 ball.
Well, I don't know if he's in today.
Very good.
There's
here all week.
There's the wave in North Bristol where you can go and do a bit of
I
surfing.
I thought you meant like the 7 ball.
No, not like
no,
that. I don't know whether it's the right time or not. Probably not. Singdale bowls clipped away down to fine leg. Chase on for fine leg, won't get there. Over the boundary rope it goes. So Rob Keogh gets underway straight after tea. He's battled for 43 deliveries before tea and not hit a boundary, and he's got one to his first ball after tea. It's the way it works. 199 for 6. Yeah, I don't think I would. I certainly wouldn't be paying for the pleasure of falling flat on my backside in front of other people who are no doubt far better at it than me.
No, I think not. No.
I already embarrass myself enough on a daily basis behind the microphone without wishing to add to that. I don't think we'll be heading there. One of a number of things springing up around the edge of Bristol all the time.
I was going to say, if I went in there, somebody would run for a harpoon.
Singdale in a bowls. Oh, tight leave from Keogh. That was pretty close to off stump, and Singdale with the slight histrionics going down to his knees, but I sort of don't blame him really, because especially we've seen one batter already in Luke Proctor shoulder arms to a ball that hit the stumps. I'd say actually that Proctor's leave was a better one than that one, but it doesn't bowl him. We'll get another look on the replay. I think that was basically as close as I thought it was, which is very close. 199 for 6 at the end of that over. I mean, sometimes it's almost on length, actually, more so than line is left that. But you know, sometimes when we're a little bit off to one side, you sort of question yourself and think, okay, was that maybe a little bit worse or better than it looked? But we have got such a good view for this game.
Yeah, absolutely, down the pitch. Van Buren will continue from the Ashley Down Road end and bowl short and hammered away by Adi Sharma. It's gone up in the air, it's going to be caught, and he is caught, and that's a bit of a soft end for Adi Sharma. It's just pulled it straight up in the air, caught it wide mid-on, and Van Buren picks up his first wicket. Sharma goes for 14, and it's 199 for 7.
Gosh, I'm almost slightly embarrassed to comment on that.
It was not pretty, was it?
As Miles Hammond's got his shirt clutched in front of his face.
It was a bit of a slap. I mean, to be fair, the ball was there to be hit. It was short, but he just horribly miscued it, and it went up and provided wide mid-on with the easiest of catches. If you're watching on the stream, you can see it now, and he knew. He caught it low on the bat, I think.
Yeah, I think Graham Van Buren's hand in front of his face after that sort of is about the reaction that that most of us have.
As they say, it's not always the good ball that gets the wicket.
I think that's the worst ball he's bowled this season.
Well, it's Matt Taylor
bowled a few deliveries this season. Over all of them, I think that might just be the worst. So that's not even halfway down. That's a third of the way down from Van Buren. Gosh.
Well, it's. Gives him his first wicket. Matt Taylor, a very, very straightforward catch, and it brings to the crease Ben Dulker or Sander Paul or various other names that he's been given this year after his 65 against Lancashire, which was probably nomination for one of my champagne moments of the season. And getting that 50 against Lancashire was just an extraordinary innings when he was threatening Rory Kleinveldt's record for the fastest half century for Northamptonshire in the Championship. In the end, I think he got it off 22, 23 balls. But when I asked him about it afterwards, he said, well, my batting philosophy is very easy, just try not to get hit. But he probably hasn't come close to repeating those heroics so far, and he's in Ben Sanderson facing, and he's gone first ball. So once again, he hasn't come close to repeating those heroics, and he's just standing there and looking at where that hit him, because he was pushing forward. And let's have a little look at this one. It's come round the wicket.
I don't think it's as far outside the line as Ben Sanderson thinks it is.
No,
whether it was umpire's call or I don't know if it was just outside, to be honest, but it certainly wasn't as egregious an error as Ben Sanderson seemed to think it was.
Sanderson was not impressed and may find himself summoned to Wayne Noon's match referee's study at the end of the day for a word or two, because he was really stood for a long time there, rooted to the spot. Couldn't quite believe that he'd been given out. Nevertheless, he has, and there's now, of course, a bit of a frantic delay while Ben Whitehouse comes to the crease. Van Buren is on a hat-trick, having picked up 2 in 2. It's 199 for 8, and it looks as though Gloucestershire will be batting in the not too distant future.
I think the last Gloucestershire spinner to take a hat-trick in first-class cricket, it's been a very long time. I was just having a quick look back here. I think David Graveney in 1983 against Leicestershire is the last time a Gloucestershire spinner's taken a hat-trick. Sid Lawrence, John Lewis, James Franklin, James Fuller, Craig Miles and Tom Price ×2 since then.
Well, I think you need to take this, Ed.
Oh.
Hat-trick ball.
Well, penny for the thoughts of Ben Whitehouse walking out to face it. You could not get 2 more differing dismissals as a left-arm spinner, and it's pretty much the ideal left-arm spinner's delivery to a right-hander bowled to Sanderson, especially when there's not a huge amount of turn there. All of a sudden, not only has Whitehouse presumably been scrambling for pads and his helmet, but Gloucestershire are scrambling about for the same things, because they're going to try and go on the attack. There'll be 2 slips, Hammond and Ollie Price, Ben Charlesworth crouching down at leg slip as well, and Joe Phillips, who always seems to be the person who draws the short straw when Cameron Bancroft's not about, because Bancroft loves fielding at short leg. It's going to be him there. They'll have 2 short extra covers, Singdale at short mid-wicket as well, and here comes the hat-trick ball from Graham Van Buren. Round the wicket, he's in and bowls to Whitehouse, and he's gone through him. That was a nervy shot from Whitehouse, and I thought to start with Van Buren had started that too wide, but he tried to drift it back in. He just did start it a fraction too wide, and it's beaten Whitehouse, but no hat-trick.
So we're back to, well, I was going to say back to a relatively normal field, but bearing in mind Ben Whitehouse in his second championship match batting at number 10, 4 round the bat plus the keeper. He plays that solidly enough out into the offside, and there is no run, but 2 slips, leg slip, and Joe Phillips deemed expendable in there at forward short leg. Here's Van Buren in again, bowls to Whitehouse, strokes that one up to mid-off, and there's no run. Ben Whitehouse from Lincolnshire in his second county championship match. Previous one against Glamorgan was his debut, as with Nervan Ramesh, who is in next. Van Buren in again, bowls, and there's a bat and boot, I think, on that one. It squirts down into the slip cordon. Applause for Graham Van Buren for a double wicket maiden. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 23. And at the end of the over, Northamptonshire 199 for 8, with Rob Keogh on 12. And if there's any scoring to be done, I strongly suspect Rob Keogh will have to do it. Ben Whitehouse's only innings in first-class cricket so far, made 1 not out in the previous match. Sorry, 6 not out. Ramesh's was 1 not out, and they were in together when the declaration came. So there's not a lot of form to go on, I think it's probably fair to say.
Well, he was born in Lincoln, which all the best people were.
Absolutely. Well, not all, but he's an imp then.
Here comes Ajit Singh Dale, bowls now to Keogh, and that's flicked away to deep backward square. They're going to try and come back for 2 here, and this is going to be tight. Yeah, they can't go for it.
He slipped anyway, Rob Keogh, didn't he?
It would have been a risk anyway. It was a tricky throw for Zaman Akhtar, but he's got enough power in that arm that he could still have made it quite close. And as you say, the slip really did finish it. So now Gloucestershire have got exactly what they wanted, because they've got 5 balls at Whitehouse, 200 up.
I was looking at the last Lincolnshire-born player to play for Northamptonshire, because obviously we do have a county border with Lincolnshire. It's only 19 metres. It's the shortest county border in the country. But the most recent one actually was Andrew Carter. It wasn't that long ago. He was had a game or two on loan. Yeah. So it wasn't actually that long ago.
Three slips for Whitehouse. Still a fielder back at deep third and at fine leg, but there's a short leg as well. Starts him off to Singdale with a short wide delivery, which Whitehouse seems to see pretty well. Sways away from it.
It's a 19-metre boundary up, right up in the very north east of Northamptonshire as you go out towards Stamford. It is, I am reliably informed, the shortest county border in England.
Right. Didn't know that.
Every day is a school day, Edward.
Didn't know that. I did know that Andy Carter was also born in Lincoln, so again, all the best people are. Singdale in bowls, that's tucked away past the sprawl of Joe Phillips at short leg. Whitehouse will get one. He wants to come back for two. He might want to come back for three, but he's not going to be able to, so he's going to keep the strike. But he's got a couple of runs, 202 for 8.
Didn't Grimsby used to be in Lincolnshire before?
I suppose it's in north-east Lincolnshire technically now, isn't it?
Well, it's Wayne Noon, match referee in this very fixture, but also played for Northamptonshire, another Lincolnshire man. There's certainly a guy called Alexander Thompson, who was born in Stamford, as one or two Stamford players. Because
it's a surprise that more of them haven't gone across from there. All the Stamford products are going to Leicestershire, as that's defended to backward point by Whitehouse for no run. So I'm not actually sure where the likes of Alex Green and Josh Hull were born from the top of my head. But
Josh was born Hinchinbrook in Huntingdon, and of course, but lives in Oundle and plays club cricket for my club, Oundle Town. Not sure about Ben, but it used to be when Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, in its vaguely present form, came into being 150 nearly years ago. Stamford was part of Northamptonshire for cricketing purposes.
Singdale bowls, playing inside the line of that one is Whitehouse. Peterborough was born Alex Green, so there you go. Even more reason that he should be playing for
Northamptonshire, which part of Northamptonshire until 1965, and then became Huntingdon and Peterborough, and then kept moving, as Matthew Engel said, when they kept doing let another local government reshuffle. The next local government reshuffle, Peterborough will be somewhere in the North Sea, because it go Huntingdonshire, Cambridgeshire.
There'll be a few people who wouldn't mind that, but
no,
no, not at all. I wouldn't say that. Singdale, last ball of the over, flings himself in and bowls, and Whitehouse has played at that one, I think, despite his best efforts to withdraw the bat as far away from the ball as possible, but he's negotiated the over, and Northamptonshire 202 for 8. Where did he play do you know where he played his club cricket in Lincolnshire, Ben Whitehouse?
Yes, Bracebridge Heath.
Oh right, okay, yeah.
Played for them more or less right through from a junior, certainly with them about 8 or 9 years ago. He's 23 now. Yes, Bracebridge Heath.
What was that? Clubs in the Links Prem.
Yeah, Links Prem. Yeah, that's right. So Graham Van Buren, 2 wickets in his bag, looking for another one, and bowling to Rob Keogh with 3 saving 1 plus a slip, and Keogh drives up to mid-off and there's no run. So we may be in for a little bit of cat and mouse. Is he going to take a single? When's he going to take a single? There's Van Buren, bowls to Keogh, pushes up towards mid-off again, and there's no run.
So it'd have been big rivals with the Kimber family.
Oh yes, of course.
Lindrum.
Yes. Lindrums. Big swing and a bowled. Keogh just thinking he had to try and get on with it. Went for a big swing. He missed. Van Buren hit. Keogh goes bowled. Van Buren for 13, and Northamptonshire are 202 for 9.
Well, it's funny, isn't it? The number of, well, a huge number. There were 2 or 3 times when Zabe tried to sweep him and had it land in no man's land. And the first time Rob Keogh goes for one, he misses it.
Well, as you said at the time, Ed, it's what happens when you're in form. Rob hasn't, as I say, he's had some useful innings this year, as he always does, but in his 15th consecutive season of first team cricket for Northamptonshire. And here comes Nirvan Ramesh running out to the middle. Means business.
There is also the danger that as Van Buren's now got 3 wickets, as Matt Taylor has, that I may have to talk to Graham Van Buren about the delivery that got Adi Sharma out. Talk me through that one, Graham.
Oh dear. Wonderful. So, the 2 batters, both making their second championship appearances, both having made their debut in the previous game against Glamorgan, is Nirvan Ramesh, 17 years old, Northamptonshire's 3rd youngest championship debutant since the war, the only younger ones being Peter Willey, who was still only 16 when he made his championship debut back in 1966, and Saif Zaib, who actually played for the first team, although it wasn't a first-class game, aged 15 against Durham University way back. Nirvan Ramesh unsurprisingly has company. He has 2 slips, forward short leg, backward point, short extra cover on the drive as Van Buren comes in and bowls to him, and he's beaten outside the off stump.
A little bit of turn.
A little bit of turn. He has a backward square, only just behind square, short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off as Van Buren is in, bowls, and nothing wrong with that from Nirvan Ramesh. Runs it down to backward point where Jack Taylor fields, and there is no run.
Just a little dot last ball with Singh Dale to bowl the next over might be ideal from his point of view.
Here's Van Buren, bowls, and Ramesh, yes, they shall not pass. Plays it out to short extra cover. They shall not pass, and I shall not. Shall not pass, and I shall not face.
Sorry, I thought you said something.
No, I
else.
thought you did. Yes, and I shall not face. 202 for 9. Grow up. Whitehouse is 2. Ramesh is yet to get off the mark. There's too much hilarity going on in this commentary box this afternoon.
I don't think you had that many biscuits at tea time, did you? Right.
Now.
Settle down, everybody. Singh Dale will receive the ball from Graham Van Buren. And Phillips will still be in there. When I say short leg, he's not the shortest leg that you've ever seen. He's taking another couple of steps in now as Singh Dale bowls, and that's short and wide, and Whitehouse has nothing to do with that one. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, it's only been about 10 minutes, but already the level of light, even though there's still mostly lighter cloud up above. It's not by any means bad, but it's just this is what it is at 4:10, and we've still got 40 overs left after this.
That's the thing I was just looking at. And the umpire's interesting, Paul Baldwin's already having a little look, I think, where down towards the southwest where the weather is coming up from. It's really not massively promising.
Singh Dale in and bowls on leg stump, flicked away past short leg, and that will speed out to the boundary. 4 runs to Whitehouse, moves him to 6. A couple of times Singh Dale has just strayed a little too far towards leg stump, and Whitehouse has picked him off very competently. 206 for 9, and then Actors had a rap on the fingertips as Josh Shaw launches the throw in from the deep. Sure, Gloucestershire would be more than happy for many reasons to depart from the bowling crease, as it were, as soon as possible. That won't be easy facing the likes of Sanderson, especially Proctor, Broad, etc. As Whitehouse push drives towards mid-on. There's no run in conditions that you would expect to be favouring the bowlers, especially as at some point surely the floodlights will have to come on as well, which whether it makes any direct difference I'm never exactly sure, but it's just that extra feeling sometimes of what the ball might do, and then the bowlers just take that little bit of extra confidence from it, possibly. one more wicket for Gloucestershire to take. Singdale bowls and passes the edge of Whitehouse, who again motions as though he's withdrawing the bat right within the line of the ball, to such an extent actually that he wouldn't be covering his off stump, but it's hard to tell quite how much he's playing at these deliveries. I'm sure Singdale, as he's walking back with a grin on his face, would say that he's definitely beating him with them, but so often the way when you get to the tail that actually you can bowl a perler but no chance of nicking it. So got to come within their own half a little bit like that, targeting the top of off stump, and in fact it may even be more like middle stump. Yeah, it's middle stump that's been pegged back, and Singdale wraps up the innings with a fiery delivery which beats the defensive shot of Whitehouse. He's bowled for 6, and Northamptonshire have lost their last 4 wickets for 12 runs since tea, so Gloucestershire will be pretty pleased with the way that they've been able to finish off this innings quickly. 3 wickets for 23 for Graham van Buren, but really the main protagonist, especially early doors, was Matt Taylor. 3 for 48. He got rid of the top 3 in the order, so back-to-back excellent bowling performances from Matt Taylor. A wicket apiece for Ajit Singdale, Josh Shaw and Zaman Akhtar. In fact, sorry, of course Singdale got 2 wickets in the end, and it's just updated. 2 for 44. Singdale finishes with, he's bowled with great control as well. Josh Shaw 1 for 37 from his 11 overs. Akhtar 1 for 43 from his 10. Ben Charlesworth only bowling the 2 overs. So all the bowlers that bowled an appreciable number of overs contributed with something. Gloucestershire, I think, would have known that this was a pretty handy toss to have won in good bowling conditions. I'm sure they'll be pleased to have wrapped up that Northamptonshire innings for 206 inside 64 overs, but we'll know that there's a stiff task ahead of them as far as these remaining, what'll be 38 overs. I think they think they've taken those overs off, haven't they? So yeah. 38 overs remain in the evening session.
Yes, you feel that the demise of Safe Sabe was really the key there. Up to that point, 178 for 5, Northamptonshire in reasonable shape, and Sabe finding support of varying degrees of usefulness from players at the other end, all making minor contributions. But as long as Safe Sabe was there, Northamptonshire would have felt they were on for 250 plus. But as soon as he went, and it took a good ball to get him out from Zaman Akhtar, then the rest really folding in fairly short order. As I say, the one person I suspect might not be too sorry to see the innings close is probably Ben Sanderson, maybe even Luke Proctor, whose figures this year, and I keep saying it, 17 wickets at 41 is nothing special, but he's bowled much better, I think, generally than those figures would suggest. So Proctor and Sanderson, I would imagine, will be quite looking forward to having a little bowl on this, but we shall see.
We will. I think we'll take a brief breather for 7 or 8 minutes, and we will be back in time to bring you the Gloucestershire reply to Northamptonshire's 206 all out.
welcome back your umpires, Paul Baldwin and James Treadwell. Please welcome Luke Proctor and the Northants team. And for Gloucestershire, number 24, sponsored by AES Signs, Joe Phillips. And number 64, sponsored by BIE Magnum, Ben Charlesworth.
I'm sure you will have heard the sound of the heavy roller trundling off. No surprise that that is what was selected for the prescribed amount of trundling in the innings break. But 206 is the number that Gloucestershire, I suppose, setting off in pursuit of in terms of first innings anyway. But I suppose they also need to think, and it's a almost impossible calculation really for them. They've got to take as many batting points as they can, and yet they've got to win the game in almost no time. So we'll see what they've decided to do in terms of approach. I suspect they'll have to be pretty watchful up front, given we would imagine this ball is going to do something certainly in the hands of Ben Sanderson, who will open the bowling from the pavilion end. Joe Phillips, the right-hander, Ben Charlesworth, the left-hander, the opening pair, and the first ball to Phillips is flicked off the hip, but he can't quite get it fine enough of backward square, so no runs off the opening delivery. So Phillips, who is, well, he had another pretty solid game at Grace Road, where he probably, well, there's no probably about it, he's still going to have the bruise that he got in the second innings of that game on his side. The ball leapt up off a length from Ian Holland. Sanderson in and bowls to him, and this is just pleasantly pushed behind point by Phillips, and he'll get off the mark to his second delivery as backward point tracks back, and they will turn back for a second run. So Gloucestershire 2 without loss, 17 and 69 not out in that second innings, as Phillips was the sort of the anchor really in terms of helping Gloucestershire build that second innings lead and set Leicestershire some sort of a target that, unfortunately, given the weather forecast, which turned out to be plenty accurate enough, they were never going to have a chance of either chasing down or a chance of losing the wickets that Gloucestershire needed to take to win the game. Sanderson in and bowls, and in ducker. It's turned away to short mid-wicket by Phillips for no run. And of course the match before that, maiden first class 100 for him at Cheltenham against Middlesex, 136, and he had 2 50s in the game against Lancashire as well, the number 3 position. So he has passed 50 in 3 of his last 4 first class innings, and is starting to look as though he's cementing himself a spot and potentially creating a little bit of a dilemma as far as Gloucestershire are concerned, with Phillips, Charlesworth, Ollie Price, and then Cameron Bancroft back, having signed a contract extension, as Phillips stands tall and push drives this one to wide mid-off. Times it well, but there's no run. But it's always good to have there are some conundrums that are good to have, which when it comes to players who can bat in the top order, especially at the top of the order as well, as so many batters seem to want to come in at about 4, 5 and 6 nowadays in first-class cricket. It's always a good thing to have people who want to bat up front. Sanderson bowls and Phillips plays very softly in defence back towards the bowler. Ben Sanderson shows Ajit Singh Dale how it's done in terms of footballing skills and flicks it back up in the air and catches it off his boot. So 2 without loss, and Ben Charlesworth yet to face a non-striker's end has himself been in good form recently, including a century against Lancashire in that championship match, as that's defended by Phillips to complete the opening over from Sanderson, and Northamptonshire having made that 206. Gloucestershire 2 without loss after the opening over, and Ben Sanderson with, as we always talk about, Radders, one of his favourite oppositions in sight. We'll see what, see what he can do here.
35 wickets at 22.4 against Gloucestershire. There are other counties he has better records against, but in terms of number of wickets, but probably in rather more matches than he's played against Gloucestershire. So yes, it is one of his favoured opponents. Luke Proctor it will be to begin proceedings for Northamptonshire from the Ashley Down Road end. As I mentioned, 17 wickets at 41. But he's bowled some decent opening spells with a new ball this year. 3 slips in as he bowls to the left-handed Charlesworth, who lets it go outside the off stump. So Northamptonshire have Safe Zabe in there at first slip. Vasconcelos would normally be in there, but not playing in this match. So Zabe is in at first slip. Calvin Harrison at second. Justin Broad at third. And a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a long leg down to our right. Here's Proctor in, bowls to Charlesworth, who looking to drive, doesn't time it. Just rolls back down the pitch for Proctor to retrieve. The sky's just starting to fill in a little bit over towards the west, over to the left. Forecast has been pretty much spot on today in terms of it being very nice until later in the afternoon when it will cloud over. Here's Proctor round the wicket, bowls to Charlesworth and beats him. Brings him forward, goes past the outside edge through to Lewis McManus. Sanderson, I say, has played very little championship cricket this year. It's only his 5th game. 17 wickets at 23. Of course, played a huge role in Northamptonshire's passage to the T20 finals day. 26 wickets in the T20 competition. Forced by Charlesworth off the back foot. Fielded by Sales at backward point, and there is no run. That including a 6-wicket haul at Worcester with a hat-trick. But relatively quiet season. Of course, didn't play in the One-Day Cup for Northamptonshire. Was involved with the 100, although didn't play that many matches. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Charlesworth, turns it out into the leg side where Sanderson fields at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Just joining us. Good news is that play did start on time this morning at 10:30. Gloucestershire won the toss, unsurprisingly chose to bowl first and bowled Northamptonshire out for 206. Only contributions of any great magnitude. Safe Zabe made 76, Lewis McManus 44. Not much else. Is Proctor in again, bowls forward. Goes Charlesworth, and slightly delayed reaction, decides to go through for a single as it goes out between mid-wicket and mid-on. Nevin Ramesh fields from mid-on. And that's the end of the over, so Charlesworth has the bowling. He's 1, Phillips is 2, and Gloucestershire are 3 for no wicket. Apart from those 2 innings from Saif Saib and Lewis McManus, Luke Proctor 21. The next highest score was Adi Sharma with 14. 4 wickets falling in quick succession at the end of the innings to wrap it up. 3 wickets for Matt Taylor, 3 for 48. Graham Van Buren 3 for 23, including 2 in 2. 2 for Ajit Singh Dale, 1 for Zaman Akhtar and 1 for Josh Shaw.
Ben Charlesworth appears to be trying to actually remove a particular blade of grass from the pitch. I'm sure that's not what he's doing. I'm not sure that's allowed, is it? Anyway, whatever he was doing, he seemed to be massaging it, actually, almost.
Give him a trowel.
Here comes Sanderson and bowls to him, and that's, well, Sanderson's almost hit, predictably, the exact spot that Ben Charlesworth was pawing at. And it's turned to mid-on for no run. Didn't seem to do anything too untoward, so I'm sure whatever Charlesworth was doing there has worked. 74 and 61 for Charlesworth at Grace Road, and attacking 61 as he looked to move the score on. And 74 in the first innings, more of a watchful innings. Sanderson in, and Charlesworth turns this one to mid-wicket, and there's no run. But he does have a newfound, relatively recently found, I guess, in terms of his first-class career, confidence in terms of really, if he fancies it, he's going to go for it when it comes to drives and pulls and the like. He's much more confident about his attacking game now in first-class cricket. Charlesworth. Sanderson bowls to him. His defensive game, which is certainly going to be called into question here for now, with the control of Sanderson. A bit of late wobble there, turning him around slightly. But he does get bat on ball, pushes it to mid-off. Got his first List A century on this ground not so long ago against Hampshire. And then that first Cheltenham ton, the 160 that he made against Lancashire in that first game. So it's certainly been a good season for him as Sanderson bowls, striking him on the pad, but a strangled shout really, as it was quite leg side-ish and fairly high as well. But we did see it take, as it does, a few overs really to go in that first innings, and almost for the first, I don't know, even 7 or 8, possibly longer overs. Could argue it's almost one of the better times to bat, and although Sanderson is already getting it to move off the seam, I'm guessing, and there's still a little bit there already for him, but possibly could be more in the future as Charlesworth gets caught a bit on the crease there. Might have been some inside edge onto pad, but Sanderson already causing a few problems. Bat and pad close together, but kept out. The partnership at Derby between Kieran Carlson and Tim van der Guchten has been broken. Kieran Carlson removed for 94, so Glamorgan 195 for 7, so needing 55 for a batting point. Sanderson bowls and defended by Charlesworth. He certainly had to defend that one. That one would have been allowed LBW shout if he'd not got bat on it. So maiden from Sanderson, typically testing start here as you'd expect from Sanderson and Proctor. Gloucestershire 3 without loss after 3 overs. But what that partnership between Carlson and van der Guchten has done, though, is, especially if there's rain forecast at Derby, it's taken a good chunk of time out of the game, if you're thinking in those terms, for Glamorgan on day one, because Glamorgan basically just need to make sure they don't lose that one, and they should be pretty safe.
Proctor it will be to continue from the Ashley Down Road end, in consultation with Rob Keogh. And Ramesh showing a bit of fancy footwork at mid-on, presumably being the attack this evening. for now. Proctor into bowl to Phillips, pushes it down to backward point where James Sales fields. Still the 3 slips in, Zabe at first, Harrison at second, Broad at third, Sales in there at backward point. Sanderson finding himself in the covers briefly, but he's now swapped with Rob Keogh. Sanderson in there at mid-off, Nervan Ramesh at mid-on, Hadi Sharma at mid-wicket, Ben Whitehouse down at long leg, down to our left as Proctor is in, slightly wider of the crease, and Phillips pushing it up to Sanderson at mid-off. And there is no run. Went to have a little look this morning when I got to the ground early, and then the things overtook me to have a little look at the terrific club badges down at the far end of the ground, which I always think it's just such an easy way of making local clubs, which are the absolute backbone of the game in this country. And that's gone past off stump from Proctor, nipping back and all but bowling Joe Phillips very, very close to the off stump, and taken by Lewis McManus. Outside leg stump. So that has gone, and it's gone late from Proctor. I just think it's such an easy win to make local clubs feel absolutely part of the cricketing family in this part of the world. We'll have their badges at the far end of the ground. Here's Proctor in again. Forward goes Phillips. A little bit of inside edge onto pad, rolls out into the onside, and there is no run. We were talking last year about during T20 games you have people coming from local clubs and posing in front of their club badge.
Even sometimes in championship matches,
yeah,
on stag do's, as we've had here
but
before.
It's such a good idea.
Yeah.
It's such a good idea. It's so easy. Here's Proctor in and clipped away by Phillips up to mid-on. Ramesh goes to ground and fields, and there's no run. I mean, it wouldn't take much of the initial £440,000, would it really, to do that?
Well, I do think, and I suppose I would say this, but I think they've really made something out of that area underneath
Legends
the flats, the
Walkway
Legends
as well.
Walkway,
Yeah,
exactly.
great.
And of course, you've got the museum over that side of the ground as well.
Terrific. Proctor in, bowls, and forward goes Phillips. Plays it out to Hadi Sharma at mid-wicket. That's the end of another tight and tidy over from Proctor. A maiden, 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 1, and Gloucestershire 3 for no wicket off 4. Cautious start. Phillips is 2, Charlesworth is 1. Sanderson peeling off his sweater, handing it to Paul Baldwin, the umpire, and he will start his 3rd over from this pavilion end. Light's all right at the moment, I think, isn't it? It's
the only thing I was thinking was when you were talking about Ramesh getting a bowl this evening, is that there could well come a point where Northamptonshire have to make that decision about, do we want to stay out there or not. Sanderson over the wicket, bowls and beats Charlesworth on the outside edge. It was one of those classic Sanderson deliveries that Charlesworth thinks is the in-swinger, and then it does something different off the seam, and away it goes.
Well, I mean, Northamptonshire have got 4 frontline spinners, really, in this game, with Calvin Harrison, Nervan Ramesh, Saif Zabe, and Rob Keogh.
Especially if they've taken wickets already, and there's that feeling of trying to get through to the close. Can actually be a good thing, bowling spin at that sort of stage. There's a strangled appeal for LBW, but again, Sanderson, he's beating Charlesworth, but time and again in these first few overs, it's just straying down leg.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll consider possibly coming round the wicket to Charlesworth.
It's so often the default position nowadays for right arm seamers just to go straight round the wicket, but I think
he's trying to. Well, he's obviously trying to get the slips.
What he's trying to do.
Yeah, he's trying to get the slips in play, but
he's just got to start it that little bit more towards middle and leg rather than leg. Sanderson bowls, and that's defended. That one just going straight on towards the off stump, and Charlesworth able to block it away. But 1 off 15 for a man who's been in good touch, and as I said, this year especially, he's turned into a pretty flea throwing. Free flowing.
We're both having good afternoons here,
dear.
Ed. Let's get the blooper tape out.
It's turned into a pretty free-flowing opening batter. Sanderson to the crease. He bowls. Oh, that's a loose drive from Charlesworth, and he gets away with it. He flashes it down to long leg for a single. So, oh, hello. It's 4 without loss.
I think that was a
Certain
crow.
amount of quaffing going on in front of us.
Yeah, a crow rather than a raven, I
Yes.
think.
It doesn't bode well either way.
I was going to say that. Mind you, I thought for 1 minute it might be a blackbird, but they'll be down at Taunton, won't they? So
4 without loss.
get into trouble saying things like that here in Bristol, won't I?
Phillips then back in the Sanderson firing line. Giving the ball a bit of a polish and setting off. 3 close slips. Sanderson bowls to Phillips, and there's the away swinger. Phillips plays it as though it's the one that's going straight on, but then it leaves him, and it's not a pleasant face. You don't know which way it's going, and especially off the seam, if he's bowling a wobbler, Sanderson won't know which way it's going either, so
No.
how can you possibly play it? The sun's just
It's trying, isn't it?
about
Making the
peering.
effort.
Yeah, you can see the shadow of the pavilion in front of us. It's hardly get the sunglasses out time. Sanderson bowls a full ball. Phillips has to be well forward to that one and covers it well, so they've negotiated 3 overs of Sanderson, but when it comes to really setting off and trying to knock off these, to start with now 202 more runs to level with Northamptonshire, they can't really be thinking too much about that at this stage, because it's pretty much a battle for survival. 5 overs gone, 4 without loss. Meanwhile, at Grace Road, Leicestershire are 366 for 5 after 71 overs, so they might be pulling out of that once they've got to the 450. Century for Rishi Patel, 50s for Hill, Shan Masood and Ben Cox. Run a ball 50. I'm afraid Kent rooted to the bottom and look as though they're probably likely to remain there.
Here's Proctor round the wicket, bowls to Charlesworth, drives. Smartly fielded by Proctor. Off his own bowling, and there's no run. Yeah, Sun's trying to make an appearance. Hopefully we get through possibly another hour. I think after that it might be problematic. Floodlight's not on yet. Proctor continuing round the wicket. Bowls to Charlesworth, and that's wide and hammered away by Ben Charlesworth for 4. He's hit that hard, timed it beautifully, and it races away to the tarpaulins over on the car park side of the ground for 4. Charlesworth to 6, Gloucestershire to 8 for no wicket, replying to Northamptonshire's 206 all out. Gave James Sales at backward point absolutely no chance. Proctor in again to bowl to Charlesworth, who attempts to drive. It goes off an inside edge into pad and rolls down into the leg side.
It's just not been an easy surface to play your shots on.
No.
You know, there's just enough up and down, I think.
Unless you've really got, and Safe Zabe showed this, I think, unless you've really got a lot of width to work with. Other than that, it's tricky. Calvin Harrison, either auditioning for the Tiller Girls or warming up. The possibility of having a bowl in the not too distant future. Leg spinner. Here's Proctor in again, bowling to Charlesworth, edged into the ground, stopped by third slip, Justin Broad. Broad and Whitehouse, Northamptonshire's other 2 seam bowling options. I mentioned 4 spin options, 5 if you include Adi Sharma, who did get a little bit of a bowl against Glamorgan when the game was hastening towards a draw. James Sales could also bowl a bit of seam if required. Here's Proctor in again. More width, driven and very well fielded at extra cover by Adi Sharma. Gets a pat on the back from James Sales. That's a really good bit of fielding that saved 4 runs. 8 for no wicket at the end of this. Oh, one more ball to go in the 6th. Helps even count to 6, doesn't it, in this game? Harrison, Northamptonshire's leading wicket taker in the championship this year. 35 wickets to him. 30 to Liam Guthrie, not playing in this match. Here's Proctor in again, and that's driven beautifully between mid-off and extra cover, and Sharma too far away to even put the dive in and try and stop that. It was beautifully placed, beautifully timed, and ran away for 4. 10 to Charlesworth, 12 for no wicket at the end of the 6th over, replying to Northamptonshire's 206. And once again, just feeds into what we were saying a moment or two ago. When there's width, you've got to put it away, and that's what Ben Charlesworth has done twice in that over.
You've got to ensure that it's short enough or very full enough that you can either cut it or drive it, because we did see that drive from Charlesworth smashed into his pad, but as you say, you're not going to get many opportunities to free your arm, so you've got to take advantage. Sanderson bowls to Phillips, who nudges it out into the onside, and they'll come through for a single, and that's another good thing to do in terms of rotating the strike. Was it a no ball? It was,
a no
yeah,
ball.
I thought so. It seemed to be the arm heading sideways from Paul Baldwin, so a sudden outburst of scoring from, from Gloucestershire has elevated their run rate to a giddy 2.5 and over.
Yeah, Ben Sanderson's something he never seemed to do for season after season, bowl no balls. And that game at Cheltenham we were talking about earlier, he had a real rash of them, didn't he? Must have bowled 7 or 8 in that match, and he's bowled a few this year.
Bowlers do struggle a bit at Cheltenham with no balls. 15 without loss. Sanderson over the wicket, bowls over pitched and driven straight by Charlesworth. That'll be 4 more down towards the pavilion, straight of mid off. He hasn't even really middled that one as Charlesworth, but he's got more than enough bat on it. Straight drive, and 19 without loss as Charlesworth is on to 14. Because there's a, especially, I think, you know, actually the bowlers can struggle from both ends at Cheltenham, because you've got the college lawn end where you sort of run up the hill, and then you get to the top of it, and then it's slightly down almost at the last moment. That can be a bit awkward. And then if you're bowling from the chapel end, you're running in on another square, so that's going to have its own little peaks and troughs. But yeah, Sanderson over the wicket and nudged into the offside by Charlesworth, but there won't be a run. That's a curious scorecard at Old Trafford, where they've only had 23.5 overs today, but Middlesex have scored 106 runs from those 23 overs, and I think they've slowed down a bit. There was a time when they were going at basically a run a ball, but losing wickets. De Carey's on 46, having opened the batting. Ben Geddes on 19. A couple of wickets for Tom Aspinwall. 1 each for Tom Bailey and James Anderson, as Charlesworth struck on the pad and not out, says the umpire. Not sure whether Ben Charlesworth was wafting his bat around after that happened in terms of thinking that he hit it, or whether Paul Baldwin's thought it's too high. Not sure.
I think he was suggesting he'd hit it.
Yeah, that was my impression anyway. And Paul Baldwin was quite quick to say no, so I can't imagine too much else would have saved in there.
No, obviously he was slightly concerned about pitching outside leg stump when he's bowling over the wicket, but I think he straightened it. Yeah.
Sanderson bowls inside edge onto pad from Charlesworth, who's looking for an expansive flowing drive through the covers, and Ben Sanderson double teapot staring at him, if not saying a few words as well. You think you can play a shot like that against me?
Son.
Son, yeah. Yeah, that's not going to improve his mood. We've already seen several inside edges onto pad then from Charlesworth, if we're counting the previous one or not. That's
Not
3 or 4 now.
Not to mention the LBW decision against him when he was batting.
Yes, he didn't like that, did he?
No.
Wonder if he's gone back and had a look at it, what he thinks second look. Sanderson bowls and bowls him, goes through him, and Sanderson gets the payoff. Charlesworth was continuing to be attacking, looking to play the off drive. Not sure if there was a little edge on that one as well, but it certainly has pegged back middle stump. We've seen a lot of bowls today, and yeah, I'm not sure. Anyway, he's
middle for diddle.
He's bowled him, that is for certain. Charlesworth goes for 14. See if we can get a look from the... No, I think it's straight through, isn't it? Yeah, there's no inside edge.
Hit middle stump about 2/3 of the way up. Nice sight for the quick bowler. Takes Ben Sanderson to 594 wickets for Northamptonshire. Can he do it this season, I wonder?
Ollie Price charging out to the middle. He's clearly concerned about Northamptonshire's over rate already. Absolutely sprinted out there, and then actually having got nearly all the way to the crease, he suddenly realised that his left pad wasn't properly strapped in, so he's had to readjust that strapping. But Ollie Price joining Joe Phillips, so the two young right-handers for Gloucestershire together in the middle. And Charlesworth certainly a loss for Gloucestershire, because in the absence of Bancroft, he has been a real tone setter for them. He's come out, he's looked confident, he's played those sorts of drives, but this, with the Duke's ball back and cloud cover and a pitch which has clearly got a bit more moisture in it than basically any surface we've seen this season so far, it shows you the difference between batting with all those variables in your favour as far as the bowling, compared with what it's been for most of the season, where batters dominated. Last ball of this over, in comes Sanderson, bowls now to Ollie Price, and that's defended away confidently to point, and ends the over. 7 gone, Gloucestershire 19 for 1, and if they were in any doubt as to the severity of the test they might face for the remainder of the day, then Sanderson's just given them a example of how tricky surviving, never mind thriving, might be this evening.
And Northamptonshire making their first bowling change. Justin Broad coming into the attack from the far end. Good memories of bowling here a year ago. 7 for 33, best figures by a Northamptonshire bowler on this ground since the great George Thompson before the First World War. And despite the fact that people are always going to say, I suppose, well, yes, but he took them on a pitch that was deemed dangerous. They were all sort of proper wickets, weren't they? Rather bowled LBW or caught slip, caught keeper. There was nothing sort of fended off the face. He just pitched the ball up, and I thought bowled very well. Certainly did work wonders for his confidence, and here he is running in from the Ashley Down Road end and pitching the ball up there. Pushed back up to mid-off by Joe Phillips.
He's a lot, I must say, he's a lot taller than I remember. Justin Broad. I don't know if he's another growth spurt, but well, it's probably just I've underestimated how tall he is. No, he's watching next to Ollie Price, who's not short.
No, he's a big unit. Justin Broad, I was saying earlier, he's had a really good sort of kick-on season after breaking through last year. Here he is, bowls and driven by Joe Phillips, crisply but nicely fielded at mid-on by Rob Keogh. And there is no run. I have to say that the smile on his face when he got that maiden 100 down at Canterbury back at the end of June. I took a couple of pictures when I was doing the interview, and I don't think I've ever seen a bigger smile ever. He was absolutely chuffed. Brought in, bowls turned away by Phillips, finds the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, and they're able to come through for a single. Takes Phillips to 4, and Gloucestershire 20 for 1. Not least because his dad was there, Neil Broad, the former tennis player, now tennis coach, Olympic silver medalist in Atlanta with the doubles with Tim Henman, and he was over for Wimbledon and was able to be there at Canterbury and saw Justin make his maiden 100. So good day for the family. Still 3 slips in as Ollie Price takes guard, faced just the 1 ball back at the end of the previous over. And here's Broad in and bowls to him, and that has missed the off stump by a whisker, and it's kept low. That is scuttled.
How'd you play that? And Ollie Price must have thought as that passed his bat that is absolutely cleaning me up.
Yes.
And then it swerved.
Let's have a look. Ooh,
Oh, it's gone over the top of
off
off
stump.
stump
Over the top
in
of
the end,
off
yeah.
stump for rums.
But he certainly played it like it kept low.
Yeah. Well, it's giving the bats plenty to think about as Broad is in, and that's nicely, solidly played by Ollie Price. Up to mid-off, and there's no run. Proctor Fields, there's just enough.
Deviated actually off the
Well,
pitch as well to start with, and then
Broad couldn't
it's
believe
gone
it.
swerving sideways.
Broad couldn't believe it, that it hadn't hit the stumps, taken the edge, or done something to get rid of Ollie Price, but Price is still there. Broad bowls to him and he drives out into the covers, runs out to extra cover. Sanderson fields, and that's the end of decent first over from Justin Broad, just a single off it. And Gloucestershire are 20 for 1. Joe Phillips is 4. Ollie Price still looking for his first run, and it will be Sanderson to continue.
I think of the game of cricket we could have had.
I know.
Well, we'll see. We're not there yet. We can't lament it quite yet, possibly. But it's just what the forecast looks like tomorrow that leads you to believe that the weather will have the ultimate say. But there's enough in this pitch that things could still get quite exciting. Sanderson bowls to Phillips, and that's just pushed gently to point.
If we knew we got 3 days, this would be a fascinating game.
Yeah.
As it is, as I say, I think timing is the thing tomorrow with the weather, isn't it? They're saying it's going to go through. It's a question of at what point it clears here. But I must admit, the forecast you were looking at earlier, it just looked like rain all day.
Looked as though there was going to be basically a sort of main block that you're going to get overnight, and then it's still just going to be hanging around all day. Sanderson bowls to Phillips, tries to tempt him into a drive with an away swinger that's nowhere near full enough to play a drive to, and Phillips doesn't. Shoulders arms.
Notts 133 for 6, so a bit of resistance down the order. Lyndon James, who had a good day with the ball, is having a good day with the bat. 37 not out, and Liam Patterson-White 24 not out off 35. And those two came together at 89 for 6, now 134 for 6, and that lead stretching nicely for Nottinghamshire.
Sanderson in now and turned away to mid-wicket by Phillips for no run. It's an odd... Well, I don't know. You don't know exactly how that pitch is playing because we can't see it, but the way that games have tended to go at the Oval in recent times, the pitch has just got better and better. But, you know, you could almost be looking at the end of the game if Surrey have chased down a decent sized score and thought actually almost the best thing they could have done was get bowled out as quickly as they did, because Nottinghamshire then had to start their second innings still in the trickier conditions. But I don't know, it may just be one of those that stays doing quite a lot with the moisture about.
Yeah, Ollie Price has changed his bat at the non-striker's end.
Sanderson to Phillips. Phillips is just about forward and defending into the onside. He isn't somebody, we've talked about this before, he isn't somebody that gets a huge stride in, Joe Phillips. So Sanderson's probably thinking in terms of the one that, if he can find a sort of delivery even at all similar to the one that Justin Broad bowled to Ollie Price, then maybe just stays down a fraction. Phillips, as he is sort of half forward, perhaps that's the way that he's hoping to get him. Sanderson bowls and has beaten him. That delivery has swung too much. Phillips on the walk actually as he played that one, so he was down the pitch And then he got a banana-ing away swinger that I don't think he was actually that close to in the end. As he tried to play it and was beaten all ends up by it. Sort of count down the Ben Sanderson overs, not to say that it's going to get any easier, but when he's in this sort of rhythm, you just know he's not going to miss. 20 for 1, last ball of this over. Sanderson in and bowls, and that's the one that he tried to maybe bowl the magic ball, and it just didn't really do what he wanted. Went straight on, and Phillips was thinking maybe I could get runs, but sort of in the mode of just mostly keeping it out, so really go through with a great deal of force on the turn into the onside. It is a maiden over from Sanderson, and Gloucestershire 20 for 1 after 9 overs. So Sanderson's had 5. Question of how long he's going to be able to go on for.
Yeah, maybe one more, maybe 2 if he fancies it. He hasn't bowled very much recently, so it's not as though he's exhausted. Didn't play in the previous championship match. He was really rested for T20 finals day. Here's Broad. In and bowls to Price with the new bat. Steers it down to Adi Sharma, and now finds himself at backward point. And there's no run. Those that were watching on the balcony of the flats earlier on, there aren't too many of them out there now. Probably getting a bit chilly. There's a few. Never get any work done, would you, if you were living up there?
I assume they're post work, aren't they?
I suppose probably is 5 o'clock, yeah. Forced off the back foot this time by Ollie Price down to Sharma at backward point.
I was meaning the owners.
Oh, right,
mostly.
yes,
I don't know that that's a prerequisite, but I'd imagine that most of them have thought about their retirement plan, sitting there watching the cricket.
Well, it would be a toss-up whether you wanted to be there or those at the flats at Canterbury, Freeman House, isn't it? Just over there, where the old tree used to be, the lime tree. Here's Broad in, lovely looking drive from Ollie Price. Doesn't time it, and he shouldn't have got a single, but Luke Proctor misfielded at mid-off, so they do get a single, which opens Ollie Price's account. 21 for 1. I always thought I said just quite fancy one of those, because they do look very nice, but down at Canterbury, but it's a long commute to Northampton.
You square on as well with
yeah,
those
that's
ones,
true.
aren't you?
That's true.
That's one of the differences, I guess.
Broad in and bowls to Phillips, who clips it away through mid-wicket. Certainly one, as Nervan Ramesh sets off in pursuit. Catches up with it, sends in his return, and they are back for a comfortable 2. Phillips is 6, Gloucestershire 23 for 1. Nervan Ramesh picked up 3 wickets on debut. His previous match, including the wicket of Colin Ingram with his 7th ball in first-class cricket. Caught by his captain, Luke Proctor. Here's Broad. In again, bowls, and little flirt at that one from Phillips. It goes past the inside edge and through to the keeper. Nervan Ramesh did say when I interviewed him after that day's play, he said, I was asking him, what thoughts were when the ball went up in the air, and he said, well, I saw Procky underneath it, and I heard him say, oh no. But fortunately, he did catch it and give Nervan Ramesh his first wicket. Here's Broad running in again to bowl to Phillips, who on drives. Can't get it past Rob Keogh at mid-on. And that is the end of the 10th over, 23 for 1. Phillips is 6. Ollie Price is 1. We have, in theory, 28 overs left in the day at 5 minutes past 5 local time. Mention that for the benefit of Cameron Bancroft in case he is listening back in Australia. But how many of those we're going to get in, I'm not sure. I have to say at the moment I think it's absolutely fine.
It's shaping up to be one of those annoying ones. There's a little bit of blue sky about where it goes from being fine to not fine, and then back to being fine again. As an LBW shout, Sanderson doesn't seem too convinced, though. Those behind the stumps are certainly much more vociferous than Sanderson, who immediately signals, yeah, it's too high, isn't it? I knew that. Thigh pad, really, from Ollie Price. He's quite tall. It was back pad, but it was also thigh pad. That's why Sanderson didn't really go up for it. Paul Baldwin's gone with the flat cap now rather than the Panama. Things are getting a little bit windy. Sanderson bowls, and again Price struck even higher up on the pad, I think, that time. But yeah, struggling to...
Wants a helmet, wants a short leg.
Does. That signal was to start with. It was
well,
like, I need a towel. That's what it was like the tennis players.
I thought it was I needed tissue to blow my nose, but it was helmet. And looks as though Adi Sharma is going to be the lucky chap. He's going to go in under the lid at forward short leg.
He's jogging off towards the pavilion as though he's enthusiastic about doing it.
Oh, he's very enthusiastic. I think there it is. There's the helmet, brought out by Ricardo Vasconcelos.
Well, I guess you know with Sanderson bowling that you're not too likely just to get an absolute rank delivery that you're jumping out of the way of. So he's probably a nicer proposition to stand at short leg to than some.
Than many.
Yeah. Jog in and stand a couple of pitch widths away. Well, middle of a second. Sanderson in to Price. And Price is forward getting the bat on this one and defending it to mid-off. Cover is open. But I don't think that Sanderson's really going to give Price a huge amount to drive. He might give him a ball that looks as if it's there for the drive but isn't there for it. But at the moment he is boring in on that front pad of...
At first slip, so you very rarely see him there. Sales is in at third with Broad bowling. He bowls to Phillips, who gets in behind that. Goes out to mid-wicket where Nirvan Ramesh, 17 years old and full of energy, trots into field.
He's sort of as busy with his action, Justin Broad, as he is when he bats. There's a lot going on.
Moving parts.
Yeah, yes. And he's an imposing figure, actually, as he gets to the crease as well. Even though he may not be express pace, it looks as if he does bowl what they call that heavy ball.
Bowls and, well, short. And Phillips dips his bread and helps that away over through mid-wicket for 4. And Broad, again, we said this morning, didn't we, if you're going to bowl it short, you've got to make sure it really does short enough to sort of get up and inconvenience the batter. If you just drop it a bit short, because there's not a great deal of pace, then it's a bit of a help yourself job, and that's what Phillips did. Pulled it away. Lovely shot over mid-wicket for 4. He goes to 10. 27 for 1 at the end of the over. 12 gone.
So he still maintains his record of having only been dismissed once in single figures in his first-class career. In fact, he's not been out for a score in single figures. 1 duck, and all his other first-class innings so far have been in double figures, and continues to get starts, and in some cases already go on. Luke Proctor replaces Ben Sanderson, so Sanderson will have 6 overs and done. Proctor to Price and defended first ball. It's been a good day for Essex as well at Edgbaston, 273 for 4, so again batting points the order of the day really for Essex. With Charlie Allison approaching 100. Proctor bowls, giving enough width there for Price that he can stroke it away through the covers. The outfield will not take this one to the boundary. It wasn't hit with full force by Price, but it's probably a good thing. Just control the shot, keep it down, find the gap and be happy enough with 2. So 29 for 1.
I saw Jason Gallion has also become interim chair at Essex. Obviously they've had a few issues.
Yes, you can head to the BBC Sport website to get the full story on that. I think there's a feature on there, I think both on the news and sport sections. Proctor bowls, angling into the stumps and defended by Price into the onside, and there is no run. Essex really would have killed that relegation chase, really, because Durham looked dead and buried. I think it was Rain and Potts with the bat, wasn't it, that
Yes.
ended up surviving on that final day of the last round. Otherwise Essex would have been certainly looking mid-table. Well, they are mid-table, but they're still having to be a little bit concerned about what's going on down below them. Proctor bowls short, wide, slashed at and missed by Price. Just seemed a little bit leg side of that ball. I think in the end it was so wide that Price, especially with Proctor bowling wide of the crease, must have been thinking, can't quite step fully out to the offside into that one. Ended up missing it. Well, that was a scoring opportunity. Proctor bowls to him, and that's not, but it's on a length that Price can play it pretty comfortably in defence. One delivery remains in this 13th over of the innings, 25 overs to go. Certainly wouldn't imagine we'll be getting all of those in, but they haven't called for the floodlights yet, so you always think you haven't got a great deal of time left when the floodlights get called for. Proctor wide of the crease again, bowls, and Price covers up and defends once more to end the over. So 29 for 1. It's been tough sledding for Gloucestershire, as Northamptonshire have predictably offered them very little, and having to content themselves with the odd bad delivery when it's been the very odd bad delivery and mostly hopping about and trying to defend the moving ball. Gloucestershire 29 for 1.
Yeah, not easy, is it? It's a tough ask out there at the moment, but these two doing a decent job. Broad will continue from the Ashley Down Road end. Still 3 slips in place. And he's bowling to Joe Phillips, who for the 3rd time in the last few deliveries has a little fish outside the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. He's down the pitch, just having a little, giving himself a moment, I think they say, just to go and give the pitch a bit of a prod, have a little word with Ollie Price.
Doesn't it feel as though the county championship's really back now?
It is, yeah. Yes.
Cloudy skies,
Yes.
balls doing all sorts,
That's right.
batters are thinking, what do I have to do to score a run?
Broad in, bowls to Phillips. Well, he's going to score a run down to fine leg. I think there was bat involved. Yes, there was. Down to Ben Whitehouse, so we haven't seen him have a bowl yet. Doubtless we will at some point. Known as the man with no name because he's wearing a jumper with no name or indeed number
Ben
on
Whiteshirt.
Well, he's very good.
Not really.
And you have empathy with your fellow Lincolnshire.
Hello, Yellow Belly.
Yellow bellies or imps, was it? Where's the imp? That's
Lincoln,
yeah. 30 for 1. Broad in, bowls and carved away by Ollie Price. It was wide. He went after it. If you're going to slash hard, he did, and it went over the top of the slips down to 3rd man for 4. Price goes to 7, and Gloucestershire to 34 for 1. Northamptonshire without a 3rd man, and it was wide enough for Ollie Price to play that shot without too much fear of dismissal.
Yeah, he will do that.
Go
Ollie
after
Price.
it. Well, why not?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
just slash it over the top of the slips.
Broad, and again bowls to him. That's full, and it's driven back past the bowler, and Broad just gets a hand on it or a couple of fingers on it and just slows it down before it reaches Luke Proctor in there at mid-off. Interesting conversation going on between the two off-spinners. Up at mid-on, Rob Keogh, and at mid-wicket, Evan Ramesh. Here's Broad, in again, bowls to Price, who covers up, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. And now the conversation resumes. This is really interesting. We've got Rob Keogh, obviously 15 seasons of first team cricket behind him. Evan Ramesh in his second game, and he's obviously picking Rob Keogh's brains out there. Ahead of him possibly getting a bowl. Well, I imagine he'll get a bowl this evening at some point. And here is Broad. In and bowls, and pushed by Ollie Price into the gap between extra cover and backward point. Comes through for a single and keeps the bowling. He goes to 8. Phillips is 11, 35 for 1 Gloucestershire. We still have 24 overs to go. Now that's an hour and a half, you would think, which would take us to 10 to 7.
10 o'clock, I think you were about to say. Yeah.
By which time I think the street lights will be on. So I fear we may not get our full allocation, but we'll see.
I say I'm just waiting for the walkie-talkie to come out now from one of the umpires. It does feel pretty close to floodlight territory now. We're playing a little bit later than I thought even. Even now, as Proctor bowls and beats Price. He has to be cognizant when Proctor bowls it pretty much from the return crease of that ball really spearing in, so he thinks he's got to play at it, and then it just takes that tiniest amount of away movement, and it's a nightmare to try and play at. I think actually even if he'd nicked that, the ball didn't quite carry through to McManus, and McManus is just taking another half step closer behind the stumps. Proctor bowls, wide delivery that time, and let go by Ollie Price. It is, and whilst I still think that this pitch is a little bit quicker than some that you see here, but I think it's still the case that, and it has been the case for a bit here, that it's almost you've got to put that extra bit into the pitch really to get anything out of it. Proctor bowls, and that's beaten the edge of Price again. It's a little bit different with these conditions, but thinking back to early season when it was drier, and well, we didn't actually end up we played one Kookaburra game here, which actually ended up being a belter, as that's again done too much. Price ends up splay-legged with toes facing the bowler as he's tried to play that one, and I think he's having a bit of a grin about the knot that he was tied in by that delivery. Proctor's beaten him once more. But yeah, I mean, for a while when pitches were that little bit flatter here, you were thinking, well, you've sort of got to bowl it incredibly quickly to get anything to carry. Proctor in, on driven by Price. He won't get it past mid-on though. It's a good looking shot, but it picks out fielder Sanderson there, so again there's no run. And actually, in terms of the Bristolian fare this season, I think we've seen some of the best games here that we've seen for quite a few years, actually, since probably that 2021 season that we were referencing earlier, including that Northamptonshire game here. Proctor bowls to Price, who drives in the air, and it's just short of Proctor. Thought that had carried, but it just lands in front, I think. And it's a maiden over from Proctor, but having beaten the edge so many times, you would not have had your money on a caught and bowled being the mode of dismissal, but it was not far off. Spooned somewhat by Price as he stepped into it and tried to sort of grit his teeth and hit it powerfully away, and just on the half volley. Probably get a better look at it from the reverse angle here.
Sure,
Yeah,
yes.
not far short at all. 35 for 1.
Broad it will be then. The ball from the Ashley Down Road end. Two people starting to possibly drift off for dinner. Here's Broad in, edged and caught at second slip by Calvin Harrison. Phillips just pushing forward. I think again he possibly had to play that one. We'll have a look at the replay, but it flew off somewhere close to the shoulder of the bat. Carried to Harrison at second slip. Ooh, catching more or less off the face of the bat. Yeah, I think he probably had to play it.
He couldn't have played it with any softer hands than
he
he did,
couldn't.
but it's still carrying. That's that sort of
He was-
heaviness of the ball from
He was trying
Broad.
to play it down, and it just carried to Calvin Harrison, who doesn't drop much in there at second slip. He goes for 11, and Gloucestershire 35 for 2.
Yeah, I could see the walkie-talkie coming out from the umpires, and had confirmation that the floodlights have been asked for. No surprise, really. It is tricky conditions, even taking out of the equation the light not being as good as it was earlier, and Miles Hammond knows that he's in for a battle as he walks out there. Phillips did battle away, and I mean, you could say, what could you say? You could have left it on length, but you're not thinking in those terms, especially when you've seen one ball keep a bit low from Broad as well.
I think, you know, we've seen a couple of them in the Northamptonshire innings where you've just got to say well bowled.
Yeah.
And I think the exception of those caught in the cordon was probably James Sales, who I think it may have been a little bit wide, but then again we've been saying on this surface, if the ball, if you do have width, you've got to put it away.
Well, you've got to score runs at some point.
And he
haven't
tried
you?
to, and got an edge, and it was a very, as we were describing, a very, very fine catch by Ben Charlesworth. So, 35 for 2. Miles Hammond comes to the crease to face Justin Broad. That was the first ball. Broad's over. 3 slips in. Broad round the wicket, poles to Hammond, who drops it down into the onside. It rolls up to mid-on, and they chase through for a single. So Miles Hammond is off the mark at once. 36 for 2. There's a few. There's quite a gaggle of young spectators, which is great to see, around the picnic table down in front of the pavilion here from which we're commentating. Meanwhile, Ollie Price checks his guard with umpire Treadwell as Broad is in, bowls to him, and he plays slightly across his front pad, which had the slip cordon interested, and Lewis McManus goes out to mid-on where Rob Keogh fields.
Is it some sort of Northamptonshire age group team or something like that? Because they certainly seem to be behind Northamptonshire.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, so it is. I should have recognised that. Why are they cheering for Northamptonshire then? University of Bristol.
Well, maybe some of them are from Northampton.
Terrible.
It's possible.
I should change their allegiance. Then,
Price. Price plays that next ball from Broad up to Keogh at mid-on, and there's no run. I was going to say, I don't think it's age group cricket's more or less done and dusted now, isn't it? With schools having gone back.
No, I wondered what. Yes, yeah. Of course, you're right.
But it's, it must be. I suppose it must be Freshers, is it? At uni?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I think Freshers Week has started. Dear. Well, I'm sure Gloucestershire will be grateful to receive the receipts from the bar.
Here's Broad in, bowls to Ollie Price, who uses his height well, just gets on top of the bounce and plays it out into the leg side. Fielded by Ramesh at mid-wicket. Yes, my son will be heading back to uni this weekend, back up to Durham. Broad turns in the distance. And he's in and bowls to Price, and again Price getting on top of the bounce, working it into the leg side again, fielded by Ramesh at mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. Price is 8, Hammond is 1. 36 for 2. Just looking to see there's any sign of the lights actually bursting into life as yet. As we say, they have been asked for. This is now starting to get a wee bit gloomy. As you, if you're watching the stream, you can probably see that it's just getting a little bit murky here now. I wonder how long it'll be before we see a bit of twirl, maybe. Proctor for now will continue.
Of course, with Cameron Darriwal in the squad for this game, I'm sure there'd have been a few. Well, in fact, that's the main reason I suspect they're here. Actually, in fact, well, you can't be down there drinking. Surely he's part of the squad for this game. We're just going to out him. We probably can't. I'm sure he's down there, but not drinking. As in comes Proctor round the wicket bowling, and Hammond drives to a pretty deep mid-off. Actually, they almost could have got a single there. It's a no ball as well. So a couple of runs onto the Gloucestershire score, 38 for 2. And speaking of the University of Bristol and cricket, we will shortly see, I would have thought, hopefully not for a little while, but the great invention of one of the University of Bristol's great products. As Proctor bowls, pushed into the offside, Hammond wants a single again. This time it's definitely not there. In fact, probably could have got one of the previous ball. There certainly isn't one there at extra cover. Bernard Lovell, who invented the light meter.
Oh, right.
The famous radio astronomer.
Jodrell Bank.
Yes, exactly. The Lovell telescope there. And Bernard Lovell was also responsible for inventing a light meter for cricket. Proctor goes in, bowls, and Hammond's taken a couple of steps down the pitch that time, but again doesn't come through for the run.
Well, you see, where else, anywhere on the airwaves, could you hear reference to Bernard Lovell and Mr. Middleton, the first BBC gardener, in the course of the same day? All human life is here.
I'm sure they'll all know about Bernard Lovell down to our right. As a late in-swinger from Proctor round the wicket, thumps into the thigh pad or hip even of Miles Hammond, who can't turn it away.
And those that don't know about him will know about Mr. Middleton. So.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Obviously.
They'll be in just the right mood, I'm sure, to hear about it. I don't think I've ever seen at a cricket ground quite so many cans of beer on a table as there is down there.
There are a few.
In comes Proctor and bowls. Hammond drives and won't get a run. They really seem to have decided with their mid-off and mid-on here in Northamptonshire that just nothing is going to get past them. They know that Hammond is a free driver, so just not going to let anything go straight off them, and if they do allow the occasional single wide of them, then that's okay. 38 for 2. Proctor in now, and Hammond steers this one mostly defensively, really out into the covers. Every time he thinks he might have got the gap for a single, he's certainly come out in positive frame of mind as Hammond, even if he is 1 off 7. I guess what else can you do? Because otherwise you just pretty much set up shop and block for the close, and it might not get any easier tomorrow morning. You'd like to hope from a Gloucestershire point of view, assuming we're playing tomorrow morning, that it might be slightly different with the brighter light. Hammond drives, good looking shot, but it's stopped in a tumble at cover. And there's no run as Adi Sharma ensures that there's no runs off the bat in that over, just the no ball. The floodlights still don't seem to have come on, and Paul Baldwin's looked up at the floodlights, seen that they're still not on, and he's just radioed, and then he's probably been told, yeah, we've just turned them on.
They are bursting into life as we speak, as the weather, according to the radar screen, that the rain has reached Weston-super-Mare. So it's hurtling up the Bristol Channel. I think the cloud is it's just filling in a little bit. It's a bit murky. But the lights are indeed coming on now, and Broad will continue this challenging spell of his, moving into his 6th over. Bowls a lovely flowing drive from Ollie Price. I think extra cover got a hand on it and just took a little bit of the way off it, and as a result they come back for 2. There's Ben Whitehouse in there, fairly tight at extra. He put the dive in and I think he just got something on it and just took a little bit of the way off it. It was a lovely looking shot from Ollie Price coming onto the front foot. Picks up 2 runs, he goes to 10, 40 for 2. Calvin Harrison limbering up at 2nd slip. Probably would be regarded as the main spinner in this side. Here's Broad in again, on driven by Ollie Price. Just seems to be growing in confidence a little bit.
I've been informed by our esteemed public address announcer Dan Whiting that it's not beer that they're drinking. And if I'd have thought about this earlier, because it looks like the sort of beer that would be craft beer in the can, and I'm not sure they'd be on that, to be honest, not on a student budget. I'm told that they're drinking something called Long Shot, which is a hard seltzer.
What on earth is that? Here's Broad in outside the off stump, left alone by Ollie Price into the gloves of Lewis McManus.
All natural, vegan and gluten-free formulations. This is Bristol we're talking about, Alcoholic sparkling water. I think I can see you on that this evening, right? It's pink grapefruit, strawberry and rhubarb flavours.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I'd rather not if it's all the same to you. Here's Broad in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Ollie Price. That doesn't sound terribly appetising to me.
This is AI telling me this, by the way. These seltzers are a lighter, lower calorie alternative to other drinks available in cans for convenient enjoyment or as a base for cocktails.
Obviously.
Well, there you go.
Sort of a council of war going on down on the boundary down below us with Luke Proctor and Lee Daggett, physio. Forward goes Price to this next ball from Broad, pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Floodlights now really starting to take effect, cast the odd shadow.
You always do notice it as soon as they really kick in, don't you? The brightness of the white of the, the cricket whites start to show up, and they so seldom keep you out there for longer than about 3 or 4 overs. But we'll see.
It's when you start to see the 4-way shadow coming in as Broad bowls to Price, back of a length, and Price running it down into the slip cordon. James Sales comes up from 3rd slip to field. Luke Proctor has been having a chat with Lee Daggett down on the boundary. Is he going to come up and continue bowling, or might he just get somebody else into the attack? Don't think it's going to be Proctor to continue. Going to have a bit more Sanderson, or are we going to have a bit of... Nobody's going to be Luke Proctor. There's a lot of consultation out there. Before, at length, Proctor peels off his sweater and will continue, but there's various people limbering up out there at the moment.
Did James Sales fancy a bowl?
Well, he may do. He hasn't bowled very much this year. He had a bit of a back issue, but Darren Lehman did say at the supporters forum that he was planning to use James Sales a bit in the last couple of championship matches. But Ben Sanderson is also limbering up, so perhaps he's going to have another little burst.
Proctor then to Hammond, who has a little flinch at that one. He didn't go too far with that flinch, but just for a moment I thought he was going to have a late decision to play at it, which wouldn't probably have been the right one.
I think Ben Sanderson fancies another little roll.
Of course he does.
Under the lights,
Yeah. Get him in while you can. Glamorgan continue to edge towards a batting point at Derby. Andy Gorvin, 13 not out, and James Harris on 25. They've only got to score 9 more at least to get to 1 batting point. Proctor bowls and bowls. Hammond straight through him with a late in-swinger. And once again, that middle stump has taken a peppering today. It's pegged back, not for the first time. Proctor has struck. And it looked as if it didn't really bounce a great deal and jagged back into Miles Hammond. He's gone for one. And Gloucestershire have lost a third, 40 for 3. Northamptonshire all out 206, but Gloucestershire 166 behind, 7 wickets in hand, in some strife as James Bracey comes out to the middle.
Well, they only need another, 17 to avoid the follow-on, so they should be okay. Bracey it is to come to the crease. Northamptonshire players having a little huddle and a drink at the far end, brought out by Ricardo Vasconcelos, who sadly hasn't put his dinner jacket on, which I think is a great shame. His sort of waiter's outfit, that would have been a nice touch. Where they used to, we were talking about the Scarborough Festival earlier, weren't they, when they used to bring tea out on the field, and you'd have the sort of the nippies from the Lions Corner House, the waitresses, and the sort of butler with the full formal evening wear, civilised. They've also got a point, of course. Northamptonshire have got a bowling point in the first 19 overs. Ben Whitehouse is also limbering up. Haven't seen him yet.
Well, you thought you probably might give your. Well, who knows? Maybe you don't. Maybe you just go straight with your veteran seamers. But you know, you wait your turn, son. You know,
he looks as though he's had the call.
You'd have thought it would be good to give him a
well, it was interesting. First innings at against Glamorgan on debut, bowled 4 overs and went for a few, and then came back after lunch and bowled another over. Come back to that.
Bracey faces for the first time and comes forward to a full ball from Proctor just outside the off stump. Doesn't go through with the drive fully. Fielded at cover for no run.
So he bowled 5 overs for 43. As I say, the second spell lasting precisely 1 over, and I thought that's going to be a bit unsatisfactory if we don't see him again. But Luke Proctor did bring him back at the back end of the innings, bowled 4 much tighter, tidier overs.
Proctor in now, and Bracey chops that one down towards the deep third boundary, which is vacant, and that will be 4 runs. Timed it well, actually, did Bracey, and it wasn't really it wasn't one of those one-day shots that gets played in 4-day cricket where you think, oh, slips are going to be warming their hands up. It was quite an authoritative shot, even though it's gone pretty fine through a wide gully. Didn't seem to have any air of risk about it. So Bracey gets his tally up and running. 44 for 3 the score. Proctor to Bracey, wide of the off stump, and Bracey decides not to reach for that one.
But Whitehouse in the second innings, I think, having obviously got rid of a few of the inevitable nerves on debut, bowled pretty well and picked up his first class wicket. That of Tim van der Hoogten, caught by Calvin Harrison at backward point. So I'm sure that will give him a lot of confidence coming into this game.
Proctor bowls. Oh, he's chopped it straight into the ground as Bracey. It was a ball that looked as if it was going to be short and wide, and then it just came back into him, caught the inside edge, and goes into the floor. And there's no run. 44 for 3 at the end of that over. So Ben, who was your first class victim? I can't pronounce him. No.
Yeah, but Nick Webb says it was Tim van der Hoogten, so that's fine. Ben Sanderson's coming off, so he's not coming back into the attack. Ricardo Vasconcelos is out in the field, looking absolutely delighted to be there. I wonder if he'll go into his accustomed position at first slip. Yes, he is. And Saib's now saying, where do I go? I thought as soon as Vasco got on the pitch, that's the only place he's going to field.
On your bike, says Vasco.
And so Saib's now going in at backward point.
That's very
That's wonderful. Ben Whitehouse it is going to be, to have a bowl from the far end, the Ashley Down Road end. Straightish run in and bowls and back of a length, in fact a little bit short of a length, and Price getting up on his toes, drops it down into the onside for 1, goes to 11, 45 for 3, and the field changes over for the left-handed Bracey. James Sales finding himself down on the boundary at deep fine leg, and they're moving out third slip rather. Broad is trotting all over the place, eventually going into backward point, and Nevin Ramesh is coming across to mid-wicket. So they got there eventually, took a while. And here is Whitehouse. Round the wicket, bowls to Bracey, and Bracey on the back foot, punches it out into the covers. Adi Sharma applauds the bowler before fielding the ball. An extra cover. A few of the cars, car park, a few spaces now. Pretty full earlier on, so I suspect a few spectators heading home for sandwich supper and the television screen, as Betjeman wrote. Here's Whitehouse, in and bowls down the leg side, and a good stop by McManus. Only just carried to him. It was a nasty, awkward one for him to take just on the half volley. Didn't take it cleanly, but stopped it and just deflected along the slip cordon. So 20, I don't know, down to 18 overs to go, so it's only another hour and 10, 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock with a 10:30 start.
Here's Whitehouse, in and bowls to Bracey, who's on the back foot, running it down to backward point. Sales fields. There is no run. Sales with his hands in his pockets. He just looks so pleased to be there. Not in the side, of course.
Well, he could have fielded at cover and run around a bit.
Well, no. I mean, he's a very good slip fielder.
Yeah.
So if he's out there, then that's obviously the sensible place for him to be. But I imagine it's just getting a little bit chilly down there now. Here's Whitehouse bustling in round the wicket, bowls to Bracey. Seems to have a lot of time to turn it into the onside. Ramesh fields at mid-wicket, and there is no run. How long, I wonder, before we have the first coming together of the umpires? I think it's all right at the moment.
I don't think it's got much worse in the last few minutes, actually.
No, I agree entirely. And it is 10 to 6. So it's time is getting on a bit. Here's Whitehouse, and again bowls to Bracey. Bracey will get runs this time as he turns it down behind square on the leg side, but it's smartly fielded by Safe Save. The X first slip now down on the boundary at deep backward square, so tidy enough over from Ben Whitehouse. Couple of singles off it, and 46 for 3 at the end of the over. Ollie Price is 11, James Bracey is 5. Gloucestershire trailing by 160, 18 overs remaining in the day, and Sanderson is back on the field, and what's more, he's going to have a bowl, and Luke Proctor is now off, I think. Yes, he's not on there, which means that Lewis McManus is now in charge.
Well, that's delightful from James Bracey's point of view, isn't it? Just as he was thinking, well, okay, I've got the youngster to face at one end at least, and okay, it's Luke Proctor, but Ben Sanderson, surely he's had his spell for the evening, hasn't he? No, back he comes. Bowling over the wicket to Bracey. In now, and a full ball, and Bracey forward, and defending with the utmost care and attention to mid-off. Really does demand deep concentration, this, at the end of a long day for Bracey, because he's been keeping, he's been skippering, there's been all those decisions to make about when to pull the trigger on various bowling changes, setting the field and balancing over rate versus bowlers I really want to bowl. And now he's here at the end of it trying to survive. Sanderson bowls and Bracey onto the front foot and comes sort of across the inside of the ball, as it were, to defend into the covers. And yet again there's no run. One ball every 3 overs you might get to score off. You've got to be in the frame of mind, I guess, to hit it away, but this does feel like a battle to get to the end of play, although in some ways, given the forecast, it shouldn't feel that way, but it sort of still does. Gloucestershire don't just want to throw away the position that they worked hard to get themselves into, straying little onto leg stump, but Bracey can't pick him off. Hits it straight to forward square leg, and there's no run. Gloucestershire winning the toss up front this morning. James Bracey had quite a satisfied reach down of the coin after Luke Proctor called incorrectly. You could certainly tell pretty quickly up here which of the two captains had won the toss. Proctor much more calm in his body language, and Bracey picking the coin up thinking, get in amongst them here. Sanderson bowls, left alone by Bracey, just angling across, no deviation sideways. And whilst Proctor and McManus got Northamptonshire off to a pretty decent start, 13 overs and a couple of balls before the first wicket went down. Gloucestershire then through Matt Taylor taking 2 wickets in the same over, followed relatively quickly by Josh Shaw's only wicket of the innings of James Sales. 35 without loss became 54 for 3. Sanderson bowls, Bracey drives and is beaten on the inside edge, and how that missed off stump I don't know, both on line and on length, and then the inside edge could have been caught. Good grief. 65 run partnership following between McManus and Zabe, who was the mainstay of that Northamptonshire innings, was cut off on 76 though, in pursuit of a 7th Championship 100 of the season. McManus made a battling 44. Sanderson bowls, and Bracey has been beaten on the outside edge this time, as Sanderson has the ball on a string, and James Bracey's just having to try and dance to his tune. It's a maiden, guess what, from Ben Sanderson. He's now got more maiden overs than non-maiden overs, which is hardly an unusual thing for him. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 10. Gloucestershire 46 for 3 after 21 overs. And really, once, say, Zabe had gone, Graham Van Buren got a wicket with one of the worst balls that he's bowled all season. An absolute drag down. Adi Sharma was caught at mid-on trying to pull, and from then on that was 4 wickets for 7 runs to wrap up the innings.
Whitehouse in, bowls outside off stump to Ollie Price, who punches it down to backward point where Safe Zabe fields. There's no run. 2 slips in for Whitehouse. It'll be the first time Ben Whitehouse has bowled opposite Ben Sanderson. Nobody better, I would suggest, to learn from. Vasconcé lost the sub at first slip. Calvin Harrison at second. Here's Whitehouse in and bowls, and defended by Ollie Price out into the offside. Calvin Harrison and Safe Zabe almost running into each other. A slightly end of term feel out there at the moment, isn't there?
It's getting close.
Well, dangerously close, yes. Still rest of this match, and then Leicestershire at Wantage Road next week.
Just had my hotel 3 for Lords.
Oh, lovely. You get to go to Lords, do you? Don't rub it in. 3 years at Merchant Taylor's School. Whitehouse bowls to Ollie Price, who drives back down the pitch, smartly fielded by Whitehouse off his own bowling. I was given a choice of 2 hotels first time Northamptonshire were slated to go there. It was there's one that's a bit closer, but there's not as much parking, or there's one that's a bit further away, but there's plenty of parking. So I did go for the one that was a bit further away with plenty of parking, but it's not that picturesque, it must be said. Here's Whitehouse in, and not a firm-footed, indeed a wholly firm-footed stroke from Ollie Price. I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do. Chop it away through backward point, I think.
Yeah.
It beat the bat, went through to the keeper.
Tried to cut it and then played it as though it skidded through on him, but I don't know.
Well, he had that one before that just went past outside the off stump, didn't miss off stump by much, and we were thinking real time that it must have kept a bit low, but it actually didn't. It went over the top of off stump. Whitehouse in again. It's a good line outside off stump, left alone by Ollie Price. Taken by McManus going across in front of Vasconcelos.
I've got to say, we've been to Merchant Taylor's school the last couple of years, and it's okay for one day in a T20 match.
Yeah,
You've got a white ball trying to pick that up. That's
try
okay,
it for 4.
It's windy, isn't it, as well?
It's windy. Here's it's a short ball, and it's cracked away by Ollie Price. Down the way through backward point for 4, and that was just what we were saying earlier. If you give the batters width, then the chances are they're going to get you are going to get hammered, and they will absolutely waste no opportunity, no scoring opportunity on a surface that is not easy to score on. That's the end of the over. It brings up the 50 for Gloucestershire. 50 for 3, Bracey's 5, Price is 15. The umps have just had their first little chat, whether about the light or something else I don't know, but I suspect it's probably the light. Still 16 overs to go.
I really didn't think we were playing it near 6.
No, likewise.
I just expect at this time of year that it's not going to be too much past the 5:30 close. Ben Sanderson is continuing to bowl from the pavilion end as he comes in over the wicket to bowl to Bracey, and Bracey's well forward to that one and having to defend it away to mid-off. Going back to our recap of the day for those who may be joining late after a day at the office. Mentioned Adi Sharma getting out to a short delivery from Van Buren. He ended up with 3 for 23 from 10 overs, including being on a hat-trick, as he got rid of Ben Sanderson the ball after that. Sanderson in now, and a tempter which Bracey leaves, taken by McManus. So Van Buren finishing with 3 for 23. Matt Taylor 3 for 48, following up his excellent work at Leicester, and likewise Ajit Singh Dale in his last home game for the county, 2 for 44 in 16.5 overs. That may be, who knows, the last ball that he bowls for Gloucestershire, and bowling somebody top of middle stump would be a pretty good way to sign off, but we shall see. Still a game to go after this, of course, as that's turned into the onside and there's no run. I'm sure the durability of Singh Dale, it's amazing, because you look at his action and you think, well, he's trying to bowl incredibly quickly, he's throwing himself every time through the crease, and yet he has been, over the past couple of seasons, the most durable seamer for Gloucestershire, and he's young as well. But on the move up to lanky. Sanderson approaches now, bowls to Bracey, who touches that one towards point, and there is no run. And in this innings, it's been a battle pretty much from the start. Sanderson removing Charlesworth, bowled through the gate, looking to drive for 14. Phillips edging to second slip off broad for 11, and Hammond bowled by one that really jagged back from Proctor for 1. So Ollie Price at 15, the top scorer for Gloucestershire so far Innings run rate 2.2 and over. Sanderson bowls to Bracey. There's another one of those ones that doesn't really get up an enormous amount. It's not staying desperately low, it's just enough variation when there's sideways movement that batters have had to be a bit careful. And I suppose this is so often the thinking with the Gloucestershire attack that is more, I guess, when you've got the likes of Actor and Singh Dale, it's quicker, but there's less nibble. Got an attack here where there's quite a lot of nibble. Sanderson, Proctor, Broad. Sanderson bowls and Bracey drops and runs towards cover point, and I don't know whether they caught Whitehouse slightly napping there or whether there was just always a run, but either way, Bracey was off almost the moment he hit it, so keeps the strike on 6, and Gloucestershire to 51 for 3 after 23 overs. Glamorgan did achieve a batting point, they're 255 for 9, so 1 point closer to promotion, as Gorvin and Harris able to see them through to that 250.
Just starting to see talking about those sort of four-way shadows that you get from the floodlights, and it's starting to be increasingly in evidence. Still 15 overs to go.
The worst thing for Northamptonshire is if it comes mid-over the conference and they can't do anything about it to stay out there.
Here's Whitehouse round the wicket, bowls and driven nicely by Bracey into the gap between extra cover and mid-off, chased by Keogh back towards the boundary, reels it in, and they're back for a couple. Takes James Bracey up to 8, and Gloucestershire to 53 for 3. Northamptonshire having, as we mentioned earlier, plenty of spin options available, but clearly at the moment, sensing, as we've seen with that latest spell from Ben Sanderson, that it is still flirting around a little bit, so they want to give the seamers every opportunity. Whitehouse in, bowls, and Bracey plays a little push at it, goes past the outside edge to Lewis McManus. Whitehouse gives him a hard stare. And Whitehouse's trajectory has been fairly rapid. He's just playing a bit of second team cricket. And look in this, Northamptonshire seconds, like the look of him. And by last week, making his championship debut in and bowls. In behind it goes Bracey, playing it back down the pitch, half stopped by Ben Whitehouse.
He's one of those bowlers who in his follow through it looks as though there's sort of invisible force pushing him sideways. It looks as if he's threatening to topple over sideways.
Well,
after
it was interesting because
it.
That first spell I was talking about, when he went from 36 in his first 4 overs in first class cricket, he was immediately, the umpire was Neil Pratt I think, was immediately on his case about running on, and I think that actually didn't help him, but clearly didn't help him. Round the wicket goes Whitehouse, pushed out into the covers by Bracey, and there's no run. You could see it was preying on his mind, and he didn't bowl particularly well at the start, but he was clearly nervous, and that just added to his nervousness. But by the second innings, he was starting to look the part, and so far, so good for him here, really. That was one width ball which was hammered away. He's gone past the bat a couple of times. Long straight approach, in and bowls, and Bracey pushes out into the covers, go through for a sharp single, underarm throw at the stumps, hits the stumps, appeal for a run out. Not out, says umpire Treadwell. It's a decent bit of fielding by Justin Broad, underarmed at the stumps and hit them. Looked from here, and we're not in a great position to see, he looked okay, didn't look as though he was struggling, and that was obviously James Treadwell's view. Right, if you're looking on the stream, may just see a view of it here. Yeah, I think he was back, but tight.
Yeah,
and a good bit of fielding. 54 for 3. Bracey is 9, and here is Whitehouse. Bowls and driven by Price, half stopped by safe save at backward point. but can't stop it cleanly, and they're through for a single. Price to 16, Bracey to 9. Price keeps the bowling, 55 for 3. Umpires, having had a chat a couple of overs ago, have not reconvened since. Sanderson's going to continue.
It feels as if it's teetering, and then every time it looks as if it's really getting close, there's some slightly, and we're only talking slightly brighter skies, so it does look as though we'll be fine for another over at the very least.
Well, the rain is it's not, I think, the main front. It's just a sort of bit of a band
Just
coming
a
up.
warning shot.
Yeah, not too far away. Shepton Mallet and Wells, I think, might be getting it at the moment.
That's all right. They can take it there. Here comes Sanderson and bowls to Price, and that's tapped into the offside, but too close to mid-off to come through for a single. Glamorgan have just been bowled out for 259 by Derbyshire. Rees finishing with 4 for 67, Anuj Dal 3 for 29. It was that combination that did for Gloucestershire first game of this season. Turning is Sanderson. In now to Price, bowls, strikes him on the pad but going down the leg side. Ball deflects off into the onside and Whitehouse fields at square leg. Surrey have broken the partnership between Patterson-White and James, and in fact one has fairly quickly brought 2. Patterson-White gone for 58 and James for 47. Brett Hutton has 16 from 13 though, so he will look to add further with just Tongue and Pennington to come. So Notts 198 for 8, leading by 256. Sanderson bowls, driving is Price into Sanderson, who deflects it off, maybe thinking about some bit of sleight of hand off towards the stumps, but misses those. Well, it's going to be that sort of total where you think, well, actually it'll maybe prove who deserves the title, because if Surrey can chase it, you'd say, well, they've done extremely well to chase that given the way that the rest of the game has gone, but if Notts defend it, then they will certainly be worthy of, would look to be the title going in their direction. Not confirmed though. Sanderson leaps wide of the crease, bowls the away swinger, and Price, he's grinning back at Ben Sanderson there. He's played at it, but he's ended up missing it by a couple of feet because it's moved that far away from him.
I was just looking at post on socials from somebody complaining that they just heard their first winter well from a Gloucestershire fan heading away from the ground.
I already said my first one of those.
Oh dear.
Sadly.
It's
a bit tongue-in-cheek.
And the reply was, despise that saying, reminds me of clocks changing and no cricket.
Yeah, no, I don't like saying it either, but for some reason it left my mouth. It happens sometimes, doesn't it? There's things that you don't mean to say but end up saying. Defended into the onside by Price, and there's no run. Close of play at Taunton. Somerset 381 for 7. Extraordinary innings from Casey Aldridge, who's 149 not out overnight. Tom Abel going before him. Abel for 118. Ben Green out for 8.
I saw somebody saying they hope he wouldn't kiss the badge when he got to his 100, as he's now about to leave Somerset. But,
it's quite a bowling attack to get it against.
Yeah.
Sanderson bowls, nudged away towards backward point for a moment. Price hoping for a single, but he won't get it. So, well, he hadn't bowled a maiden for all of 2 overs, so, well, 1 over, I suppose, actually. Not counting the one that he's just bowled. So 9 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 11. And Gloucestershire 55 for 3. An attack of Abbott, Barker, Fuller, Washington, Sundar.
It's half decent, isn't it?
Pretty decent effort, you have to say. So close of play there, and close of play, well, it's not close of play, it's bad light at home, but you know what that means.
Yeah.
Yorkshire 194, Sussex 84 for 4, another one that could have been a fast-moving but exciting game, and well, it is a fast-moving, exciting game, it may just not end in a positive result. Certainly can't say the same for Edgbaston, where Essex are 315 for 5.
Whitehouse around the wicket, starting a fresh over. It's short, it's pulled away by James Bracey, and he will pick up 4 runs. Short ball, quickly into position, Bracey. And he goes into double figures. 13 to him, 59 for 3.
You certainly saw that one okay.
He certainly saw that absolutely fine. The umps are, I think...
Yeah, that's the danger, isn't it? You start banging a couple in and the umpires start thinking...
They're just exchanging sort of long distance messages. I think I saw one of them on the... Is he on the walkie-talkie? Maybe just communicating something to the scorers. Anyway, we're playing on. 59 for 3. Whitehouse in and bowls, and a gorgeous looking drive from James Bracey, who doesn't move, having driven that away through the covers, through extra to the boundary. Just watched it on its way. A lovely looking shot. Whitehouse round the wicket again, giving him a little bit of width, opportunity to really free the arms, put the hands through it, and to the boundary it went.
There have been a few pitches this season that James Bracey has made look different from many other batters.
Here's Whitehouse in again. This time he runs it down to Sales at backward point. And there is no run. 59 for 3. In fact, I think that should be 63 for 3, shouldn't it? Bracey 17. Don't tell me the scoreboard's frozen. We don't need that, do we?
It's not that cold.
Whitehouse turns at the end of his mark, down in front of the flats, and runs in and bowls. And it's a better ball, much better ball from Ben Whitehouse, homing in on the stumps. Driven hard into the ground by Bracey. Whitehouse fields off his own bowling. The scoreboard is now corrected itself, or been corrected. Yes, thawed out. 63 for 3. There is a lot more cloud just coming up from the west, as we can see now. Presumably it's what's been dousing Shepton Mallet. Here comes Whitehouse. That's hit Bracey on the pad as he looks to turn it away on the leg side. Leg by, I would think. Don't think there was any bat involved.
I've got a touch on that Treaders. No,
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 no.
No, he's not. He's happy to take the leg by.
Leg by adds to the total. 64 for 3. Which means Ollie Price will have one ball left in this over. The 26th of the innings. Certainly, I would say we're to the point where the artificial light has replaced the natural light, and probably were a little while ago. Is Whitehouse in bowls, driven up to mid-off. There is no run, and that's the end of the over. 64 for 3, Bracey 17, Price is 16, and I think the umpires, yes they are, going to have a little chat. 12 overs remaining in theory. Yeah, I would
have to have spin.
May have to be spin, I think.
Because I think it seems now, and it's the way it goes at this time of year, it does seem very dark out there now. But sides, rightfully, I think, get a little bit annoyed when they go straight from being able to bowl seam to then, right, we're going off. Well, they're not even. No, they're not even bringing the light meter out. It's
Ben Sanderson's going to continue.
Sanderson, yeah, not even going that far. So still playing at 6:15. There's 12 overs remaining in the day's play. I would say we can have 104 overs tomorrow. We can do if you fancy bringing your armbands and snorkel equipment, maybe, as this is defended away by Bracey to start the new Sanderson over into the offside. To say it. I mean, it's hats off to the umpires for keeping them out there. But,
no, absolutely.
But it does look very dark.
It's getting decidedly Noah's now, isn't it? And I can't think we're going to be out there much longer. But as you say, credit to the umpires. Northamptonshire don't seem, obviously they're not that keen on just bowling spin for spin's sake.
Sanderson in now and turned into the onside. Quick single here. This could be out with a hit at the non-strikers, and he misses. It was a throw from his backside, basically, from mid-wicket. But if he'd hit, there wasn't a run there, I'm afraid. James Bracey would have been certainly blaming nobody but himself if he'd gone off there, because it was his call. He hit it to Sales at short mid-wicket.
Umps having a word.
Well, it's amazing, because I mean, nothing has changed since that last ball. Like,
They're
it's,
off.
it's always tricky, but yeah, and again, there we go, middle of the over. There's no chance for the Northamptonshire captain to say, OK, we'll bowl spin for a couple of overs, and that is a little bit disappointing, those last couple of balls for me, because it is so tricky. I fully sympathise with the umpires having to make these decisions, but well, nothing has changed in 2 balls, and Northamptonshire could have, never mind Northamptonshire, we could have had the chance of more cricket if the umpires had made what was probably the right decision 2 balls ago, at least to offer the opportunity to Northamptonshire to bowl spin, and now by waiting those 2 deliveries, that opportunity isn't there. So Bracey with a single off what surely will be the last ball of the day. I'm sure they won't immediately knock it on the head, but it's quite hard to see at 16 minutes past 6 on September the 16th how we are likely to get back out there. So Bracey 18, Ollie Price 16. Gloucestershire battling their way to 65 for 3 in the 27th over, trailing by 141 runs. And well, it's been an entertaining day. It's just a shame that it's the first day, although it's the second day, and tomorrow looks dodgy.
It's been a long day, that we do know. The ground staff just making their way out. Ripple of applause from the University of Bristol students for the Northamptonshire players as they leave the field. Umpire's still out there, of course, joined by members of the ground staff. I don't think, I'm with you, Ed, I don't think we're going to get back on. I would be surprised if we do it. As I say, there's now, according to the radar, there's rain not too far away, and you can see over to our left, over to the west. Skies are starting to fill in a bit. And how much over? Today we've had what? Northamptonshire bowled out in 64th over. We've
had about 90 overs.
About 90 overs, which is, at this time of the year, is not bad at all. But yeah, you're right. We could have had a bit more. Certainly another 2 or 3 overs, you would think.
I mean, who knows whether Northamptonshire would have bowled.
Well, that's the
spin,
other.
But I tend to think that at this stage, with the possibility of a few extra points, I think that a captain would say, "We'll just do anything to stay out there."
So they didn't seem that. They didn't seem that keen on bringing the spinners on. They would have had opportunities before now. I'm assuming they just think that, Sanderson with as you say, the ball on a string, he could easily nip out a couple more, and it's difficult. It's very difficult, because then you are basically saying we're happier to come off than we are to bowl bowlers that we don't necessarily want to bowl at this stage. And it's not satisfactory, but it is what it is at this stage of the season, I'm afraid.
Yes, exactly. I think there's a certain amount of that when it comes to County Championship cricket in September, unfortunately. As much as a 10:30 start helps slightly, it can't undo the time of day that it gets dark, and we haven't particularly, I have to say, I don't know what the final tally was in terms of over rate, but Gloucestershire have not helped themselves when it comes to getting the maximum number of overs in either. We could have probably got more in, but in the end they obviously decided to take the attitude of, well, we're pretty close to bowling Northamptonshire out, so back with seam and spin at most, if not a lot of double seam. So Northamptonshire all out 206, safe top scoring with 76, 3 wickets apiece to Graham van Buren and Matt Taylor, and Gloucestershire 65 for 3 in reply, with a wicket apiece to Ben Sanderson, Luke Proctor and Justin Broad. James Bracey and Ollie Price providing some late resistance there, just to put a little bit more of a shine on things as far as the total is concerned. The students are clearing up the empty cans away down to our right, at least to some extent. I think Radders and myself may just... Oh, there we go.
Taking the players off with Gloucestershire 65-3. We'll be back in touch with further
No, so that's not it as far as the day's concerned. You would imagine that the umpires will go out for one final look in a little while, but we'll see. The ground staff moving towards the covers, but I don't know if they're actually going to bring them out yet. I think they're just getting themselves in place to be able to put them on once the umpires say that that is that. Do feel free to hang around in case there is any further play. There's still some cricket going on elsewhere in the country, so if you are watching on the Gloucestershire live stream, head over to the BBC Sport website and app, get yourself to the cricket section, and you can hear the potentially really quite important end of play at the Oval, where Nottinghamshire are still batting on 219 for 8, leading by 277 runs. Radders and myself will hope to be back at 10:25 tomorrow morning, although the forecast suggests that might be a little bit in doubt. But until there is some more cricket to bring you from Bristol, from Andrew Rudd, from myself, Ed Seaborn, and from our stream operator, Harvey Machin, it is good night, and we'll speak to you again soon. Well, hello again, and just to confirm the news that I think we all expected, that play has been abandoned for the day due to bad light. So Gloucestershire closing on 65 for 3, Northamptonshire making 206 in their innings. And we will now definitely be back, either tomorrow or maybe even the day after, when there is some more cricket. Bye-bye.